Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Wizard, sign into the extraordinary potion at the beginning. Chapter 31. Students of the Dark Wizard Academy must complete a task every 2 months. If they do not complete it, they will be forced to complete some very difficult and even fatal tasks. So even if you are a third-level wizard apprentice, you will complete the task ahead of time, or choose some tasks with a relatively long period, so as to avoid too many tasks. Angelet frowned. This is a rather troublesome matter. Good tasks with a relatively long period like this must be selected in advance by those powerful people. This is impossible. Most of the rest are short-term tasks. That means, Angelet has to complete the task every 2 months. This will take up a lot of his time. Angelet had to admit the fact that in the past few months, he didn't have the capital to avoid such troublesome things. It seems that we can only wait for the medicine-related aspects to get on the right track and earn benefits. Then hire some wizard apprentices to help him complete the relevant task conditions. He went to hand in the task himself. What I paid was only some magic stones. In the Bone Society, the rare pharmacists and alchemists wizard forces involved one of them, which represented a steady stream of huge profits. There are even some pharmacists who are third-level wizard apprentices, and their property is already comparable to that of some formal master wizards. Just give me 3 months and I'll be fine. There was a strong confidence in Angelet's eyes. The assistance of the Eye of Truth is no joke. By now, he has almost fully understood the basic knowledge of pharmacy. At that time, you can try the refining of wizard medicine. Materials and formulas can also be used for free, which can be done through the pharmacy class. Location: residential area, number 22, mountain area. Time: 9 p.m. Inside the laboratory, very light and bright. Angelet was wearing a white lab coat, holding a scalpel, some protective equipment, and a container in his hand. On the workbench in front of him was a green frog that was still alive. There are large and small poisonous glands on the surface of the whole body. What Angelet must pay attention to is that the poisonous glands of the poisonous swamp frog cannot be contaminated by its venom. Then he started to use the knife. The biological scalpel directly follows the agitation of the abdomen, and cuts open. At this moment, the poisonous swamp frog felt the danger of life, and began to tremble violently. A large amount of venom sprayed out along the poison gland. Fortunately, Angelet was prepared. The moment the venom was sprayed, Angelet blocked it with a special container, and then the venom remained inside. This is also one of the raw materials Angelet needs. Increases the progress of Angelet's mixing poison and refining body witchcraft. Under Angelet's goggles, eyes looked greedily at the poison frog. It's like looking at a precious treasure. Every extraordinary creature is a great treasure. Meat quality is also the biggest source of nutrition to improve his progress in mixing poison and refining body witchcraft. Angelet's dissection skills are already quite good, and even in the stage of some second-level wizard apprentices, they are still in a state of being crushed. Soon, the skin of the poisonous swamp frog was peeled off. As the source of the poison glands, the skin of the poison frog is very important to meet Angelet's venom needs. Then there is the meat of the poison frog in the swamp. The meat of the limbs is really delicious, white and tender. Also very full. Angelet even produced some salivation. This is one of the influences of the practice of mixing poison and refining the body witchcraft. Angelet hadn't ingested the meat of extraordinary creatures for a while. After working until midnight, Angelet finally cleaned up the poisonous swamp frog. After all, it was the first time to deal with extraordinary creatures in detail. The crucible on the workbench did not cook some supernatural materials at the moment, but put a lot of materials on it to cook the poison frog in the swamp. Soon the scent came out, arousing Angelet's desire. The salivation became more serious. The golden color, combined with the white and tender meat legs, gradually became cooked under the blessing of temperature. In this way, even if there are still some toxins in the meat, it will only cause ordinary first-level wizard apprentices to eat and die. And Angelet's poison-resistant first-order physique perfectly complemented each other. As the corresponding food was eaten in 2s and 3s, Angelet soon felt a burst of heat bursting in the stomach. Angelet was not idle, and then applied the venom of the poisonous swamp frog to his skin. The effect of mixing poison and refining body witchcraft can be maximized. Reminder: the witchcraft of mixing poison and refining the body is being improved, and the physical body has been transformed. The estimated transformation time is 5 hours. Angelet's class tomorrow is scheduled for the afternoon. So don't worry about that. Time passed slowly, and Angelet gradually closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, feeling the changes in his physical body. With the surge of heat flow, the physical physique is getting stronger little by little. This feeling is extremely fulfilling. Angelet had a hunch that when this transformation was over, her physique would be greatly improved. At least he can improve his own strength a lot. At the first level of wizard apprenticeship, it is often the time to accumulate. When the energy particles in the body reach the sky, they will release witchcraft once, and they will be gone. Angelet's physical strength is enough to crush most first-level wizard apprentices, even if the opponent carries a witch weapon. Also this result. The witch weapon is not only owned by the other party. During the transformation, Angelet's thoughts also turned to the progress of the meditation on the dark tides. The 3 wizard runes, if they were ordinary wizard apprentices, would have given birth to Angelet's own energy particles long ago. But it didn't, and even gave Angelet a feeling that it took 6 pieces, or even the limit of 9 pieces, to be born. This is the difference in wizard qualifications and the different effects. The more spiritual power is used, the more powerful the energy particles will be, and the quality will far exceed those below it. Angelet thought of his 3rd grade aptitude. It became clear in an instant. With the witchcraft of mixing poison and refining the body, even if there are no energy particles for the time being, witchcraft cannot be performed. It also has a strong fighting power. The foundation is still the most important thing. Angelet is quite looking forward to what kind of situation he can achieve. Time passed slowly, and gradually came the next morning. And in the laboratory, the figure sitting cross-legged. In the laboratory, the figure sitting cross-legged trembled slightly, as if some kind of boundary had been triggered. He slowly opened his eyes. As Angelet stood up, there was already a lot of viscous black liquid on the ground. These are all dirt, filth, and impurities that are taken out from the body. Angelet felt the strength of her own body, and went one step further. The most obvious is the arrangement and division of the muscles, which are denser than before, and the elasticity and hardness are not what they used to be. The degree of adhesion of muscle fibers is also greatly improved. As for the inner manifestation, the most important bone marrow, osteoblasts and osteoblasts, are essentially enhanced. A fist waved towards the void in front of him. Immediately, a terrifying sound of air waves was uttered directly. Makes the scalp tingle. Host: Angelet. Residence area: Dark Land, Residential area, number 22 Mountain area. Current physique: 15.9. Current mental power: 10.4. Qualification: 3 grades. Level: Level 1 Wizard Apprentice. Witchcraft: Mixed poison and body refining. Phase 2 Incarnation, Hand of Alchemy. Meditation method: Dark tides. Pharmaceutical: Basic pharmacy knowledge, Blooming Miracle Potion, Formula. Alchemy: None. Magic stone: 5 items. Wizard ring, Meteor iron sword, Black armored dragon egg, Invisibility cloak. Passive ability: Poison resistance level 1. The column of physique has increased by almost 1.5. Even the physical bodies of some second-level wizard apprentices couldn't compare to Angelet's current level. Angelet returned to her lounge. With a thought, start today's sign-in. A blue light appeared directly in the void in front of him. Angelet weighed the few magic stones in his hand. Little is better than nothing. As for magic stones, he is still relatively scarce. Save at least a little, and you can pay the housing expenses for the next month. Outside the window, sunlight shone in through the gaps in the forest trees. Angelet took out the phalanx that carried her sister's soul, and put it on the desk, facing the warm sunlight. As for himself, seeing that it was still early in the afternoon for class, he began to write his plan for his future wizarding path at his desk. A morning breeze blew in, making Angelet's broken hair flutter with the wind, and also blowing the densely written leaves on the desk. When Angelet was so absorbed in his selfless research, he didn't notice that the phantom face of a girl with freckles had already emerged on the phalanx. Looking at him tenderly, her eyes also seemed a little dazed. Location: Dark Wizard Academy, Anatomy Classroom. Time: 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When Angelet entered the classroom with her wizard handbook, there are not many places left. It seems that the anatomy class is indeed a course that all wizards must learn. There are almost no fools who will be short-sighted and not choose this course. Even though Angelet has apprentice-level dissection ability, she still chooses to attend the class. Not because of anything else, just because this is the cornerstone of the wizarding path. It must be continuously consolidated and reconsolidated. The class was attended by a figure in a black lab coat, with a biological scalpel in his hand, and a crow's mouth mask. It looks like those useless doctors in the mortal world. Only the so-called bloodletting treatment. But the aura emanating from this figure made Angelet extremely frightened. Even more than the 3 third-level wizard apprentices of the White Bones Club that I saw on the big ship. Angelet gathered his mind and used the Eye of Truth to see this figure. Target: Dr. Crow. Biography: Slightly, is an existence who walks the path of a bloodline wizard, good at anatomy and bloodline research, biological research, human body research. Strength: Ultimate Wizard Apprentice. Angelet's eyes lit up. Some of the blood wizard's research is very beneficial to the progress of his mixing poison and refining body witchcraft. When necessary, you can find relevant wizard knowledge for reference. The relationship between the battle wizard and the blood wizard is very deep. As for the extreme wizard apprentices, it seems that they are all reserve wizards. The status of Dr. Crow is definitely not low in the White Bones Society. Time passed slowly, and Angelet gained a lot from this class. For some obscure parts of the anatomy, or the places where the understanding is not in place, I have checked the gaps and made up for the omissions, and re-understood. The progress of the entire basic anatomy has reached a satisfactory level. Angelet frowned suddenly. He felt a gaze focus on him. And with a strong malice, Angelet narrowed his eyes and looked over from the corner of his eye. It turned out that the Muslim was also in this classroom before. Seeing him looking over, a very kind smile appeared on his face immediately. There are old students and seniors, and some flavors of taking care of new students are in it. But Angelet sneered inwardly. His feeling is unmistakable. This guy indeed showed very strong malice towards himself just now. At this time, Dr. Crow, who was giving a lecture on the high platform, stopped his mechanical narration. The wizards teach very quickly in class, and only those who are also wizards can have a strong ability to accept and analyze brain activity and keep up with the progress. If a mortal was here, he could only roll his eyes, completely unable to understand what he was talking about and what information he was expressing. This is the huge gap in the level of life. Dr. Crow only showed a pair of eyes wearing special goggles. He said indifferently, "My experimental courses need some basic apprentices who have reached the completion of anatomy, or wizards with higher levels of anatomy to assist. If anyone wants to participate, the dark contribution point will be 300, and the magic stone will be 300. The time will be from January to April next year." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of some wizards present immediately became moved. Ordinary tasks, but a few to dozens of dark contribution points, and the number of magic stones is almost the same. Wizard work, a little better, not much more. Dr. Crow offered a very favorable price. But the requirements are also very strict. Among the many wizards present, it is estimated that none of them has reached the perfection of basic apprentice anatomy. The most important thing is to be able to catch up with Dr. Crow's personal connection. In 4 months, mandatory tasks can also be exempted. There was thought in Angelet's eyes. He is qualified. But there are still 2 months until next year. In other words, he still had to do the latest mandatory mission. Angelet has already had a contemplation and wants to participate in this experimental course. What a blood wizard studies, and what he handles is dissection. Maybe, a lot of extraordinary creature venom and flesh can be collected. There are many benefits to the practice of mixing poison and refining body witchcraft. The 4 months of exempting from missions just happened to allow Angelet to develop at the fastest speed. The time came tonight. Angelet's room was still brightly lit. His eyes were dark, and Muslim malice was evident during the daytime classes. Probably trying to do something bad to him. There are laws in the Darklands. The only way is to use the tasks that every wizard must perform. Most of the quests need to leave the Darklands and go to some nearby resource areas and forests. It's also a good place to kill people. He gradually revealed an indifferent smile. It's good to be able to carry out a mission, and deal with those little troubles that you want to die. Don't you think so, sister? Angelet touched the face of little Reina emerging from the finger bones on the table in front of him. Although what I touch is nothing but nothingness. What a peaceful environment at night, with the evening wind blowing. In the room, the illusory girl's face with freckles looked weakly at the figure of the young man. Her lips moved, as if she was saying something, but it became more and more illusory. As if it will disappear the next moment. Angelet looked a little gloomy. Although he knew that such a day would come, he didn't expect it to come so soon. My sister's soul body is almost unable to hold on. It should have dissipated long ago. It is because of the bones of the corpse itself, the same root and the same origin, so it can carry the soul to this day. But with the passage of time, the soul will gradually lose the essence of existence, and finally disappear completely in this world. It is necessary to find extraordinary items to replenish the soul. Angelet felt a little more urgency. These things are very precious, and they need to consume a lot of dark points and magic stones to buy them. Some even need a relationship to buy. Angelet thought of the avatar, witchcraft, and must start analyzing this witchcraft as soon as possible. Master the inorganic incarnation of the first stage, carrying the soul of little Lena. In addition, you can also make a few more to share Angelet's life, or work on wizard affairs. Go to sleep for a while, Reina. Angelet gently stroked the illusory girl's forehead, and her spiritual power guided her to fall into a deep sleep, and her soul state was no longer active. Location: the Darklands Library. Time: 7 o'clock in the morning. The sun broke through the clouds and shone on the entire dark land. The Bone Club in the core area is still in a hazy illusion, covered by a special wizard formation. Ordinary people can't observe it, they can only see it vaguely with their sight. The library is the place to receive tasks, release tasks, and settle rewards. The second floor of the library is the place to exchange corresponding wizard knowledge and wizard resources. Submit dark spots and magic stones, and the corresponding resources will be sent to the designated place in the subsequent time period. Angelet blended into the group of wizards in the slightest inconspicuous, feeling that not far behind him was firmly locking his sight. There was a sneer at the corner of Angelet's mouth. Then walked straight into the first floor of the library. A figure seemed to be a coincidence, and then followed. When Angelet walked out of the library, he had already accepted the corresponding task. Mission objective: obtain dark night grass. Content: there is a resource area near the Dark Land, which is the night lair, which is the gathering place of the night spider race. There is night grass in it, which can be used for refining wizard medicine. Requirement: night grass x10. Reward: 10 dark points, 5 magic stones. Under the frontal light, Angelet looked a little weird. Then, he left the library and disappeared into the crowd. After a minute or so, the two figures met at the place where Angelet was standing. One of them is formally a Muslim wearing a half-face mask. Another person said with a sneer, "I already know what task this guy has accepted, and he should go to the Dark Night Lair tomorrow." Muslim said with a slight smile, "This guy has chosen a good grave for himself. We don't need to bother with it anymore. When the time comes, we will just push it to the group of Dark Night Spiders, and they will eat up this newborn." Gao Ming, boss, when those freshmen know the fate of this freshman, they will understand the cruelty of the Bone Society, and they will trust and rely on us even more. The two looked at each other and smiled together. This is indeed a good thing. For Angelet, a good thing happened. Because of his random check-in today, something amazing happened. In the rest area of the wizard's residence, following Angelet's thoughts. In the void in front of him, a bright golden light appeared. Reminder: randomly sign in today and get the reward, Fire Dragon Sword. Quality: Gold, Alchemy Wizard Tool, Special. Content: the ancient wizard hunted and killed an ancient fire dragon, and used its spine, scales, and painstaking efforts to make this fire dragon sword, which arouses all the power and can reproduce the terrifying power of the ancient fire dragon. Abilities: Fire Dragon Sword Chi, Fire Dragon Power, Fire Dragon Soul. There was shock in Angelet's eyes. At this moment, a new cross sword appeared in his hand. The sword body is slender, decorated with special black textured scales, and the cross hilt also has dragon patterns and dragon scales. The sharp point shows the water chestnut nature of the bone and spine, which has a wild beauty. It has to be said that the meteor iron sword has gradually been unable to keep up with Angelet's current progress and strength. Although it can still be used, it must be that the fire dragon sword in front of him is more outstanding and has great power. When Angelet held it in his hand, he could feel the breathing of a fire dragon that was still alive. The sound of sparks burning appeared beside his ears. A ferocious ancient flame dragon also appeared in front of him, roaring ferociously. Angelet looked at the fire dragon indifferently. Then he swung the fire dragon sword violently and chopped it down. Cut off the dragon's head. Defeated the unruly will nature of the sword itself. Completely let it be controlled by sincerity. Angelet left his spiritual imprint in the fire dragon sword. A feeling like being driven by an arm came. But soon the vast sense of power completely overwhelmed that feeling. Angelet knew that this was because he was not yet able to fully control the sword. The strength is too weak, and if there are no energy particles in the body, the vast power in it cannot be stimulated. It can only fight with some sharp and burning properties of the fire dragon sword. But even so, it would completely crush the meteorite sword. Even putting the meteorite sword and the fire dragon sword together, it is estimated that with the passage of time, the meteorite sword will turn into a puddle of molten iron. Angelet looked at the meteorite sword placed aside. Now, the sword that has been with Angelet for a while, it's time to completely replace it. It has become a rather memorable collection. Angelet hung it in a wall display case in the lounge. Inside the test field, there's plenty of room here for Angelet to test anything. Whether it is swordsmanship, witchcraft, or special pharmaceutical products, the equipment is very complete. The fire dragon sword is too powerful, I can't exert its power for the time being. But if the energy particles are not activated, the fire dragon sword will not emit breath, and even a formal wizard will only think that it is a rustic cross sword. Angelet had an idea. The fire dragon sword uses a fire dragon as its raw material, so it must be rich in fire element energy particles. I still have a black armored dragon egg, but I suffer from lack of resources to hatch it. You can try both. Angelet took out the black armored dragon egg, and put the fire dragon sword next to it. Then, gradually approaching, Angelet looked forward to the changes between the two. Is it possible to hatch? If it can be hatched, Angelet will harvest a black armored dragon that is comparable to an official wizard when it grows up. And it's still a black armored dragon with a mutated bloodline. There is a certain chance of being able to return to the ancestors. Angelet first dripped some blood on the black armored dragon egg. In my heart, the connection with this black armored dragon egg became more and more close. Angelet also felt the little life in the dragon egg, and was very eager for the fire dragon sword. The fiery temperature it emits is the best breeding ground for the black armored dragon eggs. With a faint smile on his face, Angelet placed the black armored dragon egg directly on the fire dragon sword. In an instant, there was a chain reaction. The lines like blood vessels appeared on the surface of the black armored dragon egg, and the joint was on the fire dragon sword, continuously absorbing the energy of the fire element on the fire dragon sword. Angelet's eyes of truth saw it. This kind of ingestion is just a drop in the bucket for Hualongjian, and it can completely support the hatching of black armored dragon eggs. In the fire dragon sword, there are various cyclical witch arrays, which can use the energy particles of the fire dragon sword itself 100%. And with the passage of time, it can continuously absorb the natural energy particles of the world, supplement the power of the fire dragon sword, enhance its essence, and become more and more powerful. Only then did Angelet understand why the fire dragon sword had the title of a special witch weapon on the data column. Being able to grow and become strong on his own is indeed worthy of this title. But when the black armored dragon egg hatches, the fire dragon sword can no longer support its energy source. It may cause the status of the fire dragon sword itself to be affected. Target: black armored dragon egg. Status: not hatched. Preface: incubating 3.69%. Angelet's pupils flashed the light of pale golden data flowing. Accurate information about the black armored dragon egg was obtained. Surprise flashed across his face. Unexpectedly, the degree of incubation has grown so fast. In just a few minutes, the degree of hatching has increased by at least 2%. It is estimated that it will be able to fully hatch in a few days. Angelet is looking forward to the day when the black-armored baby dragon is born. The next afternoon, Angelet packed up her things and put the fire dragon sword into the wizard ring. And the hatching degree of the black-armored dragon eggs has reached 40%. In 2 more days, they will be able to completely hatch successfully. With the cloak of invisibility draped over her body, Angelet's rest of the week's classes are the next day. He has 2 days to complete this task. Taking Raina's phalanx and wearing it around her neck, Angelet went out. When walking out of the portal of the Dark Land, a slightly weird smile appeared on the corner of Angelet's mouth. Those guys who wanted to die by themselves really couldn't help but follow them out. If so, then no wonder they all say, golden belt for murder and fire, no corpses for repairing bridges and roads. He wanted to see if there was such a reason in it. Soon, his figure disappeared into a forest trail and disappeared. A minute later, 4 figures walked out from the portal. There was faint excitement in his expression, and suppressed murderous intent in his eyes. The leader is the Muslim. From the waist pocket, he took out a small box. After opening it, it turned out to be a somewhat peculiar bug, chubby and covered with tiny feet. Spirit detection insects can detect short-term spiritual breaths, and all life has spiritual breaths. He can't go far, let's catch up. On the way, Muslim also deliberately let the 3 slow down. Facing the doubts of the 3 people, Muslim licked his lips and said, of course we have to let him go a little farther away. It's too risky to do anything near here. The best thing is to kill that kid at the Dark Night Lair. With the night spiders as an excuse, there is nothing wrong with it. Unlike the other 3, they just wanted to torture and kill disobedient freshmen. Muslims think a little differently. When he noticed Angelet, he subconsciously went to follow up and investigate secretly. What shocked him a little was that this seemingly ordinary newcomer actually lived in the wizard's residence, that he had stayed in the Bone Society for decades, and he couldn't even hope to go there. This made him extremely jealous. At the same time, a greedy heart was born, thinking that there must be some secrets in Angelet. As long as Angelet is killed, these secrets can be his. Just to be on the safe side, these 3 guys were pulled up. After all, there is nothing wrong with being careful. This is the survival rule of Begu society. The 3 didn't care much about a small freshman, and they probably didn't even get the wizard's meditation method. That is, just a mortal. As wizards, they can naturally make decisions at will. The dense jungle, and a lot of weeds, even if there is a stone path, there are wizard formations to maintain and fix it. It also allowed a lot of vegetation to grow on the road. Pay attention to this, because you don't know if there is a problem with these plants. Many dangerous supernatural creatures hide like this to give you a fatal blow. Angelet naturally didn't need to pay attention to these, and didn't even need to deal with these weeds. The eye of truth sees all traces clearly in advance. For those who are tricky, slow down a little to distinguish whether there is danger. Or simply use your powerful physical body to pass through at super fast speed. Keep those dangers from reaching Angelet. The poison resistance is further improved, even if some highly poisonous plants are contaminated on the body. It's also completely stress-free. The metamorphosis of the witchcraft of mixing poison and refining body, the night before yesterday also pushed Angelet's physique to a higher level. It is estimated that 4 more 0-level extraordinary creatures will be found to train their bodies and replenish their biological energy. You can advance to the 3rd stage. Angelet looked at the changes in the area ahead, and his expression changed slightly. Just like the 2 worlds with clear boundaries, one side is dense forest and soil, while the other side's soil has turned into a pure black color. What's more, there are many strange rocks, old trees, and all kinds of strange flowers and plants. The most conspicuous one, of course, is the one leading to the depths, that is, the huge sunken crypt with a vague outline in the distance. Entering it is the real Dark Night Lair. It is also where the night grass grows. But Angelet didn't go any further, but turned around with a calm expression. Soon, footsteps sounded. 4 figures came out slowly. 4 figures walked out slowly, and the leader was a Muslim with excitement in his eyes. The other 3 had joking expressions on their faces. One of them stood up and said with a smile, "Hey, isn't this our junior Angelet? How come you go to such a dangerous place alone? This is the Night Lair. There are ferocious night spiders in it. They eat people without spitting out their bones. They can inject venom into the body of their prey, dissolving all their flesh and blood, including nerves, which will also be turned into nutrients under extreme pain. Then the night spider will use its mouthparts to directly suck the prey dry, leaving only a piece of skin. The man depicted it very vividly, as if he wanted to see the expression of fear on Angelet's face. And nervous panic. Unfortunately, he made a mistake and didn't see any expression on Angelet's face. From the beginning to the end, Angelet's expression was very calm. Immediately, his face became ugly, and he felt that his majesty had been hit. Instead, Muslim stood up with a smile and said, "What a coincidence, the freshmen are lucky enough to meet each other. It is not a good choice to do the task of the dark lair alone. How about this? Let's help this new student once, and enter the dark night lair together, so that we can take care of each other." If it is an ordinary person, it is estimated that they will be deceived by the image of Muslims doing their best for you. But Angelet felt the other party, the hidden malice hidden under the skin. Especially when it comes to entering the lair of darkness. When the other three figures saw what Muslim said, they also said with strange smiles on their faces, "Yes, yes. After all, I am a freshman, so I will be so careless when choosing a task. It is reasonable to choose a dangerous task. New students, don't worry, there are a few of our old seniors who will accompany you into the dark night lair. No matter what dangers there are, we can easily solve them." Okay, Angelet readily agreed. This made the Muslims a little surprised, very surprised. But when he saw the silly smile on Angelet's face, I immediately despised it in my heart. It turned out to be an idiot. But as long as it is tricked into the dark night lair, it will be fine. Several people began to enter the underground cave together. Go deeper along the spiral channel. Gradually, the light dimmed, and only some scenes deep in the dark cave could be vaguely seen. Angelet said with a faint smile, "With the help of seniors, I think this task will be completed smoothly." The four people present almost couldn't help laughing. What a stupid guy. Can't even see something so obvious. Don't worry, Junior, the senior will definitely help. A first-level wizard apprentice couldn't help but laughed strangely, but he didn't finish the sentence. Speaking of those words, it stopped abruptly in an instant. Because one hand has directly grabbed the throat. The eyes of this first-level wizard apprentice showed fear and desire for life. Just wanted to make a move. The grasping hand, with a sudden force, directly crushed the entire throat, together with various blood vessels, and pulled it out. A large amount of blood splashed out directly, and some of it even stained Angelet's face. It gave his fair and handsome face a morbid beauty. The powerless corpse fell down with a bang. Angelet's physique was as high as 15.9 points, the strength of the instant burst, and its terror. Then he crushed his chest and heart together with one kick. Eliminated any vitality. Angelet's face was stained with blood, with a faint smile. "Senior, my junior will help you find a good place and bury it. I think this dark night lair is quite good, and your corpses can nourish the dark night spider colony, thus making this resource land more abundant. I have made the greatest contribution to the Bone Society and the sustainable development of the Underdark." All this happened at this moment, and the remaining three people's eyes widened, full of disbelief and panic and fear expressed on their faces. What did you do? You actually killed him. The situation has completely exceeded his expectations and control. It shouldn't be. Shouldn't they take action, then kill this kid and throw him in this dark night lair? And what is the strength of this guy? Why was it possible to kill a first-level wizard apprentice in such a short period of time? Muslim said with an ugly face, "You have been promoted to a first-level wizard apprentice. Otherwise, it cannot explain the result of being able to kill one of their companions in seconds. Only wizards have such reflexes and killing methods. Go up and kill him." Muslim suddenly pushed his two companions towards Angelet. Then he began to search for a medium to perform witchcraft in his own pocket. There are also corresponding simple witches. The apprentice of a first-level wizard did not believe in its power. Moreover, they belong to the bottom level among the first-level wizard apprentices. And Angelet can kill them like a dog. The two first-level wizard apprentices who were pushed over had panic and resentment on their faces. Moosleys who sold them. The two of them also managed to grab a large amount of special poisonous powder from their pockets. Waved towards Angelet. The poisonous powder was poured directly on Angelet's body. A sneer formed on the corner of Angelet's mouth. Use poison. What fun. Angelet directly raised his right hand, and then violently. The next moment, after the extreme speed ended, the two bodies crashed down. One person's heart was pierced and crushed. One person's head was blown off, red and white, scattered all over the place. Angelet walked towards the Muslim. At this time, Muslims have also grasped some media in their hands. It was a special puppet doll. Seriously, he said to Angelet, I underestimated you, but don't underestimate me. Stop for me, I won't be polite if you come here again. The power of witchcraft I don't think you want to try. Angelet flicked the blood off his hands, and just stood there. Then after about 5 or 6 breaths, he said indifferently, 5 breaths, your vengeful puppet witchcraft should be ready, what are you waiting for, let's use it. The face of the Muslim changed drastically in an instant. He looked at Angelet as if he had seen a ghost. You. How do you know, it's impossible. How do you know about my witchcraft, this is my biggest secret. Angelet's pupils had a light golden stream of data, which was full of mystery in this slightly dim environment. Angelet said indifferently, under these eyes of mine, there are no secrets. What the hell are you talking about, don't be kidding me. The Muslim said sternly. Then it seemed that he had sensed something, and immediately smiled ferociously. Since you want to court death, then I will fulfill you. Angelet narrowed his eyes, and could feel the fluctuation of the opponent's mental power, as well as a strange energy particle, released from the inside of the body. Then it gathered on the special doll in his hand. A strange dark light blooms from the doll. Then, the Muslim directly threw the doll over. Angelet, however, did nothing. Let the other party do what they want. The moment it was about to fall on Angelet, one hand grabbed the doll directly. The light that bloomed above gradually disappeared, and finally the fluctuations of energy particles that existed above also returned to calm. The Muslim broke down and said, it's impossible, how could you know the flaws of my witchcraft, how could you know? Who the hell told you? Angelet put the doll in his hand into his pocket. Facing the Muslim, he said indifferently, I said, there are no secrets in front of my eyes. There seems to be a faint data flow in the light golden light. From Angelet's perspective, even 3 generations of Muslim ancestors can see clearly. What's more, it only takes up part of the time in one's life to practice the content of this witchcraft. Suddenly, Angelet seemed to sense something, and frowned slightly. Rusting sounds came from all directions. Purple eyes lit up one by one in the darkness. At some point, a large number of table-sized spiders surrounded them. These are night spiders, very scary, and they have terrible venom abilities. Flocking here, even some extraordinary creatures stronger than them will die here. The poisonous net sprayed out is also very full, with high viscosity and hardness. The Muslim said with a ferocious face, you are dead, we are all dead, the night spider has surrounded us, I am very happy to be able to drag you to death. My wizarding path has come to an end, but you have just started, you have a big secret, but after death, there is nothing. Angelet didn't bother to listen to this guy anymore, so he didn't have anything to say. He took out the fire dragon sword directly from the wizard ring. The hideous sword hilt has the sharpness of the spine, and the sword body on the cross is smooth to the extreme, and each scale embedded on it is the best embellishment. The slight red flame, accompanied by sparks, instantly ignited the moment Angelet held the hilt of the sword. Then, in the eyes of Muslims who widened in fear, a sword fell directly. A big head rolled into many night spiders. Angelet looked around, and he was completely surrounded. The secreted venom also flowed out from the tails of the night spiders, spreading towards Angelet. These venoms are good, at least they can cause greater danger to Angelet's body. The next great creature to be Angelet's, mixing poison and refining body, witchcraft. And to deal with spiders, and spider webs that are difficult to deal with, of course, you need to use fire to attack. A slight smile appeared on Angelet's face. Sword chi cannot be used, but that doesn't mean there are no other means. Let you all experience the majesty of the fire dragon sword. Angelet placed the fire dragon sword vertically on the ground, then spun it violently. The scales on the sword body suddenly produced dazzling sparks, and a faint dragon roar that seemed to be invisible spread out directly. And the sword body also produced red light, radiating past. The venom on the ground was directly evaporated and disappeared invisible. A large number of night spiders were affected by the aura at the top of the food chain, and their whole bodies trembled in fear for an instant, and quickly retreated to the depths of the night lair. He returned to his bed, shivering. Angelette put the fire dragon sword back into the wizard ring, and looked at the surrounding environment with great satisfaction. Not bothered by these troublesome little guys. Finding nightgrass is much easier. There was also the corpse of a night spider beside it, which fell to the ground relatively late. But Angelette did it on purpose. Put the corpse of the night spider into the wizard ring as well. Then, some loot was cleaned up. Angelette, who came out of the crypt, has already found the 10 nightgrass needed for the mission. Weighing the dozen or so magic stones in his pocket, he curled his lips, a little disgusted. On the way back, he murmured to himself, "The golden belt of murder and arson is nothing more than that, so poor, and I wasted so much time. If it were used to sell wizard potions, I don't know how many magic stones would have been sold." Angelette made up his mind that he would stop beating and killing him if he had nothing to do in the future. Be a law-abiding and good wizard of the Bone Club. The most important thing is to study pharmacy and make a lot of money. He will kill anyone who dares to waste his time and affect his money. Whether it's your own resource needs, the advancement of the wizard's path, or little Lena's soul-related supernatural items. Both require a lot of dark spots and magic stones. In the lounge at night, Angelette started today's random check-in. Surprisingly, today is a rare sign in monthly sign. This has just entered a new month, and on the first day, a good start came directly. Angelette began to look forward to what kind of item he would check in. In the void in front of him, a golden light suddenly appeared. In front of Angelette, there was a golden light shining. Reminder: random sign-in is successful today. Monthly sign-in, reward, cross-border trading witchcraft. Content: build a special altar, use cross-border trading witchcraft, connect to unknown existence, feel the inner thoughts of the other party, and complete the transaction with it. Use: the built altar has strict requirements, and there must be no mistakes or omissions. It can be traded once a month. A great deal of wizarding knowledge passed into Angelette's mind. Because there are too many, Angelette can't fully understand and accept them for the time being, so he can only store them in the memory area of his mind first. Only when the mental power and brain processing power are sufficient can a complete analysis be performed. This is the same situation with avatar witchcraft. It's all because the level of witchcraft itself is too high, and Angelette's current knowledge and spirit are not enough to support it. It was afternoon. Angelette first went to check the situation of the black armored dragon egg. Target: black armored dragon egg. Status: not hatched. Preface: incubating 45%. The condition is very good. Continue to place the fire dragon sword under the black armored dragon egg. Replenish fire elemental energy for incubation. Only then can I go to class with confidence. Location: Dark Wizard Academy, Element Class Classroom. There was a wizard manual on Angelette's table, and she raised her head slightly, looking very seriously at the wizard who was giving a lecture on the podium. A girl in a long black dress, without a wizard's robe, with a good face and eyes as attractive as a starry sky. A head of long hair hangs directly on the back, but the expression on the face is very indifferent, and the temperament is also frighteningly cold. This seems to be a common problem of the Bone Society, and wizards are all indifferent. The fluctuation of the data flow in Angelette's eyes flashed by. The relevant information appeared in the void in front of him, although it was not very comprehensive. But about 50% of the information is clearly visible to Angelette. This also proved that the opponent's strength was definitely not inferior to that of Dr. Crow. They are all at the strength level of the ultimate wizard apprentice. Target: Polaris. Age: 169. Strength: ultimate wizard apprentice. Biography: during the mortal period, she was a slave girl in a mortal country. After the period of the wizard, she was a wizard who studied the path of elements. She was good at dark element witchcraft, energy witchcraft, shadow witchcraft. Angelette's eyes moved slightly. The path of an elemental wizard was also what he was going to take. His affinity is dark element and fire element. If there is a way to obtain relevant wizard knowledge in advance, it would be great. This lesson mainly talks about the difference in activity of elemental energy particles, and how to use those elemental particles for your own use. Thus casting elemental witchcraft. They were all very basic things, but the wizards in the classroom listened very carefully. After all, there are many courses. There is only one free class per week. If you miss it or fail to hear clearly, you can only pay for the dark point or magic stone to buy the class. That price is definitely not something that ordinary wizard apprentices can afford. If you want to take advanced courses for such extreme wizard apprentices, the dark points and magic stones paid are several times more. Angelet also listened carefully and gained something. Combined with the analysis of the dark tides meditation idea by the eye of truth, it corresponds to my own understanding. More insights appeared in his mind. He had a hunch that he would be able to outline a new wizard rune for meditation within 3 days. Class time always flies by quickly. When it was time for get out of class, Polaris turned and left with an indifferent expression. Without the slightest stop, and any delay of any time. For them, it is necessary to prepare the resources to advance to the official wizard as soon as possible. The relevant aspects of wizard knowledge have been accumulated almost. It has even started to create new wizard knowledge on its own. To be promoted to be an official wizard is also a test to practice their own wizard knowledge. If it weren't for the dark contract signed, there are relevant requirements, and these little guys must be taught in the Dark Wizard Academy. Extreme wizard apprentices, don't come to waste this time. As for a class, the reward of 300 or 400 dark points. It's simply better than nothing. However, when Polaris walked out of the door, a figure had already walked in front of him ahead of time. Polaris' eyes turned cold. It was a blonde, somewhat handsome first-level wizard apprentice. He said to Polaris in a very gentlemanly manner, "Dear Senior Polaris, I wonder if there is a chance to invite you to the upcoming banquet at the Dark Wizard Academy." The boldness of this move shocked all the wizard apprentices in the classroom. Even Angelet's pupils changed slightly, and the corners of his mouth moved. I said silently in my heart, "Really brave." He had read part of the biography of Polaris, and knew the character of this woman. During the 150 years of entering the Bone Society, most of them were spent in the residence, studying wizard knowledge, and doing experiments. Either learn witchcraft, then accept the task, and go out to complete the task. It can be called a real wizard path pursuer, with only the vastness of truth in mind. This apprentice wizard actually has an idea about Polaris. Angelet was speechless. He also read the biographical information of the blonde wizard apprentice. Even if there is a wizard family behind it, for extreme wizard apprentices, if you want to ignore it, it just ignored it. But with a higher probability, with the character of the woman Polaris, she will respond. But this response is, what? A scream spread around the door. The sound was very tragic. All the wizard apprentices saw such a scene. Polaris directly condensed dark element energy particles in his hands, and then slapped them directly. The blonde wizard was shot directly in the chest, his ribs were all broken, and he flew upside down on the ground. And there are more serious things with him. The energy particles of high-level wizards are highly radiant. The energy radiation of official wizards is even more serious, so the area is divided. On the chest of the blonde wizard, the flesh and blood began to corrode and die, and it was still spreading to the whole body. Lying on the ground, it's almost just more air in and less air out. Polaris didn't even look at the guy who wasted her time. Stepped over it and left. Many apprentice wizards began to whisper, with gloating looks on their faces. Angelet heard some. Most of them were that the blonde wizard was often defiant after relying on his own wizard family. Offended many wizard apprentices. But those wizard apprentices were obstructing the wizard family behind the opponent, so they ignored this guy. Angelet narrowed his eyes. The energy particles of the dark element are extremely corrosive, and they were released by an apprentice of an extreme wizard. This guy has a high chance of dying. But he was also curious, looking at the figure of the blonde wizard with deep meaning in his eyes. When all the wizard apprentices looked on coldly, they were almost finished. Angelet also walked out of the classroom slowly, and came to the side of the blonde wizard. The other party looked at Angelet with longing eyes, as if he wanted Angelet to save him. However, Angelet took out a loaded small bottle from his pocket with an indifferent expression. He opened the bottle, took out the tweezers, and took a little bit of skin and flesh from the eroded part of the blonde wizard's chest. It's really curious what kind of properties the dark element energy particles of the extreme wizard apprentice have. Angelet looked at the dark flesh in the bottle with excitement on his face. With the eye of truth, he may be able to analyze the dark energy particles of Polaris and maybe grasp it. The dark energy particles of the Polaris are very different from the general dark energy particles. Absolutely nothing so horribly corrosive. The blonde wizard looked at Angelet viciously, obviously understanding what he was doing. Angelet also found out, but he didn't do anything because the person in front of him was already dead. Although there are laws and regulations, people cannot kill people in the Dark Land. But if it is only a serious injury after the shot, it is also within the regulations. As for dying after being seriously injured, it has nothing to do with the person who made the shot. The blonde wizard thought that there was a wizard family behind him, so he could provoke a strong man like the ultimate wizard apprentice. It's really, really stupid. An extreme wizard apprentice can have another title, that is, a half-step official wizard. The wizard family will not face such a strong man for the sake of a family heir. Angelet glanced at the blonde wizard indifferently. It is a miracle that such an idiot can survive till now. Then raise your leg and step over it. However, just a few steps away, 2 or 3 female figures also walked towards him. Among them are Freya and Sophia, whom Angelet happens to remember. The other 2 women no longer have any memory. Angelet looked indifferent, but Freya and Sophia had very deep memories of Angelet. Those were the words spoken on the boat. It has been confirmed until now that it is really very reasonable. My heart is still full of admiration. Especially Freya, recalling her own stupidity, her face became a little unnatural. But Angelet hasn't heard much lately. Looking at the current situation, I don't have the pessimism that my 2 female freshman companions said. Freya and Sophia just wanted to say hello to Angelet. He was interrupted by 2 female freshmen beside him. Ouch, isn't this the freshman who didn't come to the party? Yeah, you actually ignored the invitation from the Muslim seniors. You're really powerful and famous. It doesn't look like much. I thought it would be a good one. Tisk tisk tisk. The Muslim senior said a few days ago that he wants to help our freshmen who have participated in the evening party to get the wizard's meditation method quickly. These 2 female freshmen were at the party, and they were courteous to Muslims and other older students. They were sneering, wanting to see the anger on Angelet's face. Even desperate and lost, and then regretting and unwilling. Angelet didn't even notice that Shendu didn't change at all, just walked past them. His expression was indifferent, as if these people were all air. For Angelet, never wasting time with people who have nothing to do with her life. Praise is also good. Insulting is fine too. It won't move him, and he shouldn't care at all. In the world of wizards, only strength and profound knowledge of wizards can prove everything. There is no right or wrong. No matter how many people you kill, how many bad things you do, and how bad your personality is. As long as there is the ability to bear the consequences, then you are the most correct. It is a pity that ordinary people cannot meet such conditions. What are you dragging? When you regret it, hee hee. The 2 female freshmen felt disgusted as if they had eaten some filth. But it was Angelet's ignorance that exposed their inferiority complex and their weakness in trying to rely on others most obviously. Muslim seniors, I said the day before yesterday that I had something to do with a few seniors, and I guess they will be back soon. When we learn wizard meditation and this Angelet doesn't, the gap will be obvious. Quote. The female freshman said disdainfully. When that time comes, this Angelet will definitely come to ask for it. There are too many people who think they are independent, and there is no good end. However, every wizard at the level of an extreme wizard apprentice has a strong personal will and is never swayed by other influences. Sophia and Freya had complicated expressions on their faces, and they glanced at Angelet's back. He glanced at the 2 companions beside him again, only to feel that it was so dazzling and uncomfortable. Subconsciously recalled what Angelet said on the big ship. Some different thoughts appeared in my mind. Ah, look, there is a person lying in front. A female freshman exclaimed. It seems to be a senior. He has no breath, he is dead. This is a big deal. Let's go. This kind of thing can't stay for too long, and it will cause a show. Location: residential area, mountain area, number 22. Time: 9 o'clock in the evening. When Angelette returned to the wizard's residence, there was good news. That is about the hatching of Hajialong's eggs, and there is already a result. In the cultivation room, looking at the black armored dragon egg on the Huolongjian, there are tiny lines of fire appearing on the pattern on the eggshell, flowing like magma. Angelette dripped some blood on the surface of the dragon egg again. It's almost done, and the black armored dragon eggs will be completely hatched tonight. Angelette had a smile on his face. And there will also be an improvement in the convenience of shaman meditation. I have also fully mastered the basic knowledge of pharmacy, and I can try to refine wizard potions. The corpse of the night spider obtained from the night lair is also stored in the ice storage. Tonight, the progress of the mixing poison and refining the body, witchcraft can be improved again. For Angelette, this is simply 4 blessings. Close indoors. Angelette sat cross-legged on the platform, and a large number of natural energy particles of heaven and earth began to rush towards him subconsciously. In the sea of consciousness, there were originally 3 star-like wizard runes hanging high in the sky, bright and bright, shining on the endless darkness below. At this moment, with the surge of a lot of spiritual power, a new wizard rune was gradually outlined by meditation. Tick. It was still the familiar sound of water dripping through stone. Angelette herself seemed to have turned into a rock, with water flowing past her. The drops of water dripping from above hit the stubborn rock and splashed, only a small part of it fell into the water flow. Or it evaporates directly into the air. However, with the passage of time, the water drop will eventually penetrate the stubborn stone and directly merge into the water flow. And at that time, it was also the time when Angelette's own energy particles were born. In the sea of consciousness, dark things occupy most places. 3 star-like wizard runes lit up, also illuminating part of the area. Flows of water can be seen in blurred outlines. With Angelette's continuous efforts, the new wizard rune finally lit up. 1 stroke at a time, the traces are particularly gentle, ordinary people may be dazzled and feel like vomiting at a glance. The 4 wizard runes are connected with each other, illuminating more dark areas. Inside the closed room, Angelette opened his eyes, and the spiritual power in his mind was slowly increasing, and finally stopped and returned to calm. Host: Angelette. Residence area: Dark Land, residential area, number 22. Mountain area. Current physique: 15.9. Current mental power: 12.3. Qualification: 3 grades. Level: Level 1 Wizard Apprentice. Witchcraft: Mixed poison and body. Phase 2 Incarnation, Hand of Alchemy, Cross-boundary trading witchcraft. Meditation method: Dark tides. Pharmaceutical: Basic pharmacy knowledge, Blooming miracle potion, formula. Alchemy: None. Magic stone: 15. Items: Wizard ring, meteor iron sword, black armored dragon egg, invisibility cloak. Passive ability: Poison resistance level 1. The value of mental strength has been increased by 1.5. Angelette predicted that the 9 wizard runes of this, Dark Tides, meditation method, after the outline is completed, can just increase the lifting power to a value above 20. Can be directly promoted to the 2nd level Wizard Apprentice. This is also due to Angelette's outstanding qualifications. Generally speaking, the improvement of spiritual power is related to aptitude and meditation methods. The better, the greater the improvement. And the better the aptitude, the lower the level of improvement in the basic spiritual power itself. Paired with a good enough wizard meditation method, it can form several times the promotion bonus. It's a pity that wizard meditation methods are generally top secret inheritance. It will only give the most basic wizard meditation ideas, and let the wizard apprentices practice. If so, Angelette can directly advance through meditation without using external forces such as wizard potions. Already more than 99% of the wizard apprentices in the White Bones Society. It is the wizard seed that official wizards will take care of. Angelette strikes while the iron is hot. Take out the night spider that was sealed in the freezer. Came to the laboratory. First, he used a biological scalpel to cut off many of the night spider's feet. These things are also useful, although not edible. but it can be used as one of the raw materials for some kind of transformation wizard potion, and it is an extraordinary resource. Then, Angelet took out the venom from the night spider's tail and stored it in the container. Then there is the edible part of the night spider. There is actually not a lot of edible meat on the night spider. After Angelet processed it, there was only palm-sized meat left. But the taste of the night spider should be more delicious. After all, there is a lot of meat, and the meat is very rough. Those with less meat are generally more tender and refined. As Angelet eats more and more extraordinary creatures, she has gradually summed up some characteristics. The crucible was placed on the cooking and burning utensils, and the fire was directly ignited to heat the crucible. Then, the extracted night spider and biological oil were poured directly down. Soon a unique oily fragrance came out. Let Angelet's saliva secrete directly. I also look forward to what this dark night spider is like. The night spider meat was wrapped in breadcrumbs, and then directly put into the crucible, where it was steamed and fried in a different way. Time passed slowly, and Angelet took off his clothes in time. I am going to apply the venom of the night spider on my body, so as to exercise my body and practice the witchcraft of chaos body refining. Soon, the dark night spider meat in the crucible will be properly cooked. A strong fragrance gushes out directly. The bursts of transmission filled the corners of the entire room with such a fragrance. Angelet couldn't bear it any longer, and fixed his eyes on the crucible. I saw the dark night spider meat, piece by piece, fried until golden, looking crystal clear and full of appetite. Angelet didn't forget the last step. Sprinkle with spices and go straight to the boil. Swallowing all the night spider meat, it melted directly in his mouth. A large number of flavors stimulated Angelet's taste buds, and even made Shendu a little excited. He has already put the night spider on his food list. The flesh of the extraordinary creature had been digested, and Angelet could feel the explosion of biological energy in his body. It turned into a billowing heat stream, one after another. Angelet didn't waste any time, and applied the night spider's venom all over his body. The pungent smell made him frown. Then came the pain that felt as if the whole body was about to be melted. But Angelet held back. This was a sign that the physical body was gradually becoming stronger under the witchcraft of mixing poison and refining the body. When the morning was approaching, Angelet slowly walked out of the laboratory. There was a faint smile on his face. The physical body has become stronger. And to advance to a higher stage of mixing poison and refining body, witchcraft, only 2 quality poisonous extraordinary creatures are needed. Arriving at the laboratory, Angelet was going to check the status of the Ankylosaurus eggs. But as soon as he walked into the laboratory, Angelet had a special feeling. It was as if there was another life. There was surprise in his eyes. Could it be that? Soon, he made up his mind. In the laboratory, a dark red black-armored young dragon was climbing and making trouble. Has a pair of small hairless wings, similar to the body of Tyrannosaurus rex, and the wings cannot support its flight. It can only support short-term high-altitude to low-altitude taxiing. A short burst of flames continued to spew out of the mouth. When Angelet appeared in the laboratory, the black-armored young dragon thumped and came towards Angelet. And Angelet also took advantage of this opportunity to check the data of the young dragon with the Eye of Truth. Target: black-armored young dragon. Status: young dragon. Ability: target: black-armored young dragon. Status: young dragon. Abilities: bathing in fire, dragon's breath, extraordinary physique, invincible, strength. Biography: the black-armored young dragon hatched by the wizard Angelet with the fire dragon sword. The blood of the black-armored dragon has a mutation. Compared with the ordinary black-armored dragon, there is a certain chance of being able to return to the ancestors and advance to the purgatory black god dragon. Promotion: the black-armored young dragon needs a large amount of supernatural substances with fire attributes to replenish the biological energy in the body. Angelet looked at the black-armored young dragon that was rubbing against him, feeling the extremely close connection between his mind and heart, and he could order him to do anything with a single thought. However, with a little emotion on Angelet's face, he teased the black-armored young dragon with his hand. Slowly said, "You little thing is also a big consumer of resources. But the return is far greater than the effort. A first-level extraordinary monster comparable to an official wizard. It's not an ordinary extraordinary monster, but a dragon blood species. The strength is generally much stronger than ordinary extraordinary creatures of the same level. Angelet remodeled the breeding room and transformed it into a dragon nest suitable for the life of black-armored young dragons. By the way, I also considered whether to buy some zero-level extraordinary creatures and raise them in mountainous areas. As the meat of the black-armored young dragon, the Daya festival is also used to train its wildness by the way. Thinking of this, Angelet felt it was still necessary. What he wants is not a house pet, but a companion who can help him in the fight. There must be enough wildness. Inside the lounge, Angelet packed her things and was ready to go to the Dark Wizard Academy for today's class. It is also the pharmacy class that Angelet is most looking forward to. The wizard potion formula and corresponding materials that can be prostituted for nothing. Lena, let's go. Angelet put on the finger bones of Reyna on the desk. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the wizard city near the Dark Land, a large number of relatives related to wizards live in it. Or some mortal knights, mortal nobles chasing the mystery. The wizard family of the White Bones Society is also such a person. There were wizards in the ancestors, and the wizard's wizarding path could not continue, so the branches and leaves scattered. It is similar to the Lucen family, but the mortals with wizard qualifications are still bigger than those in other places. Thus formed the industrial chain of the family Shi, and the power of the same line. Luxurious location in the City of Bones. This is the area where the Zijinhua wizard family is located. In the square, all the Zijinhua families are standing here, Looking at the center of the square, the rotting corpse with blonde hair was lying there. It was the sorcerer apprentice who once blocked Polaris. Among them, the ones in the front are all the elders of the Zijinhua family, and they are surrounded by an old figure. Patriarch, we can't bear this tone. Members of the Zijinhua family were killed in the Dark Wizard Academy. Even if the trouble goes to the headquarters of the Bone Society, we are justified. That's right, Patriarch. That Polaris is really too arrogant. Don't think that he is the ultimate wizard apprentice. Our Zijinhua family is not without people. The wizards from the Zijinhua family, there are 5 or 6 existences up and down, and they activate energy to make that Polaris pay the price. These elders said with anger on their faces. The rest of the Zijinhua family are ordinary people without the aura of wizards. Breath is more of a knight among mortals. That old figure, with white hair all over his head, and the wrinkles on his face were piled up with a lot of dead skin, but it exuded a terrifying aura that no one could ignore. That is the energy fluctuation belonging to the extreme wizard apprentice. Huck Zijinhua's expression became gloomy, and he glanced at the elders coldly. Immediately, these elders didn't dare to speak anymore, and even lowered their heads with other members, not daring to look more. Huck Zijinhua is the patriarch and a powerful and ruthless wizard. For the clansmen, there will be no mercy. The treatment of wizards and non-wizards is fundamentally different. Huck Zijinhua knew her own situation, and also understood the importance of an apprentice of an extreme wizard. Now, there's really no need to mess with an extreme wizard apprentice. He was too old, and after 3 failed attempts to become an official wizard, he was doomed to be an ultimate wizard apprentice for the rest of his life until he died. Of course, if you want to be immortal, it is also possible, that is to attach to a witch weapon, or become an alternative spirit species. But he still has the last dignity of a wizard, so he would not choose this way. Huck Zijinhua has already thought a lot in just a short time. For the continuation of the family, it is not appropriate to provoke an existence like Polaris. If the opponent succeeds in advancing, it will be a disaster for the Zijinhua family to be wiped out. But in order to establish the majesty of the Zijinhua family, they had to do so. Huck Zijinhua said in a hoarse voice. This junior chooses to seek death, that is his own choice, and he has to bear the price. Polaris didn't kill him on the spot, so the rules of the Bone Club were not triggered. When talking about this, Huck Zijinhua almost gritted her teeth and said it. Those elders didn't dare to say anything, because the aura exuding from Huck made them feel the threat of death. However, when the younger generation is dying, no one rescues them. This is the greatest irony. Issue a mission, give enough benefit resources, and track down what happened to the younger generation after being injured by Polaris, and between death. There should be tricks in it. Huck Zijinhua added a word in her heart. There are alternatives that can make the Zijinhua family step down and vent. The majesty of the Zijinhua family is also the biggest reason why they can gain a firm foothold in the Bone Wizard City. Location: Dark Wizard Academy, Potion Classroom. Time: 4 p.m. There are not many wizard members in the classroom, and there are only a dozen scattered seats. Compared with other disciplines, pharmacy is only chosen by wizards who want to become a pharmacist. All have a definite purpose. As for the people in class, Angelette was a little surprised. It turned out to be a figure wrapped in vegetation, and the face part also had a special decoration similar to that of pitcher plants. It should be a decoration, but Angelette is not sure. The face is the appearance of a middle-aged woman, the skin is the blue color of trees, and the lips are even more obvious blue-gray. Unlike the teaching wizards that Angelette had taught before, the teacher of this pharmacy course is actually a rare warm-hearted and smiling face. There seem to be a little more people today. That's great. Let's welcome the new students, the pharmacy teacher said with a bright smile. And Angelette looked at the past with the eyes of truth and made observations. Target: Green Mother Wizard. Strength. Biography. Supplement: the disparity in strength is too great to carry out detailed truth detection, only a preliminary analysis shows that the other party is not human. Angelette's pupils shrank suddenly, the disparity in strength was too huge. Even Angelette, the ultimate wizard apprentice, can check about 60% of it now. Could it be that, at this time, the Green Mother Wizard seemed to have noticed that Angelette was observing her? They looked at each other with gentle eyes, and said with a smile, "The new classmate over there seems to like the teacher very much. Can you introduce yourself? Tell me about your ideals." Immediately, other wizard apprentices in the classroom had gloating smiles on their faces. All eyes looked over. The corner of Angelette's mouth twitched, and he took a deep breath. This pharmacy teacher, who was suspected to be an official wizard, was really different from other teachers in essence. Chapter 41. With so many eyes on Angelette, there was nothing awkward about it. He just said with a flat expression, "Angelette, I want to use the potion for profit. Becoming a pharmacist will help me in my wizarding path." The Green Mother Wizard smiled softly. "That's pretty good. But the vastness of pharmacy is not at all easier than the paths of elemental wizards. Are you sure you have the ability and time to take care of it?" Angelette was slightly surprised. He could only say that he was an official wizard, and his eyesight was indeed different from that of an apprentice wizard. It was possible to see the traces of Angelette's practice of dark tides meditation at a glance. It was determined that he would follow the path of an elemental wizard. The other wizards present looked over with mockery in their eyes. The pharmacist and the original wizard's path are double, which is something that everyone has hoped for. But in fact, it can't be done at all. Once you choose the pharmacist path, it will lead to time being occupied and distracted. Turning to his own research on the path of wizards, he must also pour in this aspect. Although the meditation time will not be reduced, but the combat effectiveness and the depth of the wizard's path of research. It is too much worse than other wizards of the same type. In the end, he gradually became a wizard who mainly studied potions. They belong to the support staff, but they also have a lot of benefits, and the Bone Club has a lot of preferential treatment. For example, when a war breaks out, it is also the priority to protect people. From another aspect, it can also be said that almost all the wizard apprentices present did not want to engage in introversion with other wizard apprentices from the White Bone Club. I chose the relatively peaceful path of pharmacy. Angelette's expression didn't change at all, he just said lightly, "Yes." The Green Mother Wizard's eyes lit up immediately, and she clapped her hands very emotionally and said, "That's great." Everyone applauded quickly. "Welcome our new classmate. What we want in pharmacy is such energetic students. You should learn more, don't be dead for a day, and make our pharmacy like a place for the elderly." The other wizard apprentices in the classroom are almost all old apprentices, and there is no choice for new students. Seeing that the Green Mother Wizard had spoken, she could only applaud weakly and say a few good words. Looking at it this way, it is really as lifeless as the Green Mother Wizard said. What Angelette noticed was the difference between the Green Goblin Wizards and those extreme wizard apprentices. In terms of personality, there seems to be a strong contrast. The Green Mother Wizard began to teach and explain the basics of pharmacy. For example, how to identify the corresponding raw materials and how to deal with them. A handbook of pharmaceutical raw materials was also distributed. Today's lesson tells about the raw materials of a wizard potion, how to refine it, what technique, temperature, and level of mastery. Angelet listened carefully and quickly absorbed all the knowledge into his mind. The Eye of Truth is also observing and analyzing all the time, analyzing the wizard knowledge spoken out more thoroughly. The state described by the Green Mother Wizard stopped. However, the wizard apprentices did not stop to comprehend, but were thinking about the content of the potion, refining details and the like. Among other things, although the wizard apprentices of pharmacy do not want to involve with the wizard apprentices of other disciplines, but the attitude towards pharmacy is also very serious. This is also due to the teachings of the Green Mother Wizard, who narrates in great detail, and is fully cultivating the fresh blood of pharmacists in the White Bone Society. Angelet was also thinking, but while thinking, he also thought about other things. It seems that a pharmacist is indeed a very convenient auxiliary path. With the existence of the official wizard, the Green Goblin Wizard, there is not much disturbance that can affect the pharmacy discipline. However, one must first become a pharmacist in order to make good use of the influence of the pharmacy discipline to achieve some convenience for oneself. The Green Mother Wizard said, "It seems that everyone has a preliminary understanding of the content of today's talk, so let's start learning the refining of potions. I will actually operate it again. This month's homework is to refine a complete blue potion." The Green Mother Wizard thought for a while and said, "That classmate named Angelet, you are a freshman, since you haven't studied the previous courses, you can come to me and watch carefully." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of more than a dozen apprentice wizards in the classroom suddenly became a little apprehensive. The Green Mother Wizard is an official wizard. This is an early opportunity to build a good relationship with the official wizard. Many old students, some with red eyes, even wondered whether they should be like this freshman, making Potter's independent words like this. It aroused the admiration of the Green Mother Wizard. Angelet stood next to the Green Mother Wizard, and could clearly see the characteristics of the plants on the Green Mother Wizard's body, and even saw the subtleties, the fluff of the plants in the active state. Wriggling in the self, very dense. If there is intensive phobia, it is estimated that they have already collapsed. Angelet's pupils contracted slightly suppressing the Eye of Truth. The Green Wizard looked at Angelet with a smile and said, "Azure Potion is a wizard's potion that can restore energy particles in a wizard's body. And it's one of the few wizard potions that can be refined without energy particles and only use mental power. This is your first class, don't worry, it's normal for a pharmacist to fail." The Green Mother Wizard didn't think that Angelet was capable, so she refined the Azure Potion without contact with it before and had taken courses. Including the other old students present also thought so. It's just that the Green Mother Wizard gave some compensation to the promising newcomers. After all, it's homework for this month. Credits exclusive to pharmacy cannot be accumulated without completion. It is also impossible to exchange the corresponding wizard potion formula from the Green Mother Wizard. It is worth mentioning that potion credits cannot be exchanged with dark points and magic stones. What is exchanged is also a private collection exclusively for the Green Mother Wizard, and is not open to the Bone Society. Listening to the comforting words of the Green Mother Wizard, Angelet nodded slightly. However, for the potion of Azure Potion, in front of Angelet who has fully comprehended the basic knowledge of pharmacy. In fact, it is not difficult. It also happened to be able to use these off-the-shelf free supernatural materials for practical operation and mastery. For credits, if Angelet can get them, of course he will definitely get them. There are additional rewards for the first 3 levels. In the field of pharmacy, the more capable you are, the more respect you will receive from all parties. Talking about one's own level of medicine, including people from other disciplines, will also respect it. There's nothing wrong with offending a pharmacist. What Angelet thought was that these old students have listened to the courses for countless times. The level of the medicine produced must be higher than his own. You may not be able to get this extra credit award. Soon, the refining of potions began. The Green Mother Wizard looked very serious when she was performing the practice of refining potions. The atmosphere in the entire classroom can't help but become dignified. The eyes of all the wizard apprentices were fixed on every movement of the Green Mother Wizard. Even Angelet is no exception. Because, the person in front of him is not a small character. It's a person standing at the top of the pyramid, teaching and demonstrating in person by an official wizard. Such opportunities are rare. It can be seen from the fact that other courses are taught by extreme wizard apprentices. Pharmacy has its own peculiarities. The Green Mother Wizard began to process the relevant raw materials in front of her. The hands are also unique, and there are 2 extra fingers, 6 fingers. Angelette thought of the only information observed by the eye of truth. That is, the Green Mother Wizard is not a human being. The various peculiarities of the Green Mother Wizard can be seen. This is not uncommon in the world of wizards. As long as you have the will of a wizard, you are still a wizard. The 6 fingers were very flexible, and they picked up a special blue fruit, which is the main material of the blue potion. It is called azure fruit, and it must be used to extract the juice in it, and then extract the related extraordinary ingredients. As time went by, the steps were realized one by one. And gradually, some people began to be unable to keep up with the progress, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads, and their faces gradually turned pale. Those are wizard apprentices with slightly weaker mental strength. Angelette still looked calm, watching every move of the Green Mother Wizard very intently. Finally, the Green Mother Wizard stopped her operation, and a brand new azure potion had already appeared on the workbench. The color is extremely pure, like the color of the ocean. Careful clues, it seems that the scenery of the ocean is really rippling in it. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief, with shock and tension on their faces. Sweating profusely is almost the norm. Is this the strength of an official wizard? Angelette was also surprised. As expected, she had reached the realm of returning to basics. At least 50%, he couldn't understand the level of technique. Of course, with the most basic techniques, it can still be made. And the pressure is not as great as imagined. Let's get started, students. The Green Mother Wizard said with a smile. Angelette returned to her position, and with the flash of the wizard's mark, the special course in front of her was directly activated. There are grooves unfolded from the inside, and then the corresponding workbench is presented. The corresponding raw materials are also stored on the workbench. Without any hesitation, Angelette directly started the relevant operations. The other wizard apprentices were also nervously refining. But they actually have some guesses in their minds, and the top 3 this time are probably those 3 guys. It is located in the first row, facing the 3 nearest positions of the Green Mother Wizard podium. 2 men and 1 woman, with different hair colors, and in Angelette's opinion, they smell pretty good. He has reached the level of a second-level wizard apprentice. They are also the top 3 in pharmacy, and they can be called the mainstay of the big 3. Named Rake, Yalin, and Jinx. All of them looked very serious, and they seemed to be learned Green Mother Wizards. The raw materials on the workbench in front of him are also handled meticulously, without any difference. Judging from the speed, they seem to be competing with each other. That's right, in pharmacy, only the 3 of them can be counted as real opponents, a class. The rest are of a worse grade, and still far from it. The number 1 this time, everyone wants to fight for it in their own hands. And the wizard apprentices present also seemed to have noticed that they were in the last row, a relatively remote and quiet place. The freshman who no one thought could refine the azure potion. He was quite casually throwing the materials into the crucible in different order. This seems to be a new way of dealing with raw materials, different from that taught by the Green Mother. The degree of difficulty is even higher, and the depth of mastery of medicine knowledge is no small matter. It has reached the point where the foundation is complete, and there are no gaps. The Green Mother Wizard's attention was gradually attracted by Angelette, and her eyes changed a lot. This is. The Green Mother Wizard was surprised, and took a deep look at Angelette. It seems to have seen something. Time passed slowly, when the Green Mother Wizard announced the end of the assessment. All the wizard apprentices stopped what they were doing, and some of them had disappointment on their faces. And some of them are happy, and have successfully produced the azure potion and completed the assessment. At this moment, everyone's eyes are focused on the 3 pillars in the first row. It seems that they are the center of this assessment. The blonde-haired Lake confidently took out his blue potion. Master Green Mother Wizard, I have to win the first prize this time. I can't see it. Of course, the effects must be compared to determine who is number 1. The blue-haired young man with a smile, Yalin said with a smile, also holding the blue potion he made in his hand. And Jinx has silver brown curly hair, draped over his shoulders, with a beautiful appearance, and said confidently, "This time, I am the first." The three of them displayed a dazzling radiance of self-confidence at this moment, making others look enviously. At the same time, I am also very admired, which is brought about by the absolute knowledge level of medicine. The Green Mother Wizard said with a smile. It seems that everyone's ambition is very high, and they are very confident in their own works. It's a good thing, but this time it's not the first choice among the three little boys. Immediately, the eyes of everyone present were full of surprise. What does this mean, Mrs. Green Mother Wizard? Is there anyone else who can surpass the potion level of the three pillars? The expressions of the three people in the first row also changed, and their eyes narrowed slightly. The Green Mother Wizard chuckled. This time there is a little boy who surprised me, and that is the new student Angelet. Can you give me your azure potion for a look? Immediately, all eyes turned to the freshman in the last row in disbelief. The freshman who no one thought could pass this assessment. When the Green Mother Wizard said it himself, they still exclaimed in their hearts that it was impossible. The Green Mother Wizard can't make a mistake. This is just a newcomer. How could it be possible to attend the first class without knowing the content of azure potion before? Refining a blue potion of higher quality than the three pillars. Angelet just slightly shrugged his shoulders in response to the many suspicious gazes. Confidently holding the azure potion in his hand, he walked along the aisle towards the podium. Confidence is an absolute must for a pharmacist. This is the greatest affirmation of my own work. The three pillars of pharmacy looked at Angelet with ugly expressions. The three of them were very unconvinced and had very big doubts. Of course, they wouldn't accuse the Green Mother Wizard of judgment. I just subconsciously think that this is the preferential treatment given by the Green Mother Wizard to the new students. After all, I have recruited students back several times, but there are no freshmen who belong to pharmacy. Lord Green Mother Wizard, it is understandable for them to encourage and support the new students. But it can't be so partial. After all, pharmacy still has to use its works to speak for itself. The Green Mother Wizard saw everything in her eyes, and said with a smile, I have to say, Angelet gave me a surprise. He has a lot of talent for potions. Angelet has given the blue potion in her hand to the Green Mother Wizard. The Green Mother Wizard raised the azure potion so that everyone could see it. It is well known that the quality of potions is divided into 4 stages: inferior, ordinary, high quality, and perfect. But above these 4 stages, there is another stage, which is the limit. Jinx frowned and said, Master Green Mother Wizard, are you saying that the quality of this new medicine has reached its limit? There was suspicion and distrust towards Angelet in the words. Right, the Green Mother Wizard said lightly. The potions you 3 have refined have reached a perfect level, and there is no big difference. You only need to compare the completion time and methods, and choose the top 3. Quote. Yalin and Lake looked thoughtful, because even they hadn't succeeded in refining the ultimate quality potion. Then there are almost no gaps in his basic medicine knowledge, and he can move forward perfectly to the next stage. How could a new student have deeper attainments than theirs? The Green Mother Wizard continued. The technique also surprised me. It completely surpassed you. I didn't use the technique I taught. I researched the medicine technique that suits me. The most obvious part of the ultimate potion is the concentration of aura in the potion. As he said that, the Green Mother Wizard shook the blue potion, and saw small dots like stars appearing in the liquid medicine. At this moment, the many apprentice wizards present were really shocked. I've read the records, and this is the sign of the ultimate potion. It's unbelievable, this Angelet actually refined the ultimate potion, surpassing 3 pillars. Could it be that this is a new genius in our pharmacy, or a genius beyond the 3 pillars? The voice of discussion gradually rose, and all eyes looked on Angelet with admiration. In pharmacy, as long as one has enough pharmacy strength, he will be respected by other pharmacists. Between the 3 pillars, the expression also changed, a self-created technique. When the Green Mother Wizard said this, they were completely convinced in their hearts. As an official wizard, the Green Mother Wizard is an authority. It is also a fact that Angelet's level surpassed them. The advantage of pharmacy is that there is sufficient division of interests. Unlike other places, wolves have more meat and less meat, so they are so inward. Things that even entrap each other happened more than once. Angelet stood next to the Green Mother Wizard, neither humble nor overbearing. Regarding this result, he didn't feel the slightest wave in his heart. When he saw these wizard apprentices refining, he already knew that he would be the number one for this assignment. This is the vision brought about by the crushing of one's own wizard knowledge. The only regret is that the potion level of these wizard apprentices is too low. It is reckoned that the medicine level of Begu society will not be so high no matter how high it is. The Green Mother Wizard in front of him should be the only potion master. What more did the Green Mother Wizard say, after announcing the assessment results for this assignment? The corresponding score was assigned to the wizard mark of each wizard apprentice. Yaren, Rick, Jinx, and Angelet, come with me. Many wizard apprentices in the classroom watched the backs of the four of them leaving the classroom with the Green Mother Wizard. Their eyes were full of envy and taste. This is Mrs. Green Mother Sorcerer, it's time to make a small fuss. But there is no way to do this, after all, my own level has not reached the same level. A wizard apprentice said with emotion. Unexpectedly, the freshman who came this year would be such an outstanding genius. Even though he originally had a certain level of medicine, he was able to achieve such a level after only watching one class. It's so scary. A wizard apprentice echoed and said, after today, there will be another layer in the original division. This is called Angelet's new student, and it will be before the 3 pillars. The Green Mother Wizard led the 4 of them to a special garden where outsiders could not come. There are green flowers, trees and climbing vines everywhere, and cobblestone paths are directly interspersed among them. The 3 pillars looked a little excited, they seemed to know something. Angelet looked at the Green Mother Wizard and heard her say, I want to create a lineage of potions. You are the disciples of my Green Mother. I don't know what your opinions are. The 3 pillars were already extremely excited, and they agreed without the slightest hesitation. I am willing, Lord Green Mother Wizard. We are all willing to be your disciples. Now all that remains is Angelet's response. All eyes were on him. Angelet suddenly thought of many conjectures. There is a lot of information about the White Bone Society, but it is still not enough to understand the information of the upper level of the White Bone Society. We can only start with the many influences that the Green Mother Wizard wants to create a line of potions. Soon, Angelet gave a response and said, Dear Green Mother Wizard, if I join the potion lineage, what can I gain, and what will I have to pay? A look of appreciation flashed across the face of the Green Mother Wizard. Compared with the 3 pillars, she is really optimistic about Angelet. Whether it's character, or the reaction when facing oneself, both have a wizard's best response. As for the 3 pillars, they are far worse than just one. The Green Mother Wizard figured out the reason. The newborn Angelet in front of him had his own ambitions. It's not just limited to the road of medicine. His ambition is bigger and wider than imagined. There was a faint smile on the corner of the Green Mother Wizard's mouth. There was nothing wrong with an ambitious wizard with pure wizard qualities. She was looking forward to how far this little guy could go. From the current point of view, it seems that there is no small hope that she can be on the same level as her. The 3 pillars looked at Angelet with incredulous expressions on their faces. Is this freshman crazy? What you are facing is an invitation from an official wizard, a Green Mother Wizard who is a potion master. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I don't know how many people are eager to have it. Even those 3rd-level wizard apprentices and extreme wizard apprentices don't have such treatment. If you want an official wizard to be accepted as a disciple, you have to sign many contracts. They didn't understand, really didn't understand, and even thought that Angelet would make the Green Mother Wizard angry. It won't hurt them too. Immediately, they glanced at Angelet as if complaining. Using the corner of their eyes, they looked at the Green Mother Wizard who should have become displeased and angry in their imagination. However, something happened that made all of them even more incomprehensible. The Green Mother Wizard actually had a very satisfied smile on her face. He even looked at Angelet with admiration. That's right, Angelet, to join the medicine lineage, you only need to sign a mutual contract. You will advance and retreat together with the medicine lineage. At the same time, the wizard knowledge related to the medicine lineage will also be open to you. Maintain the exact interests of the medicine lineage, and at the same time, I can be your strong backing to do what you want. The words of the Green Mother Wizard gradually echoed in everyone's ears. This has clearly indicated that it can be the backer behind Angelet. The meaning of the representative can be said to be very important. The three pillars looked blankly at the Green Mother Wizard, and at the same time glanced at Angelet. They didn't understand how the Green Mother Wizard could be so fancy about a newcomer. Even if he showed his talent in potion and comprehend the technique of refining potion, he shouldn't have given such promised preferential treatment so quickly. This made the three of them feel a sense of gap and imbalance in their hearts. The Green Mother Wizard proposed Angelet's name, which proved that what she just said was only aimed at Angelet. Instead of completely letting go of the preferential treatment for the three of them. There was seriousness in Angelet's eyes, and he said, "Master Green Mother Wizard, I am willing to join the medicine lineage, maintain the medicine lineage, and develop the medicine lineage." Compared with other factions of the White Bone Society, the crazy introversion struggle is relatively peaceful in the medicine branch. This also proved that the lineage of medicine may not be the biggest in terms of influence. But the lineage of medicine has its unique advantages. That is uniqueness. In the entire Bone Society, there is only such a branch of Green Mother Potion. No other pharmacy master, formal wizard, can reach this level. With the backing of an official wizard, it is much easier for Angelet to do anything. The lineage of potions has been completely established. The four people present have all become disciples of the Green Mother Wizard. From now on, it will no longer rely on credits to exchange knowledge of wizard potions with the Green Mother Wizard. Instead, all the knowledge of pharmacy below the advanced level is open to them. Angelet also has follow-up advanced potion knowledge, which can be improved. As for the ranking among the disciples, Lake, Yalin, Jinx, Angelet. But the first three people all knew that the Green Mother Wizard valued and supported Angelet differently. There is the most obvious difference in the signed contract. Angelet didn't need to pay anything more, in a general sense, to develop the medicine lineage. And they have the requirements for ranking what they have to pay, and the conditions are relatively troublesome and harsh in some places. Knowledge among wizards is the most expensive, and they have no opinion and are willing to pay these conditions. But the only dissatisfaction is the preferential treatment for Angelet. On the way out, four people are walking. "I don't think you are any better than me. I will surpass you. I will never admit defeat in medicine. I will let the Green Mother Wizard know that I am the best one." Jinx tossed her blonde curly hair over, with a disbelief on her face. Lake and Yalin obviously thought the same, looking at Angelet coldly. In terms of medicine, they are all talented wizard apprentices who have made certain achievements. I don't think I'm really going to lose to Angelet outright. This is just the value of the Green Mother Wizard. Only by making achievements and showing strength is the most real thing. Angelet didn't care at all, and walked in another direction alone. Sometimes responsibility and achievement are equal. The development of the medicine lineage is general, and it also means that he represents the appearance of the medicine lineage in another meaning. The Green Mother Wizard valued him very much, but the responsibilities he had to bear would also come from all directions. Attention of wizards of various factions. This is indispensable for the comparison of abilities. If you are in this position, you must have matching abilities. If you don't, you will die miserably. Angelet knew that this was also a test for the Green Mother Wizard. Given the opportunity, whether he can grasp it or not depends on Angelet's own ability. Location: accommodation area, mountain area, number 22. Time: 12 o'clock in the evening. Angelet's figure was busy in the laboratory, recalling the wizard knowledge in his memory. At the same time, it is also consolidating the knowledge of medicine. Obtained: advanced potion knowledge, from the Green Mother Sorcerer. There are also clear and visible guidelines for the follow-up medicine path. The Green Mother Wizard also gave Angelet a potion recipe. It records 4 wizard medicines, which can just match the requirements of low-level pharmacists to master 5 medicines. But tonight, Angelet is not going to study wizard knowledge related to potion. Instead, they are going to speed up the time to bring up the progress of the Dark Tides meditation method. To increase the number of wizard runes, it is best to be able to give birth to energy particles within 1.5 months. Got some news from the Green Mother Wizard. New students will be given the conditions to live in the Dark Wizard Academy. But it's only for a month. Once this time has passed, seek yourself out. But this news doesn't matter to Angelet, he has been living outside from the beginning. And, already able to have the ability to pay for accommodation. What he cared about was the freshman test assessment after 1.5 months. If no energy particles are born, it will be completely abandoned by the Dark Wizard Academy. Or become a lowly wizard wandering the free zone. Or go to the city of white bones outside, and spend this life in a daze. The Bone Society will not allow incompetent people to exist in the Dark Wizard Academy. 1.5 months, although a bit urgent, is enough. Angelet said with firm eyes. If it is an ordinary wizard apprentice, the self-energy particle should have been born long ago. And Angelet didn't expect that he would suffer from such troubles because of his excellent aptitude. He has a plan. Among the potion formulas given to him by the Green Mother Wizard, there is a potion that can increase mental arousal. Can speed up the meditation of wizard runes. Coupled with the assistance of the Eye of Truth, it is almost possible to meet the requirements within a fixed time. However, today's random check-in is still necessary. With the movement of the mind, in the void in front of my eyes, a flash of a golden light flashed in front of Angelet. It was so bright that Angelet's expression became astonished. Unexpectedly, the money was withdrawn. He didn't even think that anything good could be produced today. Didn't expect it to actually come out. You know, he had just released the special golden quality witch weapon, the Fire Dragon Sword, before. Angelet suppressed the joy in her heart, and looked at the content in the golden light. Reminder. Randomly sign in today and get a reward, Thunder Emperor's Tactics. Quality. Gold. Content. The Ancient Battle Body Wizard's Inheritance Tactics, specially created to assist the Battle Body Wizard's special combat method, has the perfect role of the battle body, and additional special abilities. Additional features. Power of Thunder and Lightning, Ultimate Kinetic Energy, Explosive Divine Power. A lot of knowledge filled Angelet's mind, and then recorded it in the brain-based area. The level of these knowledge is very high. Angelet can only understand part of the knowledge content. Shock appeared in Angelet's eyes after learning the relevant information. He knew the power of this, Thunder Emperor's art of war. If he perfectly applied it to himself and practiced to the limit, even if he tore alive a first-level extraordinary creature comparable to an official wizard, there would be no problem. Moreover, it is a growth-oriented special wizard knowledge that will increase as the physique increases, and the power will also increase. Angelet squeezed his hands, but unfortunately, if he wanted to practice the content above, he needed to advance to at least the third stage of the witchcraft of mixing poison and refining the body, first. In addition, self-energy particles must be born in order to use this method of warfare accurately and without mistakes. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and the morning breeze was blowing on Angelet's cheeks. There are no classes today, but Angelet also has her own arrangements. That is to obtain the last 2 poisonous extraordinary creatures and complete the third stage of the mixing poison and refining body witchcraft. Location. Underdark Free Zone. The Free Zone is located in the outermost area of the Darklands. Not only are there students from the Dark Wizarding Academy, but there are even wizard apprentices who have not completed the relevant indicators in the past and were kicked out of the academy. There are also some wandering wizards from outside, wandering around the periphery of the free zone, trading and so on. But they dare not enter the depths of the free zone. Those who don't have the mark of the Wizards of the Bone Club can easily violate some protective wizard formation. Among the many figures walking on the street, Angelet is not very eye-catching. They are also wearing black robes and hoods, but they are taller than other wizards. He arrived at the destination of this trip, a public camp open to wizards in the wild. You can buy what Angelet wants. As for why the dark points are not exchanged within the academy, it was that Angelet didn't spend time on the task, and the shadow points were not enough to pay. It's better to buy magic stones for external use. After all, Angelet can exchange all credits into magic stones from the Green Mother Wizard. Got a huge sum of 125 magic stones. Adding the 15 magic stones he owns, it is 140 magic stones. After joining the lineage of potions, credits are already dispensable for Angelet. There are no guards at the entrances and exits of the public camps. That's right, this is the place of the Bone Society, and no wild wizard dares to provoke the tiger's whiskers of the Bone Society. The interior of the camp, compared to the streets in the free zone, is much barren. There are not so many standing buildings, but more tents, small stalls and the like. There is a good flow of people, strolling back and forth. If Angelet walks along this camp passage, he will be able to get out of the scope of the Bone Club and go to the outside world. The eye of truth discerns the place of what it desires. Angelet walked straight into the huge tent. Walking towards him was a big bald man with an incomparably burly figure, wearing a long robe. The aura emitted fluctuates, around the level of a first-level wizard apprentice. Of course, if he put on mortal armor, Angelet thought that the boss of the extraordinary creature exchange would look more like a mortal knight. Welcome, welcome, what a rare visitor. The bald man looked at the uniform of the Dark Wizard Academy on Angelet, and the smile on his face grew even wider. For them, Ken's business is still a wizard member of the Society of Bones. Wizards in the wild are generally poor in resources, and they can't produce any magic stones themselves. I don't know what kind of request this Lord Wizard has, what kind of species. Angelet said lightly. The poisonous ones should not be too big, and the poison should be strong enough. The number should be 2. The bald man knew the request and brought Angelet to the other side of the tent. The light was bright, and Angelet saw that many extraordinary creatures were injected with blunting agents and locked in corresponding cells. Poisonous creatures are generally not very large in size, and there are quite a few species that Angelet is interested in. After the final screening, a nightmare bat and a dead octopus were selected. And the 140 magic stones directly consumed 100. Go straight to more than half. Spending money is like running water. Row is that Angelet is confident that he can earn much more magic stones in the future. Also the eyelids twitched. When leaving, the bald man and Angelet also got to know each other. Angelet needed a toxic transcendent being, and it didn't matter if there was a connection. As long as there is a continuous supply of new toxic supernatural creatures. The bald man's name was Jobs, and when Angelet left, he gave away a special gadget for free. Inside the laboratory, Angelet fixed the poisonous supernatural creature he bought on the experimental table. And poured some liquid medicine to clear the effect of the dulling agent. Started playing with the little gadget Jobs had given him. A special silkworm chrysalis that delivers messages. This seems to be just a chrysalis, which can use mental power to stimulate the message it wants to convey. And Jobs' mother silkworm chrysalis should be able to accept it. Angelet took a few glances, then put the chrysalis into the box. In a short time, there is no need to purchase new poisonous extraordinary creatures. His eyes fell on the 2 extraordinary creatures that had cleared the effect of the dulling agent. Wildness began to emerge, trembling and writhing, as if wanting to attack Angelet. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Angelet's mouth, and even a little saliva was secreted. I don't know what the taste of these 2 little guys is like. It seemed that they felt the creeping fear, and the 2 poisonous extraordinary creatures immediately trembled. Toxic organs began to secrete deadly venom. Angelet quickly put away the venom. Then he took out the biological scalpel and began to process the ingredients. Now Angelet, as long as he takes a look with the eye of truth, he can tell how to deal with the corresponding poisonous extraordinary creatures. Leave the most essential meaty part. And venom, poisonous organs, can also be preserved, extracting a large amount of deadly venom, and tempering one's own body. After a quarter of an hour, Angelet took care of everything and stared slightly. It's time to start the breakthrough of mixing poison and refining body witchcraft. The wings of the nightmare bat are the most quintessential part, grilled by Angelet, interspersed with wooden sticks, golden and fragrant. And the degree of toxicity of the dead octopus is somewhat stronger than that of the nightmare bat. Among them, many neuron-rich legs are the most nutritious and rich. Angelet uses charcoal grilling to process and produce. Taking off the clothes on his body, the muscular body is perfect like a sculpture, and the corresponding venom is applied. The venom began to penetrate into the skin, and began to hone the physical body. Angelet has already been familiar with the road after many times of tempering. Guiding the corresponding venom infectivity, it is exerted everywhere on the skin. Finally, it slowly invaded the bone marrow. Ordinary people would be dead long ago. Angelet felt the pain, the kind of pain like ants climbing. Because he didn't come individually, but smeared the venom of 2 poisonous extraordinary creatures at the same time. The difficulty is even higher, and the poisonous erosion may cause Angelet to die unbearably. Angelet estimated that the time was almost up, and stuffed the corresponding extraordinary creature meat into his mouth. Chewing, swallowing, all digested in the stomach within 10 seconds. The sense of strength began to integrate into every part of the body, and the biological energy nourished every flesh and blood, even at the finer cell level. Ever since, the most obvious changes began to take place. Angelet could feel the strength of her spine and bone marrow, just like the back of a dragon, producing unparalleled strength. This is an illusion of his, because the intensity is increased too high. Afterwards, exercise to adapt to the body will be carried out. Muscle fibers, including many osteoblasts, as well as osteoblasts, are strengthened accordingly. A surge of hot blood poured directly into his viscera. Time passed slowly, and his transformation continued. Hint: the host has successfully completed the transformation, and the mixing poison and refining body witchcraft has reached the third stage. Angelet opened his eyes, and system prompts rang in his ears. Host: Angelet. Current physique: 18. Current mental power: 12.3. Qualification: 3 grades. Level: Level 1 Wizard Apprentice. Witchcraft: Mixed poison and body 3 stages. Incarnation: Hand of Alchemy, Cross-Boundary Trading Witchcraft. Strategy: Thunder Emperor. Meditation Method: Dark Tides. Pharmaceutical: Basic Pharmacy Knowledge, Blooming Miracle Potion, Formula. Alchemy: None. Magic Stone: 40. Items: Fire Dragon Sword, Wizard Ring, Meteor Iron Sword, Invisibility Cloak. His physique has increased from 16 to 18 points, an increase of 2 points. The later the value, the more difficult it is to upgrade. The resources consumed also doubled. If Angelet increases by another 2 points, he can reach the limit of 20 points. Corresponding to the wizard level, it is comparable to a second-level wizard apprentice. Angelet's War Body Wizard branch can be regarded as stepping into the right track. Inside the laboratory, Angelet was looking at the potion formulas given to him by the Green Mother Wizard with the eyes of truth. To be precise, it is to study the Nightmare Potion that can increase in mental power. Target: Nightmare Potion. Content: a wizard potion made from extraordinary materials such as nightmare grass, nightmare flower, amnesia powder, willingness, and so on. Function: it can stimulate the spiritual power of the wizard apprentice level and temporarily improve it. Preconditions: low-level pharmacists can refine and consume it and need to accept nightmare judgments. If the mental judgment fails, they will suffer endless nightmares. Angelet understands the relevant information content, and everything analyzed by the Eye of Truth is in the memory area of Angelet's mind, and she gradually understands it. And the time to understand is very fast. After all, Angelet's level of pharmacy has reached the perfection level of a low-level pharmacist. You can move towards the middle pharmacist. It turns out that most of the wizard's potions have more or less certain side effects, it's just that the side effects are more or less. This is exactly the principle of equivalent exchange for wizards. Angelet muttered to himself. The next day, when dawn broke in the sky, Angelet set out from the wizard's house. He was going to purchase some supernatural potion materials for free from the Green Mother Wizard. By the way, it was refined there on the spot. Being able to use the medicine line and avoid the consumption of expenses, Angelet didn't use it in vain. Anyway, it was refined with the Green Mother Wizard, to increase the prestige with the potion lineage, and to increase one's own weight. Either way is good for Angelet. During the whole night last night, Angelet had already cleared up the main points of refining the Nightmare Potion. He also mastered the refining method and temperature difference. In the Green Mother Garden, after seeing the Green Mother Wizard, Angelet directly walked into the potion lineage, the potion refining room specially set up by the Green Mother Wizard. There are 3 locations, one of which is owned by the Green Mother Wizard herself. There is another one that belongs to Angelet, and the other one is shared by the 3 disciples. This differential treatment is almost obvious. Angelet could only smile helplessly. The public potion refining room is a brand used by someone. It is expected to be one of the 3 so-called pillars. Use your own wizard mark to grant permission, enter the room, and there is a huge cabinet, which contains almost all the extraordinary potion materials mastered by the Green Mother Wizard. Even cherished materials still exist. Angelet was surprised. This is probably the standard configuration of the Green Mother Wizard according to her potion refining room. As for the public room, whether it is like this, I don't know. Angelet didn't delay too much, and immediately started refining. As early as in my mind, there have been many simulations. The first step is to start processing raw materials. Nightmare grass needs to be juiced. The nightmare flower is slightly different, that is, the pollen must be removed first, and then the juice will be extracted. Pollen is mixed with nightmare powder, and then mixed with nightmare grass and nightmare flower juice. Then there is. Angelet was very serious about refining the medicine, and every step was expected. Although it was a little strange, it was very stable. Under continuous operation, such unfamiliarity is also becoming more and more proficient. And in the public room on the other side, Jinx's whole body was concentrating on refining the azure potion. She had a feeling of anger in her heart, and she didn't think she would be worse than that newcomer. She can also have the preferential treatment of the Green Mother Wizard, as long as she proves that she is stronger than that Angelet. Since the opponent can refine the extreme quality azure potion, there's no reason she can't refine it. These days, she has been studying the knowledge of potions, and everything related to azure potion. Now there is finally some breakthrough. She has a hunch and certainty that this time she will be able to refine the blue potion of extreme quality. Suppress in one fell swoop over that Angelet. You are not the only one. Angelet can refine the ultimate blue potion. Jinx can also. Jinx also doesn't think that there are currently pharmacy apprentices who are above her level. She had caught up to Angelet, even surpassed him. She still has so many years of learning experience in pharmaceutical knowledge. As for new and other medicines, she has only just mastered the basic knowledge of medicines to the point of proficiency. Not fully grasped yet, haven't studied yet, success. So it's not that difficult, this nightmare potion. In Angelet's exclusive pharmacy room, a figure was holding a test tube of liquid medicine in his hand, and the liquid medicine was shaking in the swing of the amplitude, and the original gray liquid appeared with stars like stars. This is the mark of extreme quality. Then Angelet took out another nightmare potion. It's just that this nightmare potion didn't reach the limit quality, but an excellent quality. This nightmare potion is the first practice. There are some flaws, but Angelet can understand. The second one is already able to reach the stage of reaching the ultimate quality. The meaning of extreme quality is that there are no omissions. While the efficacy of the medicine reaches a perfect level, it can also reduce the impact on the wizard's body to the theoretical minimum. Drugs do not mean that they are all good for the body. Angelet reckoned that it was almost done, and he only needed to take 2 doses of the nightmare potion, and it was almost useless. So he walked out of the pharmacy room. Found the Green Mother Wizard. It seems that you have successfully refined what you want. The Green Mother Wizard said with a smile. Angelet said respectfully, Master Green Mother Wizard, as you expected, I have successfully refined the nightmare potion. When the Green Mother Wizard had expected it, surprise appeared in her eyes. This is also too fast. The refining difficulty of nightmare potion is not low, and it is the rarest among low-level potions. Even the difficulty is even more exaggerated than some medium potions. Just because it also involves the subtle guiding operation of mental power. Although it is not mandatory to require self-energy particles. But it can be of great help. The Green Mother Wizard can see clearly that Angelet is currently only a first-level wizard apprentice who has not given birth to self-energy particles. You can do this, it is really valuable, and it also proves that my choice is not wrong. You have an unparalleled talent for pharmacy. Angelet said with a faint smile. The Green Mother Wizard praised you. As he said that, he took out the 2 nightmare potions in the wizard's ring and handed them to the Green Mother Wizard to watch. I used other people's precious extraordinary materials for free, so I still have to take the initiative to tell others about it. The Green Mother Wizard took it calmly, already thinking in her heart, judging from Angelet's current situation, what she refined should be a relatively high-quality finished product. As a result, the quality of the first nightmare potion that came out was indeed as expected by the Green Mother Wizard. But when Angelet took out the second potion, the Green Mother Wizard's pupils shrank instantly. She was even a little shocked. And this emotion was quickly restrained. The Green Mother Wizard fumbled for the exterior of the glass bottle of the nightmare potion, and she had already perceived everything inside. It is really a nightmare potion of extreme quality. The Green Mother Wizard glanced at Angelet very satisfied, her eyes were extremely deep. You are such a surprising little guy. It seems that I still don't expect enough from you. Your potential is still higher than I expected. The Green Mother Wizard inferred in her heart that Angelet had at least a 50% chance of becoming a full-fledged wizard. This also made her feel extremely satisfied with her investment decision, even a secret joy of picking up a treasure. Putting it in other disciplines and factions, it is a super seed that will reach the limit of a wizard apprentice sooner or later. Will be vigorously matched. The Green Mother Wizard is considering whether he should follow suit and provide more related support. But considering that there are not so many wizards in the line of medicine, the Green Mother Wizard temporarily gave up the idea of learning a certain subject. Instead, use other methods to increase investment in Angelet. Angelet, you are really nice. The Green Mother Wizard emphasized this point again, which is enough to prove that Angelet's weight in her heart is not low. When Angelet received the Nightmare Potion, it also came with a new potion formula. Moreover, it is an advanced medicinal formula exclusive to the relatively rare and precious Green Mother. Teacher Lu Mu, that disciple will leave first. I succeeded. I succeeded. In the public potion refining room, a voice of surprise came out. Jinx held the azure potion in her hand, and when the potion was shaken, it exuded a special luster. This is the sign of the ultimate potion. I have already surpassed Angelet, and I have become the first person. I can also have the value that Angelet has of Teacher Green Mother. A smile spread across Jinx's face. Angelet will not be my opponent, and the other two guys are also my opponents now. Thinking of this, Jinx couldn't help showing a bit of complacency on her face. With great anticipation in her heart, she came to the area where the Green Mother Wizard was located. Mr. Green Mother, I have refined a blue potion of extreme quality. However, Jinx looked at the Green Mother Wizard with some doubts. She didn't get the expressions and compliments she wanted. The Green Mother Wizard looked at the blue potion in her hand, nodded slightly and said, "It is indeed the ultimate quality blue potion. It's okay, Jinx, you have grown." With an unwilling face, Jinx continued to say, "Teacher, I have reached the same level as Angelet and surpassed Lake and Yalin." The Green Mother Wizard took a deep look at Jinx, and said lightly, "You are fundamentally different from Angelet. He has something that you don't have, and that is undisguised ambition." Jinx didn't understand the meaning of what the Green Mother Wizard said. What ambition? What has something she doesn't have? She has obviously refined the ultimate quality blue potion. Achieved Angelet's highest score. For some unknown reason, the Green Mother Wizard did not mention that Angelet had refined a new ultimate potion in just a few days. He just said, "You are very talented. You, Lake, and Yalin are all three people I have chosen to take over the medicine lineage, but all of this depends on whether you have the ability to undertake it." The Green Mother Wizard added a sentence in her heart. But Angelet is the choice to carry forward the line of medicine, to expand the line of medicine. When Jinx heard the words of the Green Mother Wizard, her face was full of smiles. Angelet walked all the way from the Dark Wizard Academy, ready to return to her residence. There was a notice before that the day after tomorrow will be the end of the 1-month stay for freshmen. All the freshmen have also received the news in advance, and they will go to the first college classroom for a follow-up speech meeting. At that time, high-level wizards from the Dark Wizard Academy will arrive. Angelet also received the news. However, he had to take the Nightmare Potion in these 2 days first, and go all out to sprint the number of meditative outlines of wizard runes. Angelet also wanted to see where her limits were. Particles of ego energy are born at the level of a few wizard runes. According to historical records, the limit in the Bone Society is 7, and the wizard apprentice is also a 3rd-grade aptitude like Angelet. But Angelet was different. He had also taken a special, star potion. Inside the lounge, there were 2 nightmare potions in front of Angelet. Just looking at the gray potion made one feel unable to swallow it. As usual, today's random check-in has not yet been carried out. Angelet decided to do a random check-in first. With a thought, Angelet paid out gold twice in a row. Angelet didn't hold much hope. Looking dully at the golden light flashing in front of him, I couldn't hold back my emotions anymore and complained. "This gold quality sign-in really doesn't cost money. Why keep coming? This is not a beaver." However, in the words of talking to himself, the joy that is full of joy can be felt by anyone. A large amount of information was transferred to the memory area of Angelet's mind. Let him know this random check-in, what he got, exactly. Reminder. Randomly sign in today, get a reward, Star Potion X10. Content. A wizard potion made by ancient wizards by collecting the essence of stars, and the amount has reached a set. Taking all of them can produce additional effects. Function. It can temper the body and soul, and add part of the nature of the power of the stars. P.S. If you take more than 10 star potions, you can give birth to a star body. Angelet looked at the 10 star potions that suddenly appeared next to the nightmare potion in front of him. His expression became a little weird. This star potion is of purple quality. When the number reaches 10 copies, it becomes a golden quality. But thinking of the star body that could be born after taking 10 servings, Angelet understood. After all, it is extremely rare in legends, and it can be called a special wizard physique that is rare in the world. Angelet had already taken 4 doses of star potion before, but only 6 doses of this very star potion were needed to complete the shaping of the star body. Angelet made a decision and decided to take the nightmare potion first. Then take the star potion. Along with the gray liquid of the nightmare potion, Angelet drank it into his stomach. An unprecedented start occurred in Angelet's belly, as if the earth was turned upside down. This taste is really bad. Angelet said something with an ugly face. The specific smell is probably the degree of rotting filth, mixed with drainage. At this time, Angelet's mental power suddenly began to have a little alienation. All kinds of strange pictures also appeared in front of him, as if they were nightmares in a mortal state. But what he experienced was very real. Reminder. The host has successfully taken the nightmare potion and is undergoing a nightmare judgment. If the judgment fails, the mental power will be greatly damaged. The system's beep has made Angelet unable to hear it now. His 5 senses have been completely attracted by the sudden appearance of a strange picture. Interesting, let me see what is the most fearful thing in my heart. Angelet looked calm, even with a little expectation. The perspective in front of me no longer has the original scene in the room, but has changed to the appearance of the Earth environment in the previous life. The high function was resounding, and the sound of the music echoed on the beach blown by the sea breeze. Angelet was already wearing boxer shorts, lying on a deck chair on the beach. The waves were choppy, and beautiful figures in thin clothes walked towards Angelet with seductive eyes. There are also sunscreen and brushes in hand. Angelet found that he couldn't move his whole body, so he could only look at those Yingyangyan women, and moved closer. On his muscular body, on his abdominal muscles, on his chest muscles, sunscreen is applied. Angelet's eyes were extremely deep. It turned out that what he feared most in his heart was social terror and being smeared with sunscreen on the beach by many women. Then his mind turned into a knife, his mental power turned into a sword, and he slashed horizontally and vertically, cutting off everything in front of him. The perspective gradually returned to the scene in the lounge. Hint. The nightmare judgment is past, and the mental power is greatly improved for a short time. Passive state. Excited. Effect. When the wizard rune meditation is drawn, the benefit is increased by 40%. Generally, wizard potions with various side effects are extremely effective. It is directly proportional to the price that needs to be paid if the judgment fails. Inside the lounge, Angelet sat cross-legged, his mind immersed in the sea of consciousness. It is still the blackness as thick as ink, which can only blur the flowing outline of the point of view. There are 4 illuminated stars in the sky, carefully traced away. They are special runes with extremely complicated lines and constantly flowing nature. Beside the 4 stars, a new wizard rune was being formed at an incomparably terrifying speed. In a short period of time, all errors were eliminated, and the wizard rune was outlined in a correct way. It complements the original 4 wizard runes. The mental power was surging, and the feeling of water dripping through stone reappeared in Angelet's mind. This time, he felt it more clearly and more obviously. It even seems to have the feeling of water droplets dripping on the skin. The 2 nightmare potions have been taken by Angelet, and the increase in mental power has reached an unprecedented peak. But at the same time, taking 2 nightmare potions at the same time, the superimposed mental judgment is also extremely terrifying. 99% of wizards cannot bear such a superposition. And Angelette was even in a hallucination, seeing the whole beach full of women who wanted to apply sunscreen with him, and even started talking. The level of emotion and realism has been significantly improved. Angelette has the eye of truth and sees through everything, so she can come back safely and pass the judgment. He had a hunch that at least 2 wizard runes could be outlined tonight. 2 days later, when sunlight passes through the glass windows of the lounge, it refracts into the interior of the room. Feeling the spring breeze and the warmth of the sitting cross-legged figure, the hair was slightly blown, and the closed eyes moved slightly. Angelette let out a long breath and returned from the state of meditation. There was a flash of joy in his eyes. This time the improvement in meditation gave Angelette a big surprise. It exceeded his prediction of 2 wizard runes, but reached the point of 3 wizard runes. The improvement of mental power is also extremely huge. The feeling of water dripping through stone in my mind has reached the point where only a piece of paper is left, and it can be pierced. Host: Angelette. Current physique: 18. Current mental power: 17. Qualification: 3 grades. Level: Level 1 Wizard Apprentice. Witchcraft: Mixed Poison and Body. 3 stages: Incarnation, Hand of Alchemy, Cross-Boundary Trading Witchcraft. Strategy: Thunder Emperor. Meditation method: Dark Tides, 7 wizard runes. Pharmaceutical: Basic pharmacy knowledge, Blooming Miracle Potion, Formula. Alchemy: None. Magic Stone: 40. Items: Fire Dragon Sword, Wizard Ring, Meteor Iron Sword, Invisibility Cloak, Star Potion x10. Mental power has increased by a huge 5 points. The second level wizard apprentice who is 20 years away is getting closer and closer. Angelette had a hunch that perhaps the birth of the next wizard rune would be the time when his own energy particles were born. It will surpass the record of the 7 wizard runes of the White Bone Club and the birth of energy particles. And at that time, it was also the time to start mastering the tactics of Thunder Emperor. For the enhancement of strength, it will be earth-shaking. Angelette looked out the window. Is it already morning? With a thought, Angelette started today's random check-in. The next moment, a familiar light appeared in front of Angelette. Reminder: sign in randomly today and get a reward, Shijilang Jelly. Content: alien jelly that contains fruit juice flavor and pure vitamins. Eating it is not good for the body, but it is delicious. Supplement: choose something delicious, I want to choose Shijilang Jelly. As the white light flashed past, Angelette's eyes froze for a moment. And the back expressionlessly tore off the package of jelly in his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Holding the wizard manual, he left the wizard's residence and walked towards the Dark Wizard Academy. Chewing slowly while walking all the way. Today is the 1-month period for freshmen, and the day for follow-up arrangements to be notified. Inside the newborn room, the seats are almost full of figures. All the freshmen who were supposed to come have come. If no one came, there must be some accident. Either die, or, Angelette randomly found a place and sat down. The room was very noisy, and the freshmen were talking to each other. Because of the benefits of living in the dormitory for 1 month for free, they lived a decent life and did not experience the cruelty of the White Bone Society too much. The freshmen were divided into many small groups, men and women. Sophia and that Freya seemed to form an alliance, but they were separated from the freshmen that day. There is a clear distinction between each other, and the division of the circle gradually has some atmosphere of the Bone Club. Angelette took a look, then stopped looking, and waited quietly in the seat. He doesn't have a lot of time, and he just hopes that this so-called meeting can end sooner. I also didn't mean to pay attention to these new students, they were just 2 types of people who didn't have any communication. As in the case of large ships, it is the same. But he doesn't want to pay attention, it doesn't mean that he won't come to him if there is no trouble. A piercing voice was heard in the classroom. Oh, isn't this our Angelette? Why is this time alone, and no freshmen have paid attention to you yet? Could it be that Angelette, who showed off her style on the big ship, can only be alone in the Bone Society? If there is no one in the Bone Club to help each other, it will be extremely desperate. Outside Polaris' classroom, I met 2 freshmen walking with Freya and Sophia. He started to sneer at Angelette again. It seems to be called Aya and Kalen. I forgot that Angelette doesn't even look down on senior wizards. He didn't even come to the party when he was invited. I'm afraid he doesn't know how to survive in the Society of Bones. Aya said with a sneer. Kalen said sarcastically. Some people ask for trouble and dig their own grave, and that's his own fault. Finally, there are seniors who are willing to help us. By doing this, we almost lost our good opportunities. Aya and Kalen were very resentful. These days, the Muslims and the group seem to have disappeared in a dark place, and there is no news of them at all. As already agreed, it can help the two of them to obtain the wizard's meditation method to practice. But because of the disappearance of these people, this idea completely fell through. The two of them were the most eager to post it, and even made some sort of body swap. The current situation reminded them of Angelet. It must be his bad attitude that caused the Muslim seniors to disappear, unwilling to help them anymore. But there is one thing, they did guess right. Angelet's eyes were calm, without even the slightest fluctuation. Digging your own grave. Maybe it is. It is true that he helped to choose the tombs of the Muslims. The other freshmen just watched coldly. After staying in the Bone Club for a month, their changes were also very obvious. They all tried their best to survive, and thought of various ways to obtain the wizard's meditation method, including tasks such as earning magic stones, as well as channels. The blows and pressure from all sides made them almost numb and desperate. There is still a hopeful channel for Muslims, but it was also cut off because of the disappearance of Muslims. Although nothing was said on the surface. But Angelet could feel the resentment revealed in the eyes of these freshmen towards him. Angelet sneered in his heart. The old god sat down, unable to truly understand the essence of a wizard. These people are not worth even looking at themselves. Sudden, Angelet's keen perception ability perceived something. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked in the direction of the door. A feeling of crushing at the level of life made his eyes narrow. A figure pushed open the door and walked in. The eyes of all the new students gathered in the past. This is a man wearing a black wizard robe with curly hair. His eyes and expression are very indifferent. Holding a small black stick in his hand, there are various subtle patterns on it. Angelet's eye of truth operates spontaneously. Target: Eckley. Strength: Official Wizard. Biography: Wizard Road. Because of Angelet's improved strength, his eyes of truth can see more things. Compared with the Green Mother Wizard, at least this wizard can see his strength. Ikele exudes the aura of no one allowed to enter, and his face is also gloomy. The new students are shocked by the aura of official wizards. Unable to even move a single finger, he looked at Ikele in fear. Ikele said indifferently, "The first rule in the classroom is to be quiet. I think you should understand. There is no next time." On the podium, only Eckley was speaking, and the freshmen below could only listen eagerly. As if this was the way it should be, after he came, he could only be his stage, his center point. This is only Angelet who can resist the aura and look directly at Eckley's figure. There are also more differences between formal wizards and extreme wizard apprentices. That is the sense of presence, whether it is facing the Green Mother Wizard or the official wizard now. That's all. Angelet memorized this singularity in the memory area of his mind. Maybe it will be helpful to advance to the official wizard in the future. Eckley said slowly on the podium, "I have only 2 things to announce. The first thing, starting tomorrow, you will not be able to live in the Dark Wizard Academy. You need to find a place to live by yourself. The second thing is that after 2 months, there will be a freshman test and assessment. If the students who have not yet produced their own energy particles will be expelled from the Dark Wizard Academy, they will no longer be able to stay in the commercial area, and they can only go to Liberty area. This means that you can only become a peripheral wizard member of the White Bone Club, and the resources you get are the same as the students of the academy. Almost the fate of this life is already doomed." Many freshmen in the audience suddenly panicked, feeling a strong sense of urgency for the first time. Especially the freshmen who have not yet obtained the channel of the wizard meditation method. "I feel that my future and destiny are in vain." He also complained more about Angelet. If it wasn't for him, who offended the Muslims, how could he be in the current embarrassment, and he had already obtained the wizard's meditation method? Angelet looked indifferent, watching Eckley's figure disappear at the door, and listening to the gradually rising and falling noises in the classroom. Tomorrow is one of the biggest tests for these freshmen who have always wanted to rely on others. That is the question of accommodation. Just when he was about to leave the classroom, another change occurred in his expression. A hoarse voice came in, and Angelet was relatively familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. It seems that Master Bone Demon Adept is done. Then it's my turn. One of the 3 wizards on the big ship of the White Bone Society, with a faint smile on his face, walked in following the sound. There was no delay in retouching the picture, standing on the podium, and said clearly, "Long time no see, little guys, it seems that you have already understood this world of the Bone Society. It seems that your complexions are not very good. I'm currently conducting experiments related to the wizard's path. I need you to assist me and help me. As a price, I will share with you the wizard's meditation method I practiced, and help you generate self-energy particles." Quote. Shutu continued, "My wizard's meditation method is different from the common wizard's meditation method. He is more powerful and his practice speed is faster. It is a meditation method that can reach the official wizard level. Looking at the many new businesses that are full of eagerness, but are also afraid. It seems that it is the result of thinking of those alienated newborns. Shutu has his heart in mind, but he has long been prepared." Then he said slowly, "On the big ship, there is an enemy wizard apprentice who is hiding, and has entrapped a large number of new students. We are not opponents. I think you should understand. The implication is that your life is not as good as theirs." Having said that, the looks of many new students became faintly stunned. "After staying at the White Bone Club for a month, one thing I have learned is that my own life is always more precious than other people's. I can understand it." Angelet squinted her eyes, and sneered in her heart. This edited picture, now she directly picked herself out. All the faults were pushed to an unwarranted enemy wizard. If it wasn't for him to know the details, he would have had the eye of truth to clearly see the life of the retoucher. Maybe I will believe such nonsense. Many new students have already moved, including Aya and Kalen. The picture editor continued. Of course, according to the rules, a wizard contract must be signed. I also promise that there will be no harm. I will do my best to help you learn the wizard meditation method. It depends on your choice, whether you are willing to sign a contract with me, and I promise that within 2 months, those who sign the contract will be born with self-energy particles." As soon as these words came out, almost most of the people present were moved. With the guarantee of signing a contract, maybe it is really feasible. Angelet watched with cold eyes. There was nothing wrong with the content of the contract, but who knew that the meditation method given to the wizard was a pit in itself? In order to obtain the experimental data of the remnant wizard's meditation method, of course, the retouching of the picture will be done with great care, so that the freshmen can learn it. After learning, what will be the result? Of course, the retouching will not be stated in the contract. This is the hidden loophole in the contract. Angelet felt that the desperation and darkness of the Bone Society were gradually revealed in front of these new students. From Muslims at the beginning, to the current retouching, to some people in the future, and even the influence of class. It will all come gradually. However, Angelet has sufficient plans and can calmly deal with any challenges. Coincidentally, it seems that Angelet has helped these freshmen solve a crisis for the second time. Solve the Namis Lin group of people. Although, Angelet just wanted to solve the little trouble of finding her. Angelet observed the situation in the classroom. Among the dozen or 20 people, at least 1/3 of them had already made up their minds to sign a contract for retouching. This has nothing to do with him. Every wizard has his own self-will. The road is chosen by oneself, as long as you have the ability to bear it. If you can't bear it, then you will bear the impact of the result. Location: Mountain area, 22 Wizards residence. Time: 12 o'clock in the evening. Angelet finished today's meditation homework as usual. The desire to wear water through stone in my mind became more and more obvious. Soon, the day when the self-energy particle is born will not be too long. Just when the new wizard rune, sketched out. Maybe the next one, maybe 2. Inside the lounge, Angelet started today's random check-in as usual. He is already very Buddhist, and he guessed that he would not sign in today to produce any good quality. Because the golden quality has been released several times before. As for the annual signing, it is estimated that it will be guaranteed on the last day of this year. In this regard, he is very open. With a thought, a light flashed in the void in front of Angelet. At this time, an inexplicable throbbing appeared inside Angelet's body. The heart also contracted and beat. This is Angelet's pupils dilated suddenly, because the ray of light gradually turned into a dazzling scarlet. This is the quality of red. The year is signed. The scarlet light shone in front of Angelet, and it was unprecedentedly bright. The red light reflects many pictures. There is a fiery world of burning flames, hot magma, because the temperature is extremely high, even the flames gradually evolve into black. The iron chain full of flame patterns seems to puncture and connect the whole world, as the lock of the sky that fixes the world. The black sun hangs high in the sky, and it seems to be leaving, and it seems that a huge and magnificent building can be seen from it. The Titan, the black energy body roaring upwards, took a step forward, and the earth cracked suddenly, the mountain peaks collapsed, and the fierce black flames melted all matter into crystalline charcoal. Angelet's mind was greatly shocked, and her fingers trembled slightly, which was a trembling from the depths of her soul. This is. The scarlet light gradually disappeared, and many pictures gradually returned to nothingness, and turned into reminders of the God-level sign in system. That cold notification sound was so pleasant to Angelet's ears. Reminder. Today's random check-in is successful. Change the check into this year's check-in, and get a red high-quality reward, Black Sun Inheritance. Quality. Red. Content. The wizard named Black Sun is an elemental wizard whose strength has reached the limit of a third-level wizard, and even initially involved the power of rules, and tentatively touched the threshold of a fourth-level wizard, but unfortunately, he fell in the process of promotion. The soul perishes without a trace, the body is damaged, and it turns into a black setting sun, which exists in the Black Sun Wizard Tower. Before the tower spirit self-extinguishes, the Black Sun Wizard Tower collapses and transforms into the Black Sun Wizard Secret Realm, leaving the inheritance of the wizard, 240, with the taboo name, Black Sun, was revealed. Use the Black Sun key to consume the number of times, go to the secret realm of the Black Sun Wizard, and carry out the inheritance test. In Angelet's hand, a hot black key appeared, which looked very ordinary. But when Angelet's spiritual power shrouded it, he was able to discover the subtle structure in it, absolutely delicate. A large number of high-level wizard formation patterns are condensed in it in an ingenious way. And it seems that there are wizarding techniques that Angelet can't understand. Tiny lines are all over the Black Sun key. Angelet's eye of truth kicks in. Target. Black Sun Wizard. Analysis. The key to the Black Sun Wizard Secret Realm. Current use times. 10. Angelet fumbled for the Black Sun key, with suppressed excitement on his face. The existence of the limit of the third-level wizard even touched the threshold of the fourth level. Such an existence, even if it is the entire Bone Society, or even among the wizard forces around the wizard continent, it is a question of whether there is such a strong person. In the White Bone Society, there is not much information revealed about the official wizard class to the wizard apprentices below. But Angelet can be sure that there is absolutely no such strong person in the Bone Society. As for whether there are third-level wizards, I don't know for the time being. The 10 opportunities to go to the Black Sun Wizard's secret realm must be used well, and one must not be wasted. Angelet felt the weight of the black key in his hand. It was solemnly placed in the wizard ring. Information about any point must not be disclosed. Even the White Bone Club itself couldn't keep the meaning of this news. Moreover, everything about the Black Sun secret realm should belong to oneself. There was a greedy look in Angelet's eyes. No wizard will refuse to be greedy. Greed is justified, but the current Angelet is not enough to capture the Black Young Master's inheritance. Sometimes, insufficient strength and the environment of the secret realm itself are fatal threats. This is an official wizard of the third-level limit. At least one must first master the power of energy particles and learn some necessary witchcraft. In Angelet's mind, there are all the pictures in the many Black Sun secret realms reflected in my scarlet light. This made him somewhat unable to calm down. You can't even go into tranquility and do wizard meditation. Angelet knew it was impossible to go on like this, and her heart was disturbed. Even if there are only a few things in the Black Sun secret realm, Angelet can immediately obtain a lot of resources. Greed drove Angelet to use the Black Sun key immediately. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Angelet's face. This is also a mind training. Subdue the messy thoughts in your heart, strengthen your own wizard path, and hone an absolute wizard heart. This is a wizard. Angelet gradually realized the difference between an extreme wizard apprentice and a formal wizard. But at this moment, he actually had a change in mood ahead of schedule. A trace of coldness appeared in the lounge, and Anglet's expression was also extremely calm. If there are official wizards or extreme wizard apprentices, they will definitely be very surprised to find Anglet's current state. Because this is the research on the source of wizard will and spiritual power that they will be involved in. It is also a preliminary understanding of illusion and reality. Anglet's eyes saw more, not just everything in the world in front of him. There are also tiny creatures, numerous rays of light that cannot be observed by the naked eye, dust particles. It's not about seeing. Instead, I am watching with my heart. The original spiritual power only exists in the sea of consciousness, in the physical body, and cannot be extended far outside. At this moment, Anglet can see with eyes, hear with ears, smell with nose, and feel with skin with a single thought, and understand the scene outside the lounge. The range includes the entire radius of about 20 meters. Anglet thought again, and subconsciously touched the biological scalpel on the table. It actually made the biological scalpel move, as if there was an unintentional arm touching it. Anglet was very surprised, but soon, he felt mentally weak. He quickly withdrew from this perspective. Anglet knew what this feeling was. It was the materialization of spiritual power that could only be born when the mental power value reached a high level. Almost all extreme wizard apprentices have the ability. Just like the power of thought, within the scope, control affect everything. Anglet understood this method ahead of time. But hesitantly, his mental power value is far from reaching that level. Therefore, the materialized power of spiritual power is very weak, and it can only last for a short time. But this materialization of spiritual power is very easy to use, and if the perception is not sharp enough for wizard apprentices, they may not even be able to detect it. Anglet sat cross-legged in the lounge, and after achieving the ability to materialize mental power, his heart was very peaceful. The wizard's will has been further tempered. In the sea of consciousness, a pair of bright ones opened again, and saw the endless darkness, and the stars transformed from the 7 wizard runes, united together. Starlight hangs down, illuminating a small area. Outline liquid flowing through, reflecting starlight. Somehow, Anglet had a feeling. He has already started practicing wizard meditation. So he started, but just now, because of the materialization of spiritual power, the consumption of mental power is actually very large, even when it reaches the limit of drying up. It is definitely a very bad thing to continue practicing wizard meditation. But Anglet did it anyway. He decided to believe in this feeling. A drop of water wears through a stone, and there will be a moment when it will pass through. Anglet muttered to himself, the dark tides wizard meditation method has already started to work. Next to the original 7 wizard runes, the new wizard runes were gradually outlined stroke by stroke. Something that surprised Anglet also happened. The mental power should have been dried up, but unexpectedly came out from nowhere again. Filled in the outline of the wizard rune. Although the speed of sketching is not very fast, it is very stable and all are correct. As for Anglet, he didn't even use the eye of truth to assist him, he just relied on his deep feeling to play. This made him can't help but think of the 4 big words, it will come when conditions are ripe. The flying extraordinary creature with spread wings passed through the clouds, and under the light of the early sun, flew over the dark land. A large number of buildings exist in the dark land, but there is a gray curtain, like a huge hood, which isolates half of the area and cannot be observed by any means. In the other half of the area, the smaller half of the figures are on the street or walking into the building. One of the regions has the broadest boundaries, including plains, swamps, forests, and large rivers. And in a relatively quiet and remote location in the mountain forest area. In the lounge, Anglet opened his closed eyes. A radiant light flashed by, and these eyes were full of wisdom and mystery. Like the starry sky, it illuminates people to explore the mystery. With a faint smile on Anglet's face, the tone of his voice was completely different. The mental power is slightly surging, and it is more than a few points stronger than before. This is a difference of several times. And there is also a special power, which also appeared in Anglet's mind. Slightly dark energy particles surged out of Anglet's body, forming a wave of energy particles on Anglet's open palm. Towards the void in front of him. Ripples were directly rippling out, hitting the wall, and the wizard formation was activated to offset it. On the walls, there are also very obvious traces of corrosion. Angelet knows that wizard meditation is closely related to the energy particles that are born. Whether it is characteristics or ability attachments, including the increase in power of using witchcraft, it also has a relationship. The idea of dark tide meditation is mostly dark elements and water elements. I am the fire element and the dark element have the highest affinity, but they only match half, which is a pity. Angelet knew that he might not have a deep grasp of the water element, including the learned witchcraft, which would only be biased towards the dark element. As for using the affinity of the fire element, it should be dealt with in the Black Sun inheritance. But starting from today, Angelet is qualified to learn witchcraft when he has a self-energy particle. Moreover, there is no need to care about the assessment after February. It will also be of great help to pharmacy. You can refine higher-level potions and more types of potions. The difficulty of mastering advanced pharmacy knowledge will also be greatly reduced. Angelet is confident that he will be able to fully master it and refine the finished product of the advanced wizard potion within a year. The Thunder Emperor's tactics can also be mastered, enhancing Angelet's absolute hard power. Angelet was looking forward to tearing apart the supernatural creature. With a thought, a system panel appeared in the void in front of me. Host: Angelet. Current physique: 18. Current mental power: 19.6. Energy particles: 196 directions. Qualification: 3 grades. Level: Level 1 Wizard Apprentice. Witchcraft: Mixing poison and refining body, 3 stages. Incarnation: Hand of Alchemy, cross-boundary trading witchcraft. Strategy: Thunder Emperor. Meditation method: Dark Tides, 8 wizard runes. Pharmaceuticals: Basic pharmacy knowledge, advanced pharmacy knowledge, blooming miracle potion, formula, azure potion, with 0.2 formula. Alchemy: None. Magic stone: 40. Items: Black Sun Key, Inheritance, Fire Dragon Sword, Wizard Ring, Meteor Iron Sword, Invisibility Cloak, Star Potion X10. Mental strength has been greatly improved, reaching a value of 19.6. It is only one step away from the threshold of the second-level wizard apprentice. Even the Dark Tides meditation method has not yet come to an end. There is still one wizard rune missing. Once it is outlined, it will definitely exceed the threshold of 20 values. And Angelet just used the wizard potion that enhanced the speed of meditation sketching. No psychic boosting wizard potions were used. It's just unbelievable. It is equivalent to Angelet only relying on the most basic book of Dark Tides, naturally meditating to outline 9 wizard runes, and can advance to the second-level wizard apprentice. In the entire history of Bagush, there has been no such example. Many wizard apprentices with third-grade qualifications recorded in that record used various wizard medicines, or other methods to increase their spiritual power. Either he used the follow-up, Dark Tides, meditation method, continued to outline the wizard runes, and improved his spiritual power. Only reached the 20 numerical threshold, and was promoted to the second-level wizard apprentice. Angelet has once again broken the historical record of the Bone Society. It's the second day. Angelet came to the balcony, looking at the mountain forest scene outside. The fresh air came oncoming. With a thought, start today's random check-in. Soon, a familiar light appeared in the void in front of him. Chapter 51. A blue light flashed in front of Angelet. Reminder: successful random sign in today, get a reward, darkness walking witchcraft. Content: consume energy particles and mental power to affect the surrounding environment, thereby introducing the biological field of life within the affected area to receive signals, so as to achieve visual blindness, and everything you see is darkness. Supplement: those with strong will and strong mental power will have a certain probability of failure. Relevant wizard knowledge appeared in Angelet's mind. The Eye of Truth began to analyze, thoroughly analyzing all kinds of this net technique. It is estimated that within an hour, it can be completely analyzed, so that Angelet can learn more easily. Master the learning points of this witchcraft and save a lot of adaptation time. Angelet didn't look dissatisfied, although it was only blue quality. But it is a witchcraft after all. It is also a witchcraft suitable for his dark element affinity. Cultivate indoors. Angelet took a look at the situation of the black-armored young dragon. In the specially set up dragon nest, there is a suitable environment for the black-armored young dragon to live, and the temperature is very high. It's just that it can't support the growth of the black-armored young dragon for the time being, it can only support its survival. The current growth state is also limited to the initial stage. But he can also fight against a first-level wizard apprentice, so don't underestimate such a little guy. Angelet is also going to get some fire energy that can be used as food for the black-armored drake. As if sensing Angelet's arrival, there was a rustling sound in the dragon's nest. Oh, 4. A black head protruded, with a slender neck covered with scales. Although it was the size of a Tyrannosaurus rex, the hairless wings on its body also added a bit of power. He rubbed his head against Angelet's big hand very intimately, and stuck out his tongue to lick it. Compared with the original body size, it is also much larger. What was supposed to be the size of a chicken is now almost as big as a piglet. It just looks very thin and stunted overall. A light golden stream of data flashed in Angelet's pupils. Immediately, the data about the black-armored young dragon appeared in the void in front of him. Target: black-armored young dragon. Status: young dragon. Abilities: bathing in fire, dragon's breath, extraordinary physique, invincible, strength. Biography: the black-armored young dragon hatched by the wizard Angelet with the fire dragon sword, the blood of the ancestral mutation, compared with the ordinary black-armored dragon, has a 10-way chance of being able to return to the ancestors and advance to the purgatory black god dragon. Promotion: the black-armored young dragon needs a large amount of fire attribute extraordinary substances to replenish the biological energy in the body. Current growth: 2.3%, achieving 100% can advance to youth dragon. Ange smashed the head of a young dragon, and said, "You little guy, do you know that you can eat well?" The black-armored young dragon can't understand Angelet's words, but it can know Angelet's mood. Keep nudging Angelet with his head. Angelet stroked the black-armored young dragon, and said slowly, "I'll bring you some good things in a few days, just be patient for a few days, and then I'll let you eat meat." Angelet walked out of the cultivation room and came into the laboratory. Some special materials are placed on the workbench. The extraordinary material that Angelet prepared to shape the auxiliary witchcraft of the Hand of Alchemy. I looked at the time, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. It's still early, tomorrow is the extraordinary biological anatomy course. With so much time, it is enough to thoroughly shape and master this auxiliary witchcraft. After processing extraordinary materials, the benefits will increase several times. No. Why the picture retouching senior, don't want me, and don't even let us sign a contract. In a remote corner of the Dark Wizard Academy, Aya slumped on the ground with a decadent expression on her face. Next it was Kaylin, who also looked desperate. They are really desperate and powerless. It was well said in the freshman classroom, but the two of them were the first to agree to sign the wizard contract. Many of the people behind were willing to sign under the persuasion of the two of them. But when it happened to be signed, the senior tutu bluntly refused to sign the contract with the two of them. Aptitude: the qualifications of the first rank are really inferior to the qualifications of the second rank. Are they inferior to the qualifications of the first rank? I am so unwilling. Kaylin recalled Shutu's indifferent expression when she refused to speak, and the slight sarcasm in her eyes. There are other freshmen who can sign contracts, that mocking countenance. Don't they know that they and Aya's actions and initiative, the team exchanged for the opportunity? Why dare to show such an expression? And the same goes for Muslim seniors. Why is it like this every time? There are nasty people who come out to destroy their chances. Kaylin said with great resentment. Angelet, Freya and Sophia, what are you pretending to be? I really thought I was someone special. I didn't go if I had the opportunity. I don't know what I missed. Aya also had hatred in her eyes. Angelet caused them to lose the channel of Muslims and no longer have the opportunity to develop. The editor was willing to give the opportunity to Sophia and Freya, but those two guys were unwilling to sign. This made the two people who were refused to sign the contract extremely unbalanced and even very incomprehensible. It won't work like this. We will be eliminated by the Bone Society, we will become the bottom, and those who get the opportunity will stand in front of us. Both of them were filled with a sense of crisis. Aya said unwillingly, I don't want to be a lowly wizard, I was born to be superior. Kaylin's eyes flickered, as if she had thought of something. That's why we're going to get resources, even if it's trying to find a way, and deliberate. Aya asked, is there anything you can do? I really hate that every time an opportunity appears in front of me, it disappears due to various reasons. Blame that Angelet. Aya did not forget to add such a sentence. And Kalen's eyes became extremely profound. Since we were all ruined by Angelet, then he shouldn't have a hard time, are you right? Aya said without thinking. It must be, of course. Kalen continued. Well, I have an opportunity to allow you and me to obtain a lot of resources, and even better wizard meditation ideas, just let that Angelet die. Would you like to willing to do it? Aya sneered. Is there any hesitation? That Angelet should have died. Kalen also sneered. Exactly as it should be. A big event happened not long ago. A wizard apprentice died in the academy, and that wizard's identity was a descendant of a very powerful wizard family in the city of Bones Air. That wizard family is called the Zijinhua family, and they have already offered a large amount of rewards, saying that they will thoroughly investigate this matter and find out about the period before the death of the wizard apprentice. What happened? When Aya heard what Kalen said, she immediately remembered something. Outside the energy classroom, they met Angelet and found the dead wizard apprentice. The identity is just right. And Angelet came from that direction. There was a smile on Aya's face. I see, is that what you think? Angelet should be honored to be a blessing in our wizarding path. Kalen and Aya looked at each other, and Chi-Chi smiled. When the sun goes from high to low and the moon comes and goes. Inside the laboratory, Angelet stopped what she was doing and walked out of the laboratory. There was a faint smile on Angelet's face. The hand of alchemy, assisted witchcraft, successfully shaping and mastering. Angelet raised his hands, only to see a faint golden light wrapped around them. Looking carefully, there is no golden light here, but extremely small lines, like a thin film, wrapped around the hands. It's just the golden light visual reaction produced because it is too dense. With this pair of hands, you only need to touch the supernatural material once, and you can perceive the flow sequence of supernatural properties at a subtle level. It is an eternal truth that all things are in motion, whether they are ordinary or extraordinary beings. When the movement stops, that is the lonely death that cannot be changed. Only the powerful existence in the legend can bear such a death. According to today's plan, Angelet still has a newly acquired, dark walk, witchcraft that needs to be learned. Angelet didn't waste time and came to the test site. This is built in the rear area of the wizard's residence, directly facing the mountain forest, and can conduct various witchcraft experiments at will. This area has been transformed by the wizard and can be adjusted by itself. A light golden stream of data flashed across Angelet's pupils, and the knowledge about wizards that had already been memorized in the depths of his mind was immediately remembered by Angelet. The energy particles in the body began to function according to the traces of the rune lines of witchcraft. And the 8 wizard runes in the Sea of Consciousness also began to flicker slightly. These 8 wizard runes are composed of countless smaller runes, which can perfectly activate some of them and deal with most witchcraft. But it is also related to the corresponding elements. If it is the witchcraft of the relative elements, there is a high probability that there will be no rune tree in it. Unable to perform, or the power is greatly reduced, the difficulty of practicing witchcraft is increased, etc. The sorcery of Black Sun Walking happens to have corresponding runes. Under the guidance of spiritual stimulation, the surrounding environment, that is, its biofield, is directly affected by Angelet's own biofield. At the beginning, there was the most intuitive change. The pitch-black curtain directly centered on Angelet and began to spread. Until the entire testing ground is shrouded. It is as dark as ink, and it is impossible to observe accurate people and things from the perspective. Similarly, if you are shrouded in this range, you will also lose your 5 senses. Angelet's own breath will also be hidden, making it impossible to detect. Whether it is attacking or escaping, it is a very practical witchcraft. At least, in the apprenticeship stage, this is an incomparably excellent witchcraft. When Angelet was familiar with and fully mastered the release of Dark Walk, the sky has gradually brightened up. Angelet walked out of the test field, and at the same time, with a thought, she performed today's random check-in. The void in front of him, the light of today's registration, suddenly shone brightly. It made Angelet look sideways, a little surprised. Unexpectedly, it's still out. The sun shone on the earth through the covering clouds and mists, and the people in the ancient cities also got up early and started to get busy. This is true even if Bone City is a wizard city. Located at the core of the Bone Wizard City, only the most powerful wizard families will exist here. Is everyone here? The blonde-haired young man, with an indifferent expression, wore a decent dress and looked like a prince in a kingdom, elegant and decent. In fact, his status is much higher than that of the prince, and he can easily decide the life and death of the mortal kingdom. Just because of his identity, one of the direct members of the contemporary Zijinhua family possesses the qualifications of a wizard and is a student of the Dark Wizard Academy. I have already notified the members of the Zijinhua family, and they will be there in about an hour. Master Longbottom, including all the elders, I have also invited here. A guard knight said at the door of the room. With unprecedented depth brewing in Longbottom's eyes, he said slowly, in any case, as Zijinhua's wizard, I will never allow anyone to trample on the dignity of the Zijinhua family. What's more, the person who died was still my own brother. Even though he was a bit mischievous, he shouldn't be punished by death, even if that person is Polaris. I, Longbottom, are not weaker than her. I will catch up to her sooner or later. His strength has reached the 3rd level wizard apprentice, and he is confident that he will advance to the ultimate wizard apprentice sooner or later. There is even hope of advancing to the official wizarding ranks. Moreover, as a direct member of the Zijinhua family, the old patriarch did not express anything when his younger brother died. Knowing who the real culprit is, he still chooses such a method of compromising and making peace. Come and find a step down for the Zijinhua family. Even the reward notice that was closed at the gate of the city was really taken down. He also felt shame from the bottom of his heart, and felt disgusted by the behavior of the old patriarch. He, Longbottom, would never back down, nor would he compromise. Polaris has done it, so let Polaris come to his brother and apologize in person. Even if the trouble goes to the headquarters of the White Bone Society, it is the same reason. Longbottom's eyes were full of joy. He has already touched the feeling of the ultimate wizard apprentice, and he will arrive sooner or later. In terms of his own value, he is also not inferior to Polaris. A purple light appeared in front of Angelet's eyes. Although it is not golden, it also surprised him a little. After all, check-ins appear 1 year at a time. Not only did this make Angelet a little suspicious, could it be that there were some rules for this check-in? As long as high-quality items are produced, high-quality items will appear several times in a row. Reminder: randomly sign in successfully today, and get a reward, Shadow Corrosion, Witchcraft. Quality: purple. Content: create shadow energy particles full of corrosive properties. As long as they touch any substance, they can erode, including the energy particles of the enemy. Yet another elemental-friendly sorcery befitting Angelet. This time, Angelet's energy particles were directly added with a high-strength corrosive property. It can directly erode the opponent's energy particles, and the tangible manifestations of matter and energy. A lot of witchcraft lore came into Angelet's mind. Regarding all kinds of witchcraft, I started to analyze it in the eye of truth, and I continued to strip it. Soon, Angelet frowned. Because the level of this witchcraft is not low, it is considered very high among wizard apprentices. It belongs to the witchcraft that can only be mastered by 3rd-level wizard apprentices, or extreme wizard apprentices. Some witchcraft runes, Angelet does not have. Among the 8 wizard runes, only most of them are involved. Among them, the most critical witchcraft rune for performing this witchcraft is exactly what Angelet is missing. Perhaps, meditating all the runes of the Dark Tides meditation method can supplement what is missing. Or, it is necessary to specially learn the witchcraft runes in this area, and add them to the 8 wizard runes. These are 2 possible paths. Angelet can also do both. He thought of Polaris, and it seemed that her energy particles had this kind of corrosive property. But it is definitely very different from Angelet's shadow corruption witchcraft. Looks like I'll have to find a way to buy some Polaris Advanced Energetics courses. As for the free courses for whoring, Angelet doesn't think it will involve the properties of energy particles. By analogy, Angelet may be able to gain more. What's more, the path of wizard he chose is the path of elemental wizard. Of course, it is worth mentioning that the attribute of energy particles is added. In fact, the most obvious one should be the wizard's meditation method. If the level of the wizard's meditation method is high enough, the self-energy particles born are actually attached with special attributes. But it's all about the points that are only involved at the official wizard level. The witchcraft acquired by Angelet is to give Angelet some formal wizard and energy particle characteristics in advance. The power is naturally extraordinary. Angelet came to the retreat room. In the afternoon is biological anatomy class. You can take advantage of the current morning time slot to familiarize yourself with Thunder Emperor's Art of War. With a safe starting point, Angelet temporarily set the time for taking the Star Potion to give birth to the wizard physique, Star Body, to tonight. On the square of the Zijinhua family, all the members of the Zijinhua family gathered. The corpse of the blonde wizard who was about to be buried in the coffin was carried out again, covered with a white cloth and placed in the center of the square. Longbottom stood beside the corpse, speaking inspiring words. Let all Zijinhua members be very excited. Chi-Chi shouted. The dignity of the Zijinhua family cannot be insulted, and Polaris must pay the price. However, the appearance of a figure broke the atmosphere. The figure is the old patriarch, Huck Zijinhua. Longbottom, you seem to be questioning my approach. Huck Zijinhua said with a cold face. His imposing manner was fully revealed, and he looked at Longbottom with cold eyes. The future of the Zijinhua family is now in a stalemate with himself. The third-level wizard apprentice is naturally no match for the ultimate wizard apprentice. It can even be said to be crushed. Longbottom felt the fear from the bottom of his heart, but he still said firmly, the dignity of the Zijinhua family cannot be insulted, and my brother's revenge must be avenged. The energy of our Zijinhua family is so great. Including me, there are at least 5 family members who are all in the Dark Wizard Academy. Grandpa Huck, why are you afraid of that Polaris? You are also an apprentice of the ultimate wizard. Huck's momentum weakened immediately, and he glanced at Longbottom with a gloomy look. The people who were oppressed and knelt on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. Longbottom, come with me, the others leave. The deep courtyard of the Zijinhua family. A roar of dissatisfaction resounded through most of the Zijinhua family. Huck Zijinhua, are you old? Why are you so timid? You're just a North Star. You're begging for mercy. You're afraid of that woman, but I'm not. 5 wizards in the family, 3 of them are willing to help me, 1 is just the North Star, what's the big deal? Just watch, sooner or later I will kneel down in front of my brother's corpse. The sound of the glass breaking was startling. But the other members of the Zijinhua family didn't dare to pay too much attention, they just went about their own business silently. Huck Zijinhua looked weakly at the figure of Longbottom who broke through the door. Is he really old? Maybe it is. All of this is for stability, for the development of the Zijinhua family. The extreme wizard apprentice with half a foot in the ground is completely different from the young and energetic extreme wizard apprentice in his peak period. As for the third-level wizard apprentices, as long as they don't advance for a day, the gap between them and the ultimate wizard apprentices is like heaven and earth. Longbottom, you still don't understand. At this time, the voice of the report came in. Patriarch, someone picked up the notice you sent, claiming to know the content of Master Long Duodun's pre-death message. Huck Zijinhua's eyes suddenly became extremely bright, even full of majesty. As long as you make good use of this opportunity, find 1 or 2 wizard apprentices with clear traces, and learn about this matter as soon as possible. There is no problem. Polaris can also handle it properly. Male or female, what is your identity? It's 2 women, both are students of the Dark Wizard Academy, but they are freshmen, haven't practiced wizard meditation yet. Huck Zijinhua narrowed his eyes, and he guessed what the purpose of these 2 women was. But he laughed, as long as there is a goal. Nothing else matters. The Zijinhua family only needs 1 target, a target that can be crushed to death at will. Inside the closed room, Angelet stretched her body to her heart's content, posing a special aptitude, and this posture is extremely awkward, even weird to ordinary people. But if he perceives the situation inside Angelet's body, he will feel extremely amazed. Because every inch of the body has a different kind of pressure, Jiao Wangjiao. Through the pressure to exercise the body, to achieve the most balanced and subtle strengthening. No, it is not necessarily true that the physical body has become stronger. To be precise, it should be adaptation. That's right, just adapt. Angelet's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the real practice of Thunder Emperor's Art of War began. If you don't let your body adapt to the rhythm of Thunder Emperor's art of war in advance, it will cause damage to the physical body that is difficult to recover. I don't know how many times I have done this with such a weird qualification. Angelet's skin was flushed all over her body, and she was sweating profusely. Sweat wet the clothes, and dripped on the ground, hitting everywhere. Call. Angelet let out a big long breath, feeling the heat of his body. Unexpectedly, with his physique in the third stage of the chaos body refining witchcraft, he could feel exhausted. It was only half an hour to adapt to the rhythm of Thunder Emperor's art of war. Angelet was eager to try, and wanted to practice Thunder Emperor's art of war tentatively. Looking at the time, it is now around 10 o'clock in the morning, and the biological anatomy class in the afternoon is around 4 o'clock. The time seems to be relatively sufficient. Angelet simply stopped suppressing his own thoughts, and it would be better to try it in advance. With the eye of truth, one can correct mistakes at any time and grasp a certain area. Soon, Angelet began to practice Thunder Emperor's art of war. Possessing the terrifying power of the Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor's art of war has only 3 stages, which is 2 less stages compared to the mixing poison and refining body witchcraft. But this does not mean that Thunder Emperor's art of war is lower than the level of mixing poison and refining body witchcraft. On the contrary, the quality of Thunder Emperor's art of war is above the witchcraft of mixing poison and refining body. There are 3 stages, and the improvement of each stage is a huge change that is earth-shaking. Angelet's mind was gradually immersed in the vast knowledge of wizards in Thunder Emperor's art of war. A pair of special pictures were displayed in front of Angelet. There is a thin, seemingly extremely weak combat body wizard, whose muscles tremble and contract, as if something is affecting it. Pale white marks appear on the skin, and as time goes by, white smoke is even produced, as if being killed like a lightning strike. There is a burly figure, perfect muscle ratio, and a strong body wizard. The inner muscle fibers are unbelievably tight, and the density also has a dense overlap right under the limit state. White spots visible to the naked eye appear on the body, everywhere on the skin. There is a wizard whose figure is gradually returning to normal, and looks like an ordinary wizard, but there are fine lightning entanglements all over his body, which exist on every inch of the skin and muscles, as if covered with a layer of light thunder and lightning. In the end, there was a figure that resounded through thunder, a large amount of biological energy exploded, and the biological charge was densely concentrated to a terrifying level. He could not see his face, but only a vague figure of thunder and lightning, as if he was the incarnation of thunder and lightning. Time passes through mountains, forests, rivers. And at this moment, the mountains and forests were blown away, shrouded in biological charges, and turned into powder. However, the river water was thrown upside down into the sky by the direct impact of biological charges out of thin air, exposing the dry riverbed, which could not calm down for a long time. The river water that flew into the sky actually stagnated in the sky, and after about a quarter of an hour, it gradually fell down. Angelet's pupils are constantly shrinking, and the light golden data stream of the eye of truth can analyze everything displayed in these many pictures. Although it is impossible to make a comprehensive analysis, but the final screen situation. It is clear that the biological charge is densely concentrated to an incomparably terrifying level, and even on the way of moving, it directly changes the nature of the substances it comes into contact with. The river water will not fall from the sky, it is the residual biological charge left in the void, which makes it impossible for this part of the river water to fall. What a terrifying power! All the pictures finally converged into a figure in a thunderbolt, engraved into Angelet's consciousness. Angelet began to sit cross-legged, and tried to meditate on the figure of thunder in his consciousness, trying to make this figure clearer. At the same time, the physical body began to use the unique breath and spiritual power to awaken the will of the physical body according to the first stage of Thunder Emperor's warfare. Angelet does this very quickly. After all, he had already done it when he was practicing the witchcraft of mixing poison and refining the body. Then, after the physical will was awakened, Angelet could feel that every cell in the whole body seemed to be sending out a special longing. It's as if the whole person's spirit has woken up. When fighting, it will get twice the result with half the effort. The ability to respond, as well as the ability to receive information, has been greatly enhanced. and used in the cultivation of Thunder Emperor's art of war. It is the conduction effect of energy particles, which can penetrate deep into the flesh and blood. With a thought in Angelet's mind, he activated his own energy particles and began to inject them into the flesh and blood. His mental strength became even more tense, because what he had to do now was an extremely subtle operation. Every particle of energy should be injected into the corresponding flesh and blood layer, thereby stimulating the potential of the fine layer of flesh and blood. Continuous stimulation, alternative training. And it is accompanied by a unique breathing rhythm and weird movements. Time passed slowly, when this part of the stimulus reached an ideal stage. The frequency of breathing has changed again. Start to use energy particles to gather in a certain point of the characteristics of the flesh and blood in the body. The eye of truth observes very clearly, this is the most powerful and tough part of the fine layer of flesh and blood that was tested in the previous steps. Can withstand partial injection and activation of energy particles. Chi. When this part of the energy particles was injected and activated, Angelet's entire body began to tremble regularly. This state is very astonishing and terrifying, like being shocked by electricity. And that's what Angelet wanted. Under the observation of the eyes of truth, Angelet did not take any wrong step. It was within a reasonable range at the moment. If there was anything wrong with the trembling frequency or even the rhythm of breathing, it would cause Angelet's practice to fail this time. Thunder Emperor's art of war is very powerful, very powerful. And as the combat body of the practitioner becomes stronger, the additional effects will also become stronger. But it also means that the conditions for its cultivation are not ordinary difficulties. It's like walking on thin ice. Thanks to Angelet's eyes of truth, he can see the subtleties first and analyze the changes at this level. Always pay attention and respond to changes in a timely manner. Otherwise, Angelet would not have dared to carry out the first stage of training in Thunder Emperor's art of war so quickly. About half an hour has passed, and Angelet's physical body has been trembling for such a long time. A faint white smoke appeared on Angelet's body, gradually more and more, as if supporting him, like a dream. Angelet frowned, and the flesh and blood began to be consumed, as if under the highly condensed energy particles, it began to burn and melt. This made him a little worried, whether or not to continue. Going down the previous steps improved his physique, but it wasn't very obvious. Angelet had a premonition somewhere, that he should stick to it. There may be a different result. At the same time, many images of Thunder Emperor's art of war flashed through his mind. Angelet continued to insist. The white smoke became more and more obvious, and white smoke was also billowing from the top of his head. When the mental power is concentrated, the concentration is improved, and the things that the eye of truth can see are more subtle and profound. The flesh and blood of the flesh are not being fused, but are being refined and strengthened in a different way. The skin and flesh are strengthening. The speed of strengthening is so fast, it's unbelievable. Shock appeared in Angelet's heart. The effect of Thunder Emperor's art of war is simply too exaggerated. If it is converted into a numerical value to change, it is a continuous increase of 0.1, as if there is no upper limit. This should be the first stage of Thunder Emperor's art of war. The basal stage of the melting point of flesh and blood. It belongs to laying the foundation, enhancing the values of various aspects of the physical body, and finally reaching the level of subsequent stages. Incredible. The practice of Thunder Emperor's art of war is closely related to the strength of the system. If you are not strong enough, you will die if you practice it forcibly. A quarter of an hour later, Yizhli narrowed his eyes. It's almost reached the limit, and the eye of truth has also noticed that the flesh and blood are almost burning. Can no longer continue to strengthen. And Angelet also felt a slight pain. The most important point in practicing Thunder Emperor's art of war is not to go too far. Angelet stopped the melting point of his physical body. The white smoke from the body also slowly disappeared, no longer coming out. The blazing heat of flesh and blood returned to calm. A minute later, Angelet stood up, and his system data panel also appeared in the void in front of him. Host: Angelet. Current physique: 22.3. Current mental power: 19.6. Energy particles: 196 directions. Witchcraft. Black sun walking, shadow corrosion. Qualification: 3 grades. Level: Level 1 Wizard Apprentice. Witchcraft. Mixing poison and refining body, 3 stages. Incarnation, hand of alchemy, cross-boundary trading. Witchcraft. Strategy. Thunder Emperor. Meditation method. Dark tides, 8 wizard runes. Pharmaceuticals. Basic pharmacy knowledge, advanced pharmacy knowledge, blooming miracle potion, formula, azure potion, formula. Alchemy. None. Magic stone. 40 items. Black sun key, inheritance, fire dragon sword, wizard ring, meteor iron sword, invisibility cloak, star potion x10. The physical value has directly jumped from 18 points to 22.3 points. Such a terrifying numerical change is simply not understood or even imagined by ordinary people. Even the most perverted promotion method of the White Bone Club can't reach Angelet's level. A full increase of 4.3 points of value. Even if Angelet's physical body is strong enough to continue burning, such an improvement value might be even higher. Comparing the value of mental power, it has reached the level of a second-level wizard apprentice. Next, if Angelet wants to continue practicing Thunder Emperor's art of war, he needs to increase his physical strength. This aspect can be done through wizard potions and chaotic alchemy. This is the tactics used to assist the combat wizards, and the two cooperate with each other to complement each other. There are mortals and knights walking on the streets, even in a wizard city, but the number of wizards is very rare. Even if there are wizards, most of them are wild wizards, and their strength is generally not very strong. The resources they have are relatively poor, at least Aya and Kalen walking on the street are very satisfied. The two of them looked extremely proud, after obtaining resources from the Zijinhua family. They are already full of self-confidence, even if they are going to face the assessment 2 months later, they still have enough confidence. The envious eyes from other field wizards and mortals increased their sense of satisfaction and joy. Angelet, this guy, can play a little final value. Aya said with a smile. Who said it wasn't? It's worth so many resources, and there is also a book on wizard meditation, it's really good. Karen agreed. As for Angelet's private goods, it's none of their business. Of course he died obediently. It is best to simply die in the hands of the Zijinhua family. The depths of the Zijinhua family. The old butler couldn't help but said to Huck Zijinhua, who was sitting on the chair, "Old patriarch, is what those two women said true? Is that freshman named Angelet really related to the death of Master Rondoden?" Of course, really, and there must be a relationship. Quote. Huck Zijinhua said firmly. Offended the majesty of our Zijinhua family, this Angelet must not stay, must be eliminated, and promote the strength of our Zijinhua family. The patriarch asked me to check the identity of that Angelet, said the old housekeeper. Huck Zijinhua waved his hands, and said indifferently, it's just a small freshman, the sky is the same as those two women, what kind of identity can he have? Just find any family member in the Wizarding Academy and find a way to kill that Angelet. Quote. Huck Zijinhua seemed to know the news, and her mood became better. He made a joke and said, could it be possible for that little freshman to find an official wizard to protect him? The old butler also smiled knowingly. This is absolutely impossible. And it doesn't show up at all. Huck Zijinhua said, when the time comes, make another wave, and the Zijinhua family's reputation will be preserved. The old housekeeper said, what should I do with the arrangement of the two women? Do I need to solve them? Huck Zijinhua said lightly, no, I just need the existence of these two women to create momentum and publicize that we will do what we say. Reputation determination. Quote. It can also warn some other wizard families in Bone Wizard City. Don't have any thoughts that you shouldn't have. The last influence is to create a positive image of the Zijinhua family keeping their word. Multitasking. In the afternoon, Angelet was also in the biological anatomy class, listening to Dr. Crow's lecture. The anatomy of such a basic apprentice level is almost complete. If Angelet wants to continue progressing, he will need to purchase a higher level course. But Angelet came to the classroom this time, and he came here for nothing. Naturally, it is impossible to make a purchase. As the time bell rang, the people in the classroom moved. And Dr. Crow walked very fast, and left the classroom nimbly. And Angelet also quietly followed, and no one noticed him. Looking at the walking back of this fast-paced extreme wizard apprentice, Angelet thought of the scene where Polaris dealt with the blonde wizard. But it just passed by in a blink of an eye, and he followed Dr. Crow calmly. It has to be said that Angelet's behavior is very bold. Even in the eyes of the students of the Dark Wizard Academy, it is crazy and extremely unwise. Wizards of different levels cannot understand what the other party is thinking about. Often things that don't make much sense in my own opinion. To higher level wizards, they have their own deep meaning and purpose in it. There is the wizard of the Zijinhua family, a lesson learned from the past. Angelet still dared to act like this, which made the wizard apprentice who came out from behind stare, wide-eyed. Immediately, I couldn't help whispering. There are even a few wizard apprentices who have taken the Polaris course, shaking their heads one after another, saying, "Extreme wizard apprentices, being able to serve as teachers, our levels are naturally different." Although they all belong to the students of the Dark Wizard Academy, they are all seniors of the upper school, and they are official wizards. Adults have to give affirmation respect exists. It's best not to get too close. This is the consensus of most people. This student is crazy. The Polaris incident last time wasn't completely over yet. Here comes another one. It's really interesting. Guess if this wizard will end up like the Zijinhua wizard last time. Who knows? There are always little wizards trying to take shortcuts. Many wizard apprentices watched with cold eyes, and even stared at Angelet's actions with eyes like watching a joke. Dr. Crow looked indifferent and walked quickly. In his mind, all he thinks about is his own experimental plan, and the research on the path of the bloodline wizard is not that simple. He felt a lot of pressure. That's why he chose to recruit some students with perfect basic anatomy among the students of the lower school. In addition to the lack of time for the students in the upper school, Dr. Crow is also worried that his experimental research data will be stolen or leaked. This is research related to his advancement to the official wizard. Even if there is any leak, it will not work. Suddenly, he seemed to react and sensed something. He stopped his footsteps, turned around, and looked coldly at Angelet, who also stopped. The many wizard apprentices who were watching Angelet's behavior from behind suddenly sneered and said, "Look, it's started. Guess what will happen to this wizard apprentice?" Someone answered the man who spoke. "I think he will be beaten to death by Dr. Crow, just like Polaris." The person who answered was very confident. The tempers of extreme wizard apprentices are generally not very good. Talk to the unequal identity, if you still can't give a reason to satisfy the extreme wizard apprentice. Would be considered a waste of their precious time. The death of Rondoden is the best proof. To die to block the way of the North Star. Angelet looked calm, and said with a light smile, "Senior Crow, hello." He used the title of senior, not teacher. There is a big difference. The latter puts his own status and class under Dr. Crow. And the title of senior, it represents Angelet, and he doesn't think there is any difference in the class where he writes Dr. Crow. Dr. Crow's eyes narrowed. In this lower courtyard, no one has ever called him that. Everyone is terrified of him. The two looked at each other, and from this moment, Angelet showed an aura that was no weaker than Dr. Crow. Quite a few wizard apprentices even thought that they had made a mistake, so their eyes widened and they watched carefully. What Dr. Crow said next surprised Angelet a little. "Interesting. Your name is Angelet, right? I know you." Dr. Crow was wearing a crow mouth mask, so he couldn't see his face clearly, only a pair of indifferent eyes stared at Angelet. But there was a slight interest in the eyes at the moment. Angelet's expression moved slightly. This extreme wizard apprentice can know him as a freshman. It is indeed a surprising thing. Dr. Crow didn't wait for Angelet's answer, and continued, "As a freshman who just entered school, he didn't even pass the 3-month freshman assessment, so let Mr. Green Mother Wizard. Accepting you as a disciple is really memorable." Quote, "I have also heard about the establishment of the medicine lineage, and I have always been curious, so I learned about it in advance." "You're funny, freshman." Dr. Crow's eyes were very meaningful. Angelet's eyes moved slightly. It turned out to be like this. Has things started to develop gradually? The establishment of the medicine lineage will definitely cause some waves in the White Bone Club. Even if the medicine lineage is not very large, there must be some friction if there is an extra one to divide part of the interests of the White Bone Society. Official wizards, of course, can't end in person to divide the interests. It can only be the people below who can fight for the relevant interests on their own. And these benefits, most importantly, also apply to the respective wizards. Dr. Crow said, "Many people have already paid attention to the 4 of you from the medicine lineage. For the sake of Mr. Green Mother Wizard, I will give you a little advice. Abandoning some other benefits of the Underdark, the benefits of potions are enough for you to eat. This will be better for the development of your line of potions. Dr. Crow's voice became deeper and deeper. After all, the strength of the discipline and the strength of the lineage have nothing to do with the high-ranking official wizards. It can only be fought for by the people below. Dr. Crow said very seriously, your lineage of medicine is still too weak, and you can't compete with other lineages of wizards. This is still too far away for you. It is a matter related to the wizards of the Dark Lord. At the same time, he thought silently in his heart that a little help from the Green Mother Wizard had helped him overcome the difficulties. Although the Green Mother Wizard himself probably didn't care, it doesn't mean he wouldn't care. Anglet's expression changed a little, and his eyes narrowed. Afterwards, he smiled lightly and said, "Thank you, Senior Crow, for your advice, but I have some things to ask Senior Crow." Dr. Crow signaled Anglet to continue talking. Anglet said, "I want to join the Senior Crow's experimental course and participate in the work related to anatomy." Dr. Crow stared at Anglet. After a moment of silence, Dr. Crow said slowly, "Yes, every Sunday afternoon, I need to go to my laboratory to do corresponding work, and I will send you the specific address on the wizard mark." Dr. Crow knew that his decision would have an extraordinary impact. The other party's identity is from the pharmacy line, and I accepted the other party to participate in the experimental course. There is a great possibility that the outside world will misunderstand that he has already leaned towards the 10 pulses of medicine. In a sense, it became a barrier for this new student to shelter from wind and rain. There is also a 4-month waiver. Or maybe this freshman has some other ideas and calculations. But he doesn't care. It's that simple. The world of wizards is full of calculations and entanglements of interests. Dr. Crow even wished that some blind guys would come to his door. The favor of an official wizard is not so easy to get. Thinking of this, Dr. Crow's eyes became more exciting. "Then I would like to thank Senior Crow," Anglet said with a chuckle. "As a wizard of the pharmacy lineage, the junior has a bright future, and he is not bad. In 200 or 300 years, he can reach the limit of a wizard apprentice." Dr. Crow paused for a moment, as if he was collecting the vocabulary in his mind. Finally, such a good word came out. Anglet took a serious look, and there was nothing wrong with Dr. Crow. Sure enough, wizards have no sense of the world. Get used to it. But he is also like that. I also feel very good. But, 200 or 300 years for a general-level extreme wizard apprentice. He can't take this long. A maximum of 100 years is sufficient. Anglet has this confidence. The many wizard apprentices who were watching Anglet's actions were completely shocked. My heart is full of incomprehension and inexplicable shock, as if I have seen the most incredible thing. 0. Ask for flowers. Hey, hey, hey. I'm not mistaken. That apprentice wizard is actually talking and laughing with Dr. Crow. That's too exaggerated. Who is this sorcerer apprentice? How did he do it? Why is Dr. Crow so nice? Hiss. Just kidding. The last wizard apprentice who went to intercept Polaris died a miserable death. Even the Zigenhua family didn't dare to provoke revenge. Dr. Crow's temper is no worse than Polaris. Why is there such a big gap? There is an apprentice wizard who seems to have seen Anglet's voice and knows a little information. He suppressed his voice and said, "This wizard apprentice, it seems to be called Anglet, is a new student. I don't know about the others. Freshman, are you kidding me, or am I kidding me?" A wizard master couldn't help but said, "Perhaps, it is the freshmen who have the courage that we don't have, and these extreme wizard apprentices are actually not as cold and cruel as we thought." The apprentice wizard who said this did not believe it himself, and his voice gradually weakened. The picture of Polaris still vividly appeared in my mind. It further illustrates the cruelty of the Bone Club. It can only be attributed to the good luck of this freshman, who has received some attention from Dr. Crow. As for them trying their luck by themselves, I'm afraid the bigger result is to die after trying. Anglet exchanged contact information with Dr. Crow. That is each other's wizard marks. It is possible to transfer information and communicate with each other within the scope of the dark place. On the way back to the wizard's house, Anglet is still thinking about the next wizarding path, how to go. Battle Body Wizard System and Elements. The wizard system, the dual system continues, is a very good choice. One is related to the physical body. One is that it involves energy particles and the strength of mental power. The two develop in both directions, and Angelet will not have any shortcomings. The consumption of the star potion can be carried out tonight, and the body of the star will be born. Angelet is looking forward to it, the mystery of the wizard's physique. The progress of knowledge related to pharmacy should continue. Relying on the Green Mother Wizard, I got a lot of benefits. In exchange for benefits, Angelet has to make some efforts for the development of the pharmaceutical lineage. What's more, there are many benefits for Angelet to develop the medicine line. The meditation method has reached the last wizard rune, and the follow-up wizard meditation method needs to be considered. In addition, about the practice of the witchcraft of shadow corrosion. What Angelet considered was that if there were 9 wizard runes in the Dark Tides meditation, none of them involved witchcraft runes. You can only consider the remaining channel method. In this regard, Angelet needs a lot of magic stones. It just corresponds to the pharmacy that I am going to study. Carry out pharmacy refining, pharmacy sales. Earn a lot of magic stones. Suddenly, Angelet noticed some unusual and weird feelings. It was as if someone was watching him. This brought a weird smile to his lips. Interesting. He asked himself that he had been keeping a low profile in the White Bone Society. There was no focus until now. Not many wizards care about themselves either. Could it be that the news from the Green Mother Wizard has spread? But it shouldn't be. The news about official wizards will only be circulated in the Dark Upper House. And the news of pharmacy is even more closed to the minority. It can be seen that there has been no news from the House of Commons so far. Some of the wizards in the House of Lords, even if they have ideas, would not engage in such inferior tricks. Angelet could already feel the almost undisguised malice and murderous intent from the eyes that followed and observed her. The killing intent in his heart was also aroused. Angelet's eyes turned cold. My own witchcraft has just been practiced, and there is no place to really practice it. He wants to see what's going on. So Angelet took the initiative to leave from the commercial area and headed for the free area. That malicious gaze followed closely, and as it got farther and farther away from the dark place, the maliciousness became more and more unscrupulous. Eat your own corpse. The biggest difference between the upper house of dark wizards and the lower house is the teachers and students who attend the class. Generally, only those who have advanced to the 3rd level of apprentice wizards are eligible to enter the House of Lords. At this time, the extraordinary knowledge mastered by ordinary students already has a certain amount. Almost, the rudiments of the self-wizard path gradually appeared. Of course, it is not known whether this wizard's path is correct. Everything depends on the wizard's own choice. Almost all those who attended classes in the courtyard became official wizards. The rights of the students of the upper house to the Bone Society are much greater than those of the lower house. Moreover, they generally don't pay attention to all kinds of things in the House of Commons, and devote themselves to developing their own experimental courses and consolidating the progress of the wizard's path. The lower court also has no way of knowing the situation of the upper court, because the location is covered by the Bone Wizard formation. All possibilities of detection are covered up, and only the relevant authorities can enter. A complex of buildings somewhere in the upper house, this is the exclusive private wizard residence area in the upper house. Whether it is a laboratory, a cultivation room, a wizard garden, or everything else, except that there is no wizards sold in the free zone outside, the vast range. Almost all of them are relatively perfect wizard residences, and generally the students in the upper house choose to live here. One of the biggest reasons is that it is the closest to the college. Longbottom walked out of his wizard's residence. He was in a really bad mood. There was a fierce conflict with the old patriarch of the family. He fundamentally disagreed with the way the old patriarch handled it. When did the Zigenhua family fall to the point where they had to make compromises for a limit wizard apprentice? Even the Zigenhua family has some weakened, but it's not enough. What made Longbottom even more annoyed was that his mentor seemed to be a little cold towards him. He still doesn't know the reason, but he thinks of his teacher's most indifferent character. It is estimated that his performance has not been recognized by the other party. Recently, because of the death of Polaris and his younger brother, he did have some stability on the way of falling into the wizard. Compared with the other disciples and students of the tutor, the progress has fallen too far. Longbottom punched the wall of the building next to the road, making a fist mark directly. Polaris, I will show you the power of the Zijinhua family. When Longbottom was feeling heavy and restless, a familiar voice came over. Longbottom, something interesting seems to have happened recently, you know. The figure in the purple wizard's robe looks a bit cloudy, with a hooked nose and pupils that are deep and impenetrable. Beneath the golden curly hair was an eager smile. The only pharmacy master of the White Bone Club, Mr. Green Mother Wizard, created the pharmacy lineage. It is said that there are only 4 disciples recruited, and they are all recruited from the wizard course in the lower house. The most interesting thing is that there is another one who is a month old. A freshman who just entered the White Bone Society. However, Longbottom's thoughts were all on the planning and progress of his wizarding path, Polaris, and family affairs. He didn't listen to his friend, Rottweiler's words at all. It was just a perfunctory response. Master Green Mother Wizard as an official wizard, it is normal to be able to create a lineage of potions. Go, Rottweiler, go drink some wizard wine. Longbottom simply didn't think about this matter, and was going to soothe his mood. Rottweiler could only shrug his shoulders and happily accompany him. The establishment of the lineage of medicine can only give them a little understanding. It can't even reach the level of eating melons. I can only think about the intertwined interests reached by the Green Mother Wizard and the headquarters of the Bone Club. So develop the line of medicine. It has to be said that the pharmaceutical resources of the White Bone Society are indeed too scarce. Being able to develop is of great benefit to them. As for the various things in the lower house, the disciples recruited by the Green Mother Wizard are not enough to make them care. Let's go. Seeing how preoccupied you are. Rottweiler showed a helpless expression. On the streets, the number of wizards gradually decreased. Angelette began to deliberately walk towards the free zone, a remote place. And the malice that has been hanging over him is even more obvious. Angelette sneered in his heart, and walked into the outermost area of the free zone. Here, it is more of a free wizard camp that is not under the jurisdiction of the White Bones Society. There are even wizard camps set up in many wild forests and plains. There is already a certain distance from the White Bone Society, but it does not belong to the category of the White Bone Society. And this area is also the area with the most accidents. Hank Zijinhua is like a bad wolf, tightly locking on to his prey. From the gate of the Dark Wizard Academy, Angelette has been waiting. Simply, he was finally knocked down by him. According to the old patriarch of the Zijinhua family, he came to investigate and determine some of the newborn's daily habits. Then proceed to implement the plan to destroy it. The information I can only find in the House of Commons seems to be a freshman who has not yet learned the wizard's meditation method. This made Hank Zijinhua even more disdainful. Just a little mortal. Where do you need to bother so much? Since he dared to offend the Zijinhua family, he had a reason. Hank Zijinhua didn't know all the things. He just received the news and came out to execute it. This is how the wizarding family behaves. When stalking Angelette, there's not much to disguise. It's just that mortals probably can't even sense spiritual power. Hank Zijinhua used the method of lowering his breath, so he was very relieved. When Hank Zijinhua saw that the freshman did not choose to return to his residence outside, but went to the outermost area of the free zone, some thoughts appeared in his mind. Just don't do anything, just kill the new student directly, and it's done once and for all. I'm too lazy to spend any more time planning a plan to get rid of it safely. A densely wooded area, this is one of the wide roads leading to a camp in the outer part of the free zone. You can see dense trees and bushes. Angelette was walking, and then stopped his footsteps. Looking around, it's a nice place. Then, as if talking to himself, he said, I helped people choose their graves before, but today I help people choose their graves. It feels a bit like digging a hole to bury someone. This place is actually very weak from the control range of the White Bone Society. If it is said to kill people here, it is almost impossible for the White Bone Society to notice. Even if a person dies, the chance of being discovered is not high. Unless this person has a very prominent status, let the official wizard do it himself to find subtle clues and conduct retrospective investigations related to witchcraft. Can someone with such conditions? There are really too few. So few that it is almost impossible to appear in the House of Commons. Hank Zijinhua is hidden behind a big tree, covered by many bushes, and hides its breath. He observed Angelet, who was speaking by himself with a strange expression. Surprised that this freshman would say such a thing. He really thought so, and it can be said that he was right. When Hank Zigenhua looked at the past again, she found that there was a sticky darkness like ink in the perspective in front of her. His pupils shrank suddenly. Hired. When exactly? Hank Zigenhua broke into a cold sweat, and a creepy feeling hit his heart. In the world in the perspective, there is almost no other existence. There is only the sticky darkness like ink, to the point where you can't even see your own palm clearly. That freshman is weird. He still doesn't know that he has been tricked. Step by step, they all fell into the other party's calculations. This is a good place to kill people and bury their bones, don't you think? Angelet's voice echoed in the darkness, as if everywhere, unable to determine the direction. Hank Zigenhua felt ruthless in his heart. As a second-level wizard apprentice, he didn't think he would be a small freshman opponent. It's just that in this dark world, the means are too weird. The energy particles of the water element condensed around his body, forming a transparent ripple on the water surface, protecting his frontal direction. He leaned against the trunk of the tree, so he was able to protect himself very well. Next, is to analyze the principle of this dark world. And be careful. With Angelet's sight, he could clearly see all the movements of Hank Zigenhua. There was a little exclamation on his face. As expected, those who could survive and live well in the Dark Wizard Academy were not simple guys. Whether it is combat experience or the way to deal with it, they are all among the best. Calm thinking is the most correct fighting quality of a wizard. Under the eyes of truth, Hank Zigenhua's life, strength, and witchcraft are all clear at a glance. It also let Angelet know and guess the ins and outs of the matter. Although, this Hank Zigenhua is not very clear to me, the relevant details. Being treated as a victim, interesting. Angelet recalled some details of the blonde wizard, who only met those 4 freshmen at that time. He probably understood. You have weirdness, a big weirdness, you have already born energy particles, which shows that you have the idea of wizard meditation. Hank Zigenhua said with an ugly face. The information I investigated has completely different results. You are hiding, and you are hiding so deep. This dark world is your witchcraft, right? Even I can't get rid of it, and I can't think about it. Specific method. It seems that I have never seen related witchcraft in the Bone Club. You have a big secret. But unfortunately, this secret will eventually be exposed. Hank Zigenhua sneered and said, although I can't get rid of this dark world, you can't kill me either. The effect of witchcraft will eventually end. At that time, it is the time for you to despair. Angelet smiled faintly upon hearing this. He didn't say anything, but there was an unusual aura on his body. The dark walking witchcraft experiment worked out pretty well. Even a second-level wizard apprentice can't get rid of it. Related information is also. Already know the ins and outs. Angelet is ready to wrap up. Get rid of this guy. As he said, it's a good burial place. Faint white smoke appeared on Angelet's body, and the energy particles in his body began to stimulate his body. Follow the rhythm and frequency of Thunder Emperor's Art of War. With the appearance of white smoke, Angelet's whole body also gave birth to a powerful force that cannot be ignored. Although it is still impossible to use the complete Thunder Emperor's Art of War, it is still possible to apply the most basic means. What are you doing? Cold sweat appeared on Hank Zigenhua's forehead, and he sensed something was wrong. A rising momentum, even almost reaching the level of a third-level wizard apprentice. How can that be? It's just a freshman, how can he do this? He crazily squeezed the energy particles in his body, cast the water shield technique, and the range expanded even more, directly covering one side of the entire tree. If he can't kill me, I have the water shield technique, so he can't kill me. Hank Zigenhua roared crazily in his heart. Chi. The white smoke is already thick to a certain extent. Angelet's right arm began to turn red, and the muscles were squeezed in a highly active and stimulating way. Muscle fibers are more tightly connected than before. Accompanied by it is the terrifying power and hard flesh. Even with some super sharp witch weapons, they couldn't pierce the flesh of Angelet's right hand at this moment. Next moment, Angelet's figure disappeared on the spot. And in the perspective of Hank Zigenhua, the darkness-like ink surged. A contour-like flow was set off, surging towards him. I won't die, you can't kill me. Hank Zigenhua supported the water shield witchcraft, clenched his crown, and his mind was also highly nervous. I judge the timing in my heart. At the moment when the darkness rushed over, he suddenly changed his gesture. The water shield witchcraft began to change in shape, becoming a large amount of water, forming a huge water prison, including everything in front of it. I won, freshman, you are still too stunned, my combat experience is chosen above you. Hank Zigenhua laughed out loud. However, the smile soon froze. An arm has pierced through the huge tree trunk behind him, extending from it, piercing through his heart. The palm is still beating, with a fiery heart. Angelet's indifferent voice echoed in Hank Zigenhua's ears. You seem to be getting carried away. There is nothing to hide from my eyes. In the ink-like darkness, a pair of pale golden eyes lit up. Hank Zigenhua's pupils instantly turned gray. The darkness of the surrounding environment gradually disappeared, revealing the back of Angelet leaving. Only the cold corpse of Hank Zigenhua, whose heart was crushed, remained here. Location: Free Zone, Mountain Area, Wizard's Residence. Time: 8 p.m. The events of the day are just a blip. It didn't disturb Angelet's plan at all. The reservation plan is to start taking the star potion tonight and give birth to the star body. Now, it's almost time to start. Angelet's eyes fell on the 10 star potions in front of him. Hint: it is detected that the host has successfully taken the star potion X4, and only needs to take the star potion X6 again to complete the conditions for the birth of the star body. Angelet used the source of truth to observe his own body. The level of power is already comparable to some extraordinary creatures. At least, a poisonous swamp frog or a purple poisonous snake bites itself, no matter what, it can't break the skin. Angelet was looking forward to how powerful the star body would be after taking the star potion. It is recorded in some ancient wizard books. The wizard's physique seems to be related to certain rules, but there are only different opinions, and no one has really confirmed it. But what is certain is that as long as you have the star body, you will be stronger and have a longer lifespan than wizards of the same level. They will have some natural abilities and be able to adapt to certain environments that ordinary people cannot adapt to. Qualifications are also generally stronger. It even made Angelet doubt whether after he was born with the star body, he would further improve on the basis of his original third-rank wizard aptitude. If you can, then there are some horrors. The higher the aptitude, the higher the innate spiritual power, and the faster you will reach the corresponding wizard level. Even if it is promoted to the 4th rank, it can directly increase Angelet's spiritual power by at least 3 or 4 points. Angelet estimated the time period, when part of the black clouds outside the window disappeared, and a faint ray of moonlight fell from the sky and hit the floor of the room. Angelet knew that the time she had to wait for had finally come. The information analyzed by the Eye of Truth is probably the best when there are celestial phenomena at night and stars exist. The probability of birthing a star body is also the greatest. Down with the first dose of star potion. That familiar feeling appeared in Angelet's body, and the medicine liquid directly flowed into the abdomen and then took effect. After only a short while of 04, Angelet felt a different change. That is, scalding heat flow appeared in every part of the body, and then those heat flows infected every part of the body, filling the flesh, bone marrow, spine, tissues and organs. Slowly increasing its strength. Not yet finished, Angelet continued to take the star potion. Every star potion is of the ultimate quality, exuding starry colors, without any omissions, and 100% effective. With the medicine liquid one after another, it entered the abdomen. Angelet's body was filled with a huge heat flow that could not be vented. It's as if the whole body is about to explode. The skin also showed a crimson state. Under the observation of the Eye of Truth, Angelet knew that her own flesh and blood cells could not fully absorb the effects of the star potion and liquid medicine. If he doesn't think of a way, because of this uncontrollable force, he will turn into a giant dragon and rampage in Angelet's body. Lead to physical collapse. This is a complete breakdown. The flesh and blood cells were necrotic, unable to be full of vitality, and died from the root cause. But Angelet didn't respond at all. His expression was still very calm, and his indifferent eyes were full of coldness. The birth of wizard physique, if it is so easy to obtain, it would not be so rare in the wizarding world. When Angelet took the 6th star potion, In an instant, like a huge roar, appeared in Anglet's mind. It was deafening directly, and there was no other sound echoing. Can't feel anything else either. The capillaries in the pupils were constantly congested, and then filled with blood red in an instant, and it was not over yet, and then every inch of the body was cracked, blood spattered, and the whole room was everywhere. Looking very miserable, Anglet has become a blood man through and through. But Anglet knew that this was necessary. Although his body was in pain like being cut and crushed by a knife, as long as his wizard will persisted, the birth and transformation of this wizard's physique would continue. Until success. Pooh, it was another change, but this time it was Anglet's heart, which exploded directly because it couldn't bear the exertion of the medicinal liquid. The body has become riddled with holes, but Anglet's pupils are still alive, showing no signs of weakness. Even more powerful, in Anglet's mind, there is a vast darkness he is looking for, holding on. I just want to find that feeling in the dark. After a long time, he finally found it. Saw that light, from his own starlight, but in reality, the night view of the sky outside originally only had a dim moonlight and a few stars, but more of it was covered by clouds. It seems that the moon at this corner has finally struggled to get out. But at this moment, as if something happened to these clouds, they could no longer block the bright brilliance of the moon and were directly dispersed. Endless stars and a bright moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight is everywhere, and its eyes shine on the earth. In the upper house area of the Bone Society, the area where the official wizards are located, there have been some subtle changes in all of them, and all the official wizard towers have responded. Even the huge bone wizard formation, the muddy curtain, also rippled. The towering blue wizard tower is filled with the breath of energy particles of water element, and there are many patterns of seabed biological civilization, which are tattooed on the wizard tower. And in the depths of the wizard tower located in the official wizard area of the White Bone Society, a person wearing a blue wizard robe is dozing off under the relief of the ocean wall, sitting on a huge octopus-wrapped seat. When the moonlight shines on the wizard tower where she is, the momentum was suddenly aroused, and he opened his eyes as deep as the ocean. This is a beautiful woman, but her expression is full of indifference, and her sea blue curly hair hangs over her shoulders. She frowned, and said suspiciously in her eyes, "The sky has changed, what's wrong?" "My sea ritual divination. The divination is also a large piece of chaos." "Strange, how come there is a special feeling, as if there is a certain amount of connection with the fate of the White Bone Society? Could it be somewhat related to the place that Nether Wizard said? She is a newly promoted official wizard who is good at divination, but lacks some historical background of wizards. Compared to other official wizards, she is a complete newcomer. But it has been more than 300 years. But still can't understand the reasons for the changes in the celestial phenomena. Forget it, it's probably not calm outside recently, I'd better stay in the wizard's tower and study divination and witchcraft." The figure in the blue wizard robe said with an unnatural expression. On the other side, this is a towering wizard tower filled with strange green flames. A figure slowly flew out from the wizard tower, dressed in a green-patterned wizard robe. The expression has an intriguing meaning, watching the moonlight change in the sky. "Judging by age, it's probably around middle age," he said with a strange look in his eyes. "It doesn't look like there is a limit wizard apprentice who breaks through to a full-time wizard and arouses astronomical phenomena." Afterwards, he recalled some contents lovingly through years of memory. He said with some uncertainty, "Could it be that the existence of a wizard physique activates its own wizard physique, which leads to the vision of heaven and earth? Wizard physique is the stuff of legends." He wasn't sure if it really was. From the mortal period to the present, his physical body is also changing all the time. After the continuous radiation changes of energy particles are strengthened, it can be regarded as a kind of shaping of the wizard's physique. But after all, it has the limit of human bloodline genes. To a certain extent, radiation will also lose its proper strengthening and changing effect. If you want to continue to improve your physical fitness, you need other methods. Or the extraordinary bloodline assimilation enhancement of the bloodline wizard. Or the enhancement of the war body wizard who is close to being lost. In comparison, bloodline wizards are not as extreme as battle body wizards. It's just pure polishing to enhance your physical body. The physique of a wizard is fundamentally different. It is born with incredible power. With a certain natural ability, you can manipulate certain aspects of matter, or energy areas. Do things that require witchcraft. There are even rumors that the root of the wizard's physique has some meaning of rules in it. But almost most wizards believed that this was Miao Yan. He didn't believe it either. In the historical records of the White Bone Society, there is no so-called wizard physique. This has broken away from the species structure of human beings, and has reached an earlier stage on the road of evolution. Suddenly, the figure in the green wizard robe laughed. It's none of my business, whether it's a wizard's physique or not, there will always be clues, willing to snatch. Go to seize the house, go to dissect and study the occupied ones. If it can really bring me a little bit of joy in life, it would be interesting. The ghost wizard is full of indifferent attitude. This is brought about by the confidence of strength. Wizard physique, in his understanding, is at best an alternative talent. When the wizard's strength reaches a certain level, his own self-evolution can be comparable to the wizard's physique, or even surpass the wizard's physique. But no one has seen the physique of a wizard, everything is speculation. The dignified expression of the ghost wizard is not as relaxed and indifferent as he said. The nether wizard then yawned. Why was he thinking so much? Why not go back to sleep? Perhaps this celestial phenomenon can bring a little new vitality to the White Bone Club. Not such a pool of stagnant water. It stinks. In the mind of Nether Wizard, a figure in a blue wizard robe suddenly came to mind. An inexplicable smile suddenly appeared on his face. The Sea Witch is a cowardly fellow who often stays in the wizard tower and doesn't come out for gatherings. Some wizard knowledge and news are also relatively backward, plus they are newcomers and their character is startled. Could it be that at this time, he was suspicious again and would not leave the wizard's tower for 3 or 4 years? Thinking of this, Nether Wizard couldn't help sighing. Sure enough, those who learn divination, peeping into privacy every day, are worried about their own safety. And in Angelet's wizard residence, in the foyer, a large amount of moonlight directly passed through the glass window and poured into Angelet's body when 32. 3 in. Supporting his body is like a god-man. The white and clean light permeated every part of the body, and the many injuries caused by the star medicine liquid were slowly healing. This state is really amazing. If someone is in the room, they will be able to find it in shock. Angelet's body is full of some supernatural principles that can only be explained by high-level wizard knowledge. When Angelet opened his eyes, the perspective in front of him had completely turned into a bright picture of a starry sky. Vast, mysterious, unknown. The endless stars and meteorites, turned into endless light and heat, completely flooded towards Angelet. Hint: the host has successfully taken the star potion, the transformation is complete, and the wizard physique is born, star body. Target: body of the stars. Content: the wizard physique born by taking 10 copies of star potion, has the ability to manipulate the power of stars and the power of nothingness. A leap in life form, you are no longer a human being. Innate ability: manipulate starlight, evolve nothingness. The specific ability needs to be developed by the host. Quality: red. Attachment: the host itself is the body of the stars, born with affinity to the void. The constraints of the starry sky are useless to you. In the spacious room, the standing figure exudes a faint white light, full of mystery and unknown, and the vastness of the starry sky. It's really a transformative experience. The brilliance gradually subsided, revealing a skin like white jade. Some complicated lines appeared on the arms and neck, and finally disappeared into the body. Angelet looked at his hands, then made a fist again. Now he is at least 10 centimeters taller than before. The power hidden inside the body is more than doubled or tripled than before. Is this the physique of a wizard? Although it is not as exaggerated as in the rumors, it is also extremely terrifying. Angelet was digesting all kinds of star body. There is also a lot of information from the system in his mind. It is about the details of natural abilities, as well as the enhanced physical fitness value. Whether it is the control of starlight or the evolution of nothingness, Angelet was extremely surprised by the detailed information. This is definitely not an ordinary wizard physique. In the void in front of him, Angelet's system panel appeared. Compared with before, there has also been a huge change. It can be said that it is completely new. Host: Angelet. Host: Angelet. Current physique: 28. Current mental power: 20.5. Energy particles: 205 directions. Witchcraft: black sun walking, shadow corrosion. Wizard physique, star body. Innate ability, manipulate starlight, evolve nothingness. Qualification, 4 grades. Level 2 Wizard Apprentice. Witchcraft, mixing poison and refining body, 3 stages. Incarnation, Hand of Alchemy, cross-boundary trading witchcraft. Strategy, Thunder Emperor, flesh melting point base stage. Meditation method, Dark Tides, 8 wizard runes. Pharmaceuticals, basic pharmacy knowledge, advanced pharmacy knowledge, blooming miracle potion, formula, azure potion, formula. Alchemy, none. Magic stone, 40. Items, black sun key, inheritance, fire dragon sword, wizard ring, meteor iron sword, invisibility cloak, star potion x4. His physique has improved from 22 points to 28 points. A full improvement of 5 points. There is also mental power, which also broke through the 20 value limit of the second level wizard apprentice in one fell swoop. Let Angelet directly become a second level wizard apprentice. What shocked Angelet the most was the qualification column. From the 3rd grade to the 4th grade qualification. Can really change aptitude. It has been improved by a whole rank. Angelet's comprehension of wizard knowledge, as well as the meditation of wizard meditation, will have a certain degree of prominent improvement. In the entire history of the establishment of the White Bone Society, there is only one example of a 4th rank qualification. That is the great bone wizard who founded the wizarding power of the Bone Society. Inside the testing ground, there are many humanoid targets set up. Angelet's upper body was bare at the moment, revealing a muscular figure. The muscles were neatly arranged, as if sculpted, full of beauty. The next moment, Angelet's eyes fixed on one of the human targets. The figure suddenly disappeared in place, and then appeared in front of the human target. An understatement punch went straight out. Boom. It was a seemingly light punch, but an unimaginable terrifying force erupted directly. Directly hit the center of the entire humanoid target into a huge depression. This is a humanoid target specially used by wizards to test various methods. Using memory metal, it is full of hardness and the ability to restore itself to its original state. But under Angelet's punch, the speed of recovery has become extremely slow. Like a turtle crawling, it slowly recovered a little bit. Generally speaking, the damage caused by apprentice-level targets can be completely recovered within 5 seconds. It is enough to see that the destructive power caused by Angelet's punch just now is great. Angelet's pupils flashed a light golden stream of light. The speed of the random attack of the physical body has reached 26 witches, which is a relatively high stage in the apprenticeship stage of a master. Angelet is doing analysis. According to the value of mental power, different damage and energy fluctuations are given, and a certain amount is constant. Then there is the defense value of one's own body. Generally speaking, it will be far less than the value of constitution. But the war wizard is very different from the common wizard. The Eye of Truth gives relevant data. Angelet was a little surprised and said, I can actually defend against attacks of less than 20 witches. In other words, except for the second-level wizard apprentices, and the upper wizard apprentices, they can cause damage to Angelet. For the rest, even Angelet's defense couldn't be broken. You only need to rely on your own physical body to completely defend yourself. Of course, if it is some special means of attack, such as witchcraft with a negative impact on the spirit, Angelet cannot resist. That requires the defense of mental power and the resistance of one's own soul. And Angelet's own energy particles have also undergone considerable changes. The first is the change of color, from the original color to white, which is very strange. And with a little starlight and the power of nothingness. It's just that the power contained in it is very weak and cannot play a big role. The Eye of Truth analyzed the strength of Angelet's energy particles. It has reached the strength of a second-level wizard apprentice, or even a third-level wizard apprentice. The power of witchcraft released will also be increased by a certain amount. This is an all-round improvement. Angelet came to the laboratory. He has some doubts. It is related to the specific use of his 2 talents. The obvious change in physique proved that Angelet had successfully given birth to the star body. But what is strange is how to use these 2 natural abilities. Innate ability exists, and the system has already explained it, which requires my own research and discovery. Angelet touched his chin with a thoughtful expression. Afterwards, a light golden stream of data flowed in his eyes. Observe your physical body. Target: Angelet. Strength: Level 2 Wizard Apprentice. Biography: Mortal period. During the wizard period, he took star potion and was born with a star body. His talents are manipulating starlight, evolving nothingness. Through the combination of spiritual power and self-energy particles, one can discover the natural power in the physical body and control the endless starlight power above the sky. P.S. How much or how little is manipulated, and the strength of the starlight power, are all linked to the strength of the user. Through the combination of spiritual power and self-energy particles, you can discover the natural power in the physical body, and grasp the ubiquitous power of nothingness in the infinite starry sky. P.S. How much you have mastered, as well as the various uses of the power of nothingness, are all related to the knowledge you have mastered. That's it, Angelet finally understood. These two talents have a lot of potential. But related to his strength, part of the nature of the self-energy particles is the existence of these two talents. He is too weak, so the nature of this part is very weak. If you have reached the limit of a wizard apprentice, or a formal wizard, it can directly induce the power of starlight on the sky, and even pull down meteors and meteorites. Extremely terrifying. And the power of nothingness can directly manipulate a certain amount of space. Transform tangible matter into nothingness. For example, like this. Angelet's eyes flickered for a moment, then froze suddenly. A bright white starlight flashed in the pupils. Then, along with the feeling of being full of darkness, the spiritual power directly merged into the energy particles in Angelet's body. A faint white radiance suddenly appeared on the right arm, and then gathered on the fingers, becoming a true pure white color of nothingness. Angelet tapped lightly on the experimental bench in front of him. Immediately, pure white light directly enveloped that part. Without a sound, a gap appeared directly there, as if corroded. But Angelet's method is to use the power of nothingness. The power of nothingness, no matter can resist, even energy will be turned into nothingness. Very scary. Angelet has self-confidence. Even if he is a formal wizard, he dare not directly let the power of nothingness affect him. That too has only one death result. It can be called an extremely terrible method. But this consumes too much. It's still too weak. Angelet couldn't help a bitter smile, feeling the exhausted energy particles inside his body. There are more than 200 energy particles in more than 200 directions. Just exerted such a power of nothingness. Even his physical strength has been squeezed a lot. The mental power is not bad, but only half of it has been consumed. Originally, Angelet's skin was because he often stayed in the wizard's house. Very pale, this time because of weakness. It's almost morbid. However, paired with Angelet's handsome appearance, there is a sense of morbid beauty. Dense grass plants, walking along the cobblestone path to the depths, is a very wide building range. There are gardens along the road, and there are all kinds of novel plants, even extraordinary plants. Two figures were walking on the cobblestone path, seemingly walking and talking. I would like to congratulate you, the Green Mother Wizard, who successfully created the medicine lineage and accepted 4 disciples. The figure in the gray wizard robe has the face of a man in his 50s, but his real age must be far greater than this figure. He was speaking slowly to the figure next to him. The two sides of the plant decoration on the head of the Green Mother Wizard moved slightly, and the green lips smiled. Thank you for the congratulations, it's just a small thing. Why do you have the nerve to ask the Ash Wizard to come over in person? The figure in the gray wizard robe looked a little cramped. Obviously something was going on and something was unspeakable. In the end, he said directly, as the only potion master among us, the Green Mother Wizard has a distinguished status, which is worth it. This is a congratulatory gift I brought to the Green Mother Wizard. It is my heart. Without waiting for the Green Mother Wizard to say something, the Ash Wizard stretched out his hands, and the ring on his finger flashed gray light, and a bottle of special liquid appeared in his hand. The liquid is golden yellow, and has amazing activity. As if there is a living thing inside, it is constantly surging and trembling. The look of the Green Mother Wizard changed in surprise, looking at the Ash Wizard in confusion. Ash Wizard, this congratulatory gift is a bit too heavenly. Ash Wizard smiled. It's nothing. The Green Mother Wizard, just accept it. This is my congratulatory gift. The Green Mother Wizard glanced at the Ash Wizard, knowing that there must be something else in it, so she didn't say it. This is the blood of ashes. It was made from the blood essence of Ash Wizard himself, after some special wizard methods. It is very precious and rare, and it can even be said that even if a bottle is not made, it will cause a lot of damage to Ash Wizard, and his cultivation base will stagnate. And the effect of taking it is even more remarkable. It can directly increase mental strength and physical fitness by 3 to 5 points, and there are no major side effects. Even has an effect on official wizards. Ash Wizards hardly ever come up with something like this. Because once there are too many of them, with the atmosphere of the Bone Club, even if he is very strong, he is a just man with many lines of wizards in name. It will also cause a lot of stares, attract his own attention, and cause a lot of trouble. The Green Mother Wizard chuckled and said, Ash Wizard, if you want to say something, just say it. No big deal. Wizard Ashes coughed, and then said, well, because of the sudden establishment of the medicine lineage, many lineages did not respond in time, and many official wizards not. Most of them are in closed-door experiments. In the battle of certain interests, the people below may not get the response from above in time. Maybe, the lineage of pharmacy won't get any resource subsidies from the White Bone Society. The Green Mother Wizard understood everything in an instant. It turned out that he was afraid that he would lose face. The medicine lineage created was targeted by other lines and could not obtain due rights. Many veins do not live in peace, but are full of friction and contradictions. Every 5 years, the Bone Society will subsidize many lines, distribute many resources, and allocate shares of the wizard's secret realm regarding resource locations. To put it another way, the funds issued by various institutions and departments have different shares, more or less. Those who have less are naturally unwilling and want more, but those who have more will definitely not give it away. Conflicts arising in this way must always be resolved. Every 5 years, the Bone Society holds a lineage struggle. Regarding the distribution of many resources, the share is divided according to the winner of the lineage struggle. And the pharmacists are all pharmacists, so their combat effectiveness must be very weak. Naturally, he is not the opponent of other wizard forces. The Green Mother Wizard smiled faintly. The Ash Wizard has a heart, but it's not a big deal, it's just a fight between the little guys, I'm not so stingy. Even though he said so, the Ember Wizard still handed the Ember Wizard the blood of ashes in his hand. 5 years later, it will be the time when the lineage struggle begins. At that time, I will be the master, divide a garden secret realm, and give medicine to the lineage. The last thing the Ash Wizard wants to offend is the Green Mother Wizard. Who doesn't ever need a wizard's potion? Of course, the wizard medicine they use is only made by the Green Mother Wizard, which is the most effective. The Green Mother Wizard had no choice but to accept it. In fact, she didn't care much about this lineage struggle. Everything is up to the little guy below to fight for it. If you can't compete with others, you can't do it yourself. Looking at the back of Ash Wizard who left, the Green Mother Wizard sighed. She always felt that she was very open-minded. Forget it, in the potion battle 5 years later, whoever performs the best among the 4 will give the blood of ashes. The Green Mother Wizard made up her mind. Location: Free Zone, Mountain Area, Number 22. Time: 12 o'clock in the evening. Angelette sat on the desk seat in the lounge, writing the corresponding wizard wrote ideas. About my natural ability, clothes. There are also research data items related to the tactics of Thunder Emperor. At the moment of 12 o'clock, Angelette, who had already developed a habit, performed today's random check-in. With a thought, a ray of light flashed across the void in front of him. In the lounge, the blue light that only Angelette could observe appeared in the void in front of him. Hint: randomly succeed today, get a reward, shadow piercing, witchcraft. Content: mix natural dark element energy particles and shadow element energy particles, and condense the shadow spikes, which can quickly attack the enemy and puncture, and the sharpness is exceptional. Relevant wizard knowledge appeared in Angelette's mind, allowing Angelette to absorb and digest it continuously. Hint: the Eye of Truth is analyzing, estimated time, 2 hours. Angelette looked at the void in front of him, and the sun font suddenly appeared. It turns out that his own strength has become stronger, and the function of the Eye of Truth has also been further improved. It can be automatically analyzed according to Angelette's own comprehension ability and aptitude, as well as the many wizard knowledge in his memory. Angelette simply began to study the knowledge related to medicine. Among them, there has also been preliminary progress in the level of advanced pharmaceutical knowledge. This is a big progress for him in pharmacy. But it's worth mentioning that Angelet hasn't become a real pharmacist yet. Because one must master the refining of 5 pharmacy formulas, one can be regarded as a low-level pharmacist. Time passed slowly, and within these 2 hours, Angelet understood and absorbed many new methods of medicine, new raw materials of medicine, and new medicine concepts. Thoroughly digested in my mind memory. The understanding of pharmacy is also constantly improving. Such progress is astonishing. It is 10 times faster and 100 times faster than ordinary pharmacy apprentices. The body of the stars brings far more than just an increase in superficial strength. Qualification and comprehension ability, or thinking ability, reaction ability. These soft powers are also a big improvement. There is an alternative record in the ancient books. That is the physique of a wizard. Why it is called a physique of a wizard, that is because he has obtained some physical characteristics of a powerful wizard in advance. Time passed quickly for Angelet, thinking and researching. About an hour and a half had already passed. At this time, he has temporarily stopped his research and understanding of advanced pharmaceutical knowledge. Instead, he checked the formula of the potion he had. It is necessary to become a low-level pharmacist, which can play a good role in planning his pharmacy path. Every wizard has something they are good at. And the pharmacist is similar. The truth is too vast and boundless. No matter how powerful and heaven-defying a wizard is, he cannot choose everything and carry it out comprehensively. There must be a trade-off. How to choose a pharmacist path. Whether to choose the road of buff potion, or the road of debuff potion, or a newly born, attack potion road. There was once a pharmacist who proposed the concept of medicine master, and he was the founder of attack medicine. It is a pity that this idea has not been successfully spread. In terms of strength, it is second, and the most important thing is that it cannot be passed on. Not everyone is gifted as a pharmacist. This is equivalent to being screened out from the already rare group of wizards. The most important point is that there is no way out, you need to create by yourself. This almost cut off everyone's thoughts. Angelet didn't have any idea in this regard either, and Shang Tian, who studied pharmacy, was his assistant on the road of elementalist. A springboard for earning resources and supporting the path of elemental wizards. After thinking for a while, Angelet made up his mind. Among all the wizard potions currently available, the buff potions that increase strength have the best selling effect. The price is also the most expensive. Even the nightmare medicine with serious side effects is in short supply, and even the price is not available. There are really too few pharmacists in this white bone society. There is almost only one green mother wizard, 1 or 2 other extreme wizards, and official wizards supporting the scene. The other official wizard is not even a pharmacist, but a very ordinary senior pharmacist. So the path of pharmacist that Angelet chose is the path of gain potion. The next thing to consider is to only choose this aspect of pharmacy knowledge to improve your pharmacist level. After Angelet made all kinds of decisions and wrote down the related content. Time also spent the last half hour. It has reached the 2-hour time period for the Eye of Truth to deduce the shadow-piercing witchcraft. In the void in front of him, new relevant information suddenly appeared, which attracted Angelet's eyes and mind. Target: shadow-piercing witchcraft. Details: consume a certain amount of mental power, activate the corresponding witchcraft runes in the Sea of Consciousness, and consume them at the cost of energy particles, causing the shadows within 10 meters to mutate, condense into a solid state, turn into spikes, and pierce enemy. Quality: purple. Power: 23. Witch value. Attack range: 30 meters. About how to cast this shadow-piercing witchcraft, which witchcraft runes need to be activated, and how to release it at the right time. All these things made Angelet familiar and recorded them in the memory area of his mind. But when Angelet tried to activate the related witchcraft runes in the Sea of Consciousness, something that made Angelet feel like a little trouble happened. That is, it is the same problem as the previous, shadow corruption, witchcraft. Most of the witchcraft runes exist in these 8 wizard runes, but some key witchcraft runes are missing. So Angelet couldn't release this witchcraft, so he could only watch. It seems that you need to improve your strength as soon as possible, and practice the Dark Tide, the wizard's meditation method, completely. As for the follow-up meditation part, it is also necessary to find a way to obtain it. In addition, Angelet still has some thoughts, that is about the Black Sun Key. Wizard Haeyong, as a half-step 4th level Great Wizard, the inheritance he left behind must include all aspects. There must be the existence of wizard meditation. Such a huge treasure, Angelet said that he didn't want to dig it, it must be fake. But he never had a perfect solution. The inheritance of the Black Sun must be tested. No one knows what kind of situation is going on in the Black Sun secret realm. If there is a crisis everywhere, with his current strength, he might not even be able to leave ashes. That's one of Angelet's concerns. Simply, Angelet no longer thought about this aspect. At least, you have to reach the limit of the strength of a wizard apprentice before going to the Black Sun secret realm to explore. 10 exploration opportunities, 1 less time to use. In terms of your own fire attribute affinity, let's save it for later consideration. Anyway, the Black Sun secret realm can't run away, and has been waiting for me to accept the inheritance. Inside the laboratory, Angelet was checking some extraordinary raw materials in his reserve, and the rest, which could be used to make potions, was just a portion of Nightmare Potion. 3 pieces of Azure Potion, 2 pieces of Crimson Potion. The Crimson Potion is a potion that can restore the user's physical strength and injuries. As long as the injury is not too fatal, it can be rescued. If you really want to count the potion formulas you have mastered, including the Blooming Miracle potion you got before, there are a total of 6 kinds. Potion recipes with aspects unrelated to buff potions are excluded. They are Blooming Miracle Potion, Azure Potion, Nightmare Potion, Crimson Potion, Blood Roland Potion. Among them, the Blooming Miracle Potion, the prerequisite AEAA, at least Angelet must have fully mastered the advanced potion knowledge before it can meet the refining conditions. Therefore, if Angelet wants to be promoted to a low-level pharmacist, he still needs to master a pharmacy formula. Over at the Dark Wizard Academy, the latest class is the Energy class, which will be held tomorrow. Angelet didn't waste any time, and directly began to use many potion materials in the laboratory to refine the Dream Potion and Azure Potion. Quote, it took half a day to refine the 2 blue potions and 1 Nightmare Potion. Azure Pharmacy failed, not because Angelet's skills were not good enough. It was because he was a little distracted in the process of refining, which led to failure. This is not only a Green Mother Wizard, but there is no guarantee of 100% success. On the contrary, failure is a common thing. It's a normal thing. Angelet had never refined Crimson Elixir before, so it would take some time to analyze and refine it. Reminder: analysis of Crimson Potion is in progress, estimated time, 1 hour. Angelet glanced at the screen information displayed in the void in front of him, and then walked straight out of the laboratory. I came to the storage room and found the chrysalis who was in contact with the bald man Jobs. Inside the wooden box, Chuan Pupa's body, which was originally white and fat, has lost a little weight at this moment, and the shiny patterns have faded. The mental power felt the dissatisfaction it expressed. Angelet was a little embarrassed, as if he had forgotten that this pupae also needs to eat to replenish the energy it consumes. If there is no nutritional support, it will take another month or 2 to starve to death. Angelet hesitated for a moment, but took out a magic stone from his wizard ring. When the magic stone appeared in Angelet's hand, there is a very obvious reaction in the pupa transmission, that is, the pheromone of desire and desire to eat is transmitted. Angelet said with a faint smile, "Little guy, this thing is for you to eat, but only if you work hard." After the words fell, Angelet directly mobilized his mental power and walked towards the chrysalis package. Soon some information was passed along the connection between the child pupa and the mother pupa. Angelet put the magic stone directly into the wooden box, and then closed it. At the same time, on the other side, in the area outside the free zone, in the streets of the wizard camp that Angelet had been to. Inside the huge tent, a bald man was counting the magic stones he had earned. Beside him, there are several figures with submissive expressions. Those are all his employees, including knights among mortals, and apprentice wizards with low strength. Out of the corner of Job's eyes, he glanced at these people, and said angrily, "You guys, when you are working, you are not diligent. When you are so courteous." The few figures didn't say anything, but looked expectantly at the magic stone that Jobs was distributing. "That's part of them." Suddenly, Jobs seemed to sense something, and quickly took out a wooden box in his arms, listening to the sound inside. Soon, when the corresponding message fell into his ears, a look of shock appeared on his face. And then there was the surprise that couldn't be concealed. Even because of this burst of surprise, he directly slapped the counter table next to him. When looking at these employees with weird eyes, they are also much more pleasing to the eye. A big list, an unprecedented big list. He sprinkled so many chrysalis, and today finally a customer came back to the door, and it still has such a large share of business. Jobs' mood fluctuated to the extreme. Subconsciously supporting the table, he gasped for breath. When I saw a few idle employees watching his jokes, he yelled loudly, "Now, immediately go and mark all the supernatural creatures in the entire camp with poison. The more poisonous ones, mark them for me. This time, we are the big list." Jobs looked inexplicably at a few employees who were overwhelmed and frightened by him. Said with faint eyes, "Maybe, you still have a chance to enter the free zone of the White Bone Club and see the world." As soon as these words came out, the eyes of several employees lit up instantly. Jobs urged again, "Give me a quick job, good job, magic stone is enough, the customer who placed the order this time is very unusual, maybe they will become our loyal customers in the future." But Jobs had other things on his mind. Can take out a large share of wizard potions to trade, even those whose quality has reached perfection and limit. While Jobs was startled, he became hot. Already guessed something about Angelet, at least a very high-level pharmacist. However, there are few pharmacists in the White Bone Club itself, and almost no medicine is left outside. Internally digested. These free wizards and wandering wizards outside are even more lacking in wizard potions than the wizards of the Bone Society. The price that can be sold is almost 4 or 5 times higher. It can be called real profiteering. Jobs had already made up his mind to make good friends with Angelet and establish a good relationship. Because of this, it is possible to make him the only channel that can sell super high-quality wizard potions to the outside world. Normal people can understand the meaning of this. Reminder: the analysis of the Crimson Potion is completed, and the transfer of relevant wizard knowledge is completed. In the laboratory, Angelet, who was doing talent research, stopped the process. Digesting the corresponding knowledge of wizards, Ben's refining method. In Angelet's mind, a blurry picture of a figure suddenly appeared. Started to process many pharmaceutical raw materials, extract, squeeze, and then take out the essence and remove the dross. This is the scene where the Crimson Potion is being made. It seemed that there was an extra green mother wizard teaching Angelet hand in hand. And Angelet is also tirelessly absorbing all the content shown in this picture, including the subtleties, techniques, and strength of the Crimson Potion refining, mastering the temperature of the witchcraft flame, and the measurement value of the extraordinary property change in which the energy particles intervene. These were firmly recorded in Angelet's mind. Among them, the measurement value of the extraordinary property change is the most important thing. Once there are any fluctuations and trances, it is possible to change the established value, which will eventually lead to the failure of the wizard's potion refining. When the display of the screen was over, Angelet even had a unique body memory feeling that he had also refined the Crimson Potion. And all of this is just his sense of stress. But if you grasp this feeling, it will be of great benefit to refining the Crimson Potion. Time passed slowly, and Angelet also successfully refined the Crimson Potion. So far, he has mastered the refining of 3 potions. Next is the Blood Roland Potion, which is a potion that can increase the physical strength of the user. Although it is less valuable than the potion that can improve mental power, it is also a very rare potion in the White Bone Club. Often after it flows out, it will be bought directly. Reminder: the Blood Roland Potion is being analyzed, estimated time, 2 hours. The difficulty is indeed much greater than that of the Crimson Potion. Angelet also paid a lot of attention to pharmacy. After all, the subsequent acquisition of resources will all be supported by pharmacy. Whether it is a transcendent item related to soul nourishment, it is also a fire attribute nutrient for the growth of black-armored young dragons. It is also the many poisonous extraordinary creatures that Angelet needs for his own practice. As well as nourishing the physical body, and enhancing the spiritual power, and improving the efficiency of meditation outline wizard potion, we must start to prepare. None of its prices are cheap, generally expensive, and you need to pay a lot of money. After using the pupae to pass the message, an order was placed to buy a large number of poisonous extraordinary creatures. What Angelet used to pay was some finished products of extraordinary medicine that he had now refined. It only needs 2 pieces of azure potion, 1 crimson potion, and 1 nightmare potion, which can offset the value of buying so many poisonous extraordinary creatures. It is enough to prove the huge profits of pharmacy in the entire Underdark. And Angelet also has some other thoughts in it. A wizard needs most of all the unknown. It was impossible for Angelet to expose her details. From the entire Bone Society, it is impossible to know who the specific extreme wizard apprentices are and what kind of witchcraft they possess. You can see it. The standard Angelet set for himself was already the standard for an apprentice wizard. Hank Zigenhua came to him so hastily, wasn't it just because of his unknown? If his news has been discovered and learned, the Zigenhua family would definitely not send such a wizard apprentice over. Instead, they will target and encircle and hunt Angelet. This is also the reason why wizards and traders choose to do business with the Free Zone instead of digesting it within the White Bone Society. Angelet was also able to implicitly influence many wizard groups in the outer parts of the Free Zone indirectly through the channel of jobs. For example, release tasks that use wizard potions as rewards, and let the wizard groups outside the Free Zone complete them. Angelet sighed a little. After all, it was her own wings, which were still not plump enough. If you have the combat power comparable to the ultimate wizard apprentice, then you don't have to choose this way. Strength can protect everything that you show. If you use internal digestion medicine, you can get dark spots. Up to now, the value of Angelet's dark spot is still a task done before. The 10 points gained is better than nothing, hardly worth anything for Angelet. Even the pharmacy formula of the White Bone Society, which supports pharmacy, costs a starting price of 30 o'clock. But Angelet doesn't have to worry about it. There is a channel for the Green Mother Wizard. All you need to do is to complete the pharmacy knowledge test of the Green Mother Wizard. Location: Bone Wizard City, Zigenhua family. Time: 9 a.m. Disappeared. Are you sure that Hank Zigenhua disappeared? And it was silent, and no one has found his trace. In the depths of Zigenhua's family, Hux Zigenhua's expression changed a little. Her hair, which was already pale, became even more lifeless at the moment. There was sadness in Hux Zigenhua's eyes, and his shoulders, which were originally firm, actually became a little bent. Tell me about the specific situation in detail, what you found out through your investigation. Hux Zigenhua was almost sure that Hank Zigenhua was dead. What being missing in the Bone Club represented was no clearer than that of him, an old wizard who had withdrawn from the Bone Club. The old housekeeper glanced at Hux Zigenhua worriedly, and said slowly, "Hank Zigenhua, I followed your instructions at that time, and then went to investigate the freshman. The time period of the disappearance, that is, from the day before yesterday to today, during this time period, an accident occurred, and no one knew about it. What happened? I'm afraid that the one who can do this is not only the freshman who doesn't even have the idea of a wizard to meditate, and who hasn't born his own energy particles, but also other people who appear behind the scenes. Master Hank Zigenhua, he is a second-level wizard, and his strength is quite good, so silently disappeared. Who would believe that there is a simple quote? The old butler still has nothing to say. Could it be that the Bone Wizard City and other wizard families targeted the Zigenhua family? There are only a few wizard families that occupy the most resources. Thinking of being superior, naturally, the only way to bring down the Zigenhua family in advance. Get rid of the wizards in the wizard family, naturally the 10 best ways. When there is no wizard in the family, can this family still be regarded as a wizard family? The answer is something obvious. Hux Zigenhua naturally thought of this. No matter what the reason is, after all, the cause is him, and the process is related to that new student. And Hank Zigenhua is still his grandson, and his direct bloodline is that the qualifications of wizards are a little lower. Otherwise, maybe the strength will not be lower than Longbottom. At this time, in fact, Hux Zigenhua had a lot of guesses. The long years of experience have given him sufficient experience. In particular, he withdrew from the land of darkness. Hux Zigenhua took a deep breath, then her eyes gradually became fiercer, and she said coldly, "No matter what, it doesn't matter whether it has anything to do with that freshman. The important thing is that my grandson is dead, and he is not dead. It's not fair. That freshman, he must die. There is only one simple reason. Straightforward. Huk Zijinhua actually gradually lost part of her mind. When I was old, I lost my grandson again, and the result was like this. I don't bother to think about the details, and investigate the new student again. It's just a newborn, a freshman who has entered the dark land and is less than 2 months old. Huk Zijinhua's heart was filled with killing intent. Order to get all the members of the Zijinhua family to gather together, mobilize all the power of the Zijinhua family, and tear the freshman who offended the Zijinhua family into pieces. This is to defend the glory of the Zijinhua family. Quote, when the time came to 4:30 in the afternoon, Angelet came out of the lounge, and the analysis of the blood Roland potion had been successfully completed. But without the corresponding medicinal materials, it still cannot be refined. Angelet is going to get some potion raw materials from the Green Mother Wizard. By the way, I will also report my pharmacy progress. For the Green Mother Wizard, her class is high enough, so she doesn't need to have so many worries. And the benefits that can be gained, Angelet doesn't have any humility or embarrassment. Wizards themselves are full of greed. Angelet is no exception, as long as this greed has a suitable degree. It is rare that the residence of the Green Mother Wizard is not in the part covered by the Bone Wizard Formation. And it is between the big formation and the area of the lower court, mainly for the convenience of teaching in the lower court. Ancient Forest Garden. When Angelet was walking on the cobblestone path surrounded by green grass and trees and various rare trees, I happened to see a figure walking out of it. The white wizard robe and golden curly hair are actually Jinx. The expression and demeanor seem to be very different from the previous Jinx. A lot has changed. The other party also saw Angelet, and immediately said with high spirits, Angelet, you are here. I heard that you have never been here since you were brought here by the Green Mother Wizard last time. It seems that you know own flaws. Jinx said with a smile, but it doesn't matter at all. As a rookie, you are already lucky to be able to become the disciple of the Green Mother Wizard. Your background is not enough. Even if you are talented, you have some outstanding points in comprehension, which are valued by the Green Mother Wizard. You shouldn't be inferior. You should avoid coming to the ancient forest garden to study. It's the last thing you should. You can't compare with us. It's just that you haven't been studying at the Green Mother Wizard for long enough. After Jinx received the praise from the Green Mother Wizard and some division of interests, her mentality gradually became more relaxed. I made up a lot of content in my brain, and gradually saw the difference in the treatment of Angelet by the Green Mother Wizard. Master Green Mother Wizard attaches great importance to you, and you must come to the ancient forest garden to learn from time to time to enrich your knowledge of potions. We will not laugh at you. After all, there are only 4 of us in the line of potions, and your understanding of potions, the aptitude for learning will grow up sooner or later. 0. Angelet's expression gradually became a little weird. This woman seemed to have made up some incredible things in her own brain. With the attitude of a senior sister, she came from everywhere. Angelet didn't know what to say for a while. He seldom comes to Gulen Garden, just because his time is very busy and he has no time at all. Angelet said slowly, what you said makes sense. Then, he staggered Jinx directly and walked towards the depths of the ancient forest garden. Jinx looked at Angelet's back, with a faint smile on her face, and said to herself, this little junior seems to be a little inferior and shy. But the Green Mother Wizard. Adults value his talent, and sooner or later he will become the mainstay of the medicine lineage. Before this, it was when I played a role as the pillar of the medicine lineage, propping up a piece of sky. Jinx clenched her fist, full of confidence and motivation. Walking into the tall building, there is a burst of fresh air. It seems that something the Green Mother Wizard did to cause such a change. Angelet's eyes of truth analyze these transformations because there is a beneficial substance in the air. Can play a weak strengthening effect on the physical body. Of course, it's more about spiritual stimulation. It can reduce fatigue after long-term exertion. Angelet found the Green Mother Wizard. Mr. Lumu, I have some appeals and confusions, and I need some help from you. Angelet said with a respectful face. The profound knowledge of the Green Mother Wizard and her accomplishments in medicine refining are worthy of Angelet's respect. The green lips of the Green Mother Wizard moved, Say it directly, you have mastered the basic medicine knowledge to a perfect level, surpassing others, you can let me help you. Confused, Angelette truthfully talked about her difficulties and confusion about advanced pharmacy knowledge, as well as her request for a new pharmacy formula. Teacher Green Mother, I chose the path of buff pharmacist. I hope you can satisfy my request. The Green Mother Wizard smiled gratifiedly. As you wish, I hope you can go further on the road of wizards. A green vine stretched out from the body of the Green Mother Wizard. Angelette watched the vine climb up to his body with a calm expression, and then stuck it tightly on the back of his hand. Then, a large amount of knowledge about wizards was transmitted to Angelette's mind. Angelette's pupils contracted slightly. This is what the Green Mother Wizard passed on is not only a single potion formula, but also more things. And incomparably precious. The green vines are full of active plant factors, and Angelette's eye of truth can see the astonishing activity. It is in an extremely fast state of motion, passing the corresponding pheromone to Angelette. As a result, a large amount of wizard knowledge was accepted by the memory area of Angelette's mind. Then it is stored in it, ensuring that the recipient will not lose this knowledge because of the truncation of the vine. This is a very clever way of transferring knowledge. Many supernatural principles are used in it, such as the advanced application of pharmacy, the high-level application of supernatural botany, and the powerful spiritual power to control plant factors. Absolutely powerful micro-manipulation. Angelette's current level is still unable to fully understand all of this method. It is still too far away from the wizard knowledge level of an official wizard. Reminder: the host is accepting the transfer of the knowledge of the Green Mother Wizard and has obtained the following wizard knowledge: Dreamless Sleeping Potion Formula, Brandy Essence Potion Formula, Back to Origin Potion Formula. Nature's Heart Witchcraft. A lot of extraordinary wizard knowledge kept becoming a memory in Angelette's mind. What is displayed is a series of pictures, all kinds of corresponding potions refined by the Green Mother Wizard. And the picture of the heart of nature witchcraft is even more peculiar. It was the Green Mother Wizard standing still, while the surrounding trees, flowers and plants moved and shook purposefully in the direction of the Green Mother Wizard. The Green Mother Wizard retracted the green vines clinging to Angelette. For a moment, Angelette even felt a slight sense of reluctance. How much I want to pass on the knowledge of extraordinary wizards, so that there can be more and continue to be transmitted. This is the nature of life. Greed is instinct. Angelette's eyes were firm, his thoughts were like a knife, and he quickly cut off all distracting thoughts. Then I heard the voice of the Green Mother Wizard continue to say, Angelette, the level of these 3 medicine formulas is quite high, even if only the Brandy Essence medicine formula is at a low level, but the refining difficulty of the 3 medicine formulas is actually almost the same. Among them, the Dreamless Sleep Potion Formula and Returning to the Source Potion Formula are advanced potions, which are enough to support your research and practice of potion knowledge in the next period of time. Quote, the pitcher plant-like plant decoration on the Green Mother Wizard's body shrunk slightly towards the inside at this moment. Many green vines are also slightly swaying. It seems that the Green Mother Wizard was very happy when she learned of Angelette's current level of potion attainment. There is one thing that Angelette has always been very curious about. That's about the Green Mother Wizard's own race. The Eye of Truth analyzed that the Green Mother Wizard is not human. With a thought, he continued to use the ability of the Eye of Truth to watch the Green Mother Wizard. In the pupil, the pale golden data light that almost no one can detect flashed by. Soon, everyone learned about the new information about the Green Mother Wizard. This time, what I saw was far more than last time because of Angelette's improved strength. Target: Green Mother Wizard. Strength: Level 1 Official Wizard. Biography: Race: Suspected to be related to a special kind of supernatural creature. The possibility of focusing on plant-based supernatural creatures, accounting for 80%. Focus on the possibility of animal supernatural beings, accounting for 20%. The Green Mother Wizard seemed to have noticed something. Her eyes with light green eye shadow and green eye lines slowly met Angelette's gaze. Angelette looked at the Green Mother Wizard with extremely calm eyes, as if there were no distracting thoughts in her heart, full of sincerity. In terms of acting skills, every wizard is a great actor. Angelette is also quite knowledgeable. The Green Mother Wizard didn't see anything, but felt that this disciple's gaze was a bit too blatant. If she looked at other official wizards like this, there may be some troubles. Then he said slowly, Angelet, you have obtained the inheritance of my medicine lineage, that is the heart of nature witchcraft. This witchcraft is the entry brick for my wizard path. Every disciple who joins the pharmacy lineage is recognized by me in terms of his pharmacy knowledge, and I will pass it on to him when the time is right. Quote, your wizard path is the elemental wizard path, which is an ancient but extremely bright path, but at the same time, the degree of difficulty is also one of the most difficult among many systems. The Green Mother Wizard hesitated for a while, but said, elemental wizards have one advantage but also have a disadvantage. I hope you can pay attention to it. That is, elemental wizards rely on their own accumulation to measure the level of strength. Only the elemental wizards who have experienced time and years can slowly accumulate strength and reach a stage that is becoming more and more terrifying and powerful. This is unmatched by other wizard branch systems. Angelet looked at the Green Mother Wizard with some surprise. He has never heard of the elemental wizard-related concept of weak in the early stage, powerful in the middle stage, and strongest in the late stage. The green lips of the Green Mother Wizard slowly raised an arc. The heart of nature witchcraft can be said to be a simple, but extremely difficult witchcraft. Everything depends on the cultivator's own mind. Once you understand it, you will understand it instantly. On the contrary, you may not be able to find the truth for a long time. This witchcraft is of great help to any wizard system, even to formal wizards, it is of great help. It can be regarded as an auxiliary witchcraft, and it is also an opening brick to learn the knowledge of many wizards in my wizarding path. When Angelet walked out of the ancient forest garden, he was still thinking about some words spoken by the Green Mother Wizard. If this, heart of nature, witchcraft really has a lot of effect on formal wizards, it would allow Angelet to study it carefully. With a thought, the eye of truth began to work. Reminder, the witchcraft of the heart of nature is being analyzed, estimated time, 24 hours. A day is far longer than the time it took to analyze the potion before. This also proves the power of this heart of nature witchcraft. When leaving, Angelet also brought some raw materials needed for the blood Roland potion. As for the raw materials of other medicines, they are all very precious. If you buy it with magic stones, at least 100 or 200 magic stones cannot escape. Of course, after making it into a potion, the selling price is also an astonishing figure. The Green Mother Wizard made a promise, as long as Angelet has mastered the heart of nature witchcraft, it has been verified by her. It will be able to provide free support for related raw materials for secondary pharmaceuticals. And the corresponding wizard contract will also add content. Originally, the wizard contract signed by Angelet was only the raw material for the Green Mother Wizard to supply low-level potions. Of course, Angelet will not miss this opportunity. Location: Free Zone, Mountain Area, Number 22. Time: 4 p.m. After Angelet returned to the wizard's residence, he immediately ran towards the laboratory. It will take a lot of time for jobs to raise related extraordinary creatures. For the time being, Angelet is going to master the aspects related to pharmacy first. After thoroughly mastering the refining of the 5 medicines, you can go to the headquarters of the White Bone Society to certify low-level pharmacists. You can have the qualification to open a pharmacy store in the commercial area of Begush or within the free zone. Angelet's idea is to open in the free zone, so that it is more convenient to travel. It is also relatively easy to conduct transactions with some wizard personal forces on the periphery of the free zone. Earning magic stones from the wizards of the Bone Society is far less easy than earning magic stones from free wizards and wild wizards. If it wasn't sold to the wizard of the Bone Society, you can use the dark point to settle the bill. Angelet even wanted to directly open her pharmacy shop in the outer area of the free zone. The meditation practice about the dark tides meditation method must continue. The last wizard rune. It is also the most difficult, a wizard rune used to undertake the follow-up meditation part. I don't know how much spiritual power it can bring to Angelet. Angelet is expected to be able to outline this wizard rune for meditation within half a month. Angelet began to process the raw materials of the Blood Roland potion in the laboratory. The potion is the bargaining chip in the transaction, and it is also a large number of magic stones and dark spots. The more you have in reserve, the better. Angelette had already analyzed the blood Roland potion. The relevant refining techniques, as well as some points that need to be paid attention to when refining, are already familiar. It is also very handy when dealing with it. Location: Upper House, Dark Wizard Academy. In the room, teacups and the like were directly thrown on the ground, and the precious tea with extraordinary properties was completely wasted. But the instigator, at this moment, is not thinking about wasting, but is full of anger in his heart. With disbelief in his eyes, Longbottom asked the members of the Zigenhua family who came here with an ugly face. He is also a third-level wizard apprentice studying in the Wizard Academy. That old fellow Huck Zigenhua really said so, and did so. The figure with purple hair, thin face and black wizard robe, was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. In the eyes, looked at the Longbottom Zigenhua with comfort. There are a total of 6 wizards in the Zigenhua family, and they are the masters of the bones. Except for 3 in the lower house of wizards, the remaining 3 are in the upper house of wizards. He is one of them, named Grey Zigenhua. Longbottom's heart suddenly became furious, and he was so angry that he almost exploded his own energy particles. He punched the wall in the room directly, and at the same time as cracks appeared, wounds and blood appeared on his hands. The Zigenhua family convened a family meeting for everyone, including the 5 masters in the White Bone Society. But now there are only 4 left. His brother died. And that Hank Zigenhua is also dead, the grandson of the old guy. The reason for convening the clan meeting was to mobilize the power of the entire Zigenhua clan to find the culprit. There is also a discussion to kill that new student. It is simply inexplicable, and there is a real double standard. Longbottom almost vomited blood, his eyes were bloodshot. His brother, dead. I want the Zigenhua family to exert their strength. The old guy refused to stop him. Now that the old guy's grandson is dead, he will directly mobilize the power of the entire wizard family. Is it true that his younger brother is not from the Zigenhua family? Isn't it his relatives? Grey Zigenhua couldn't help but said, Longbottom, don't worry about it, after all, you are the old patriarch. I know, the old patriarch, he is still an apprentice of the ultimate wizard, how dare I be dissatisfied, after all, it is a level of strength that the entire Zigenhua family dare not provoke. Isn't it? Longbottom sneered, his face also extremely gloomy. This clan meeting, you are going to participate, Grey. Grey Zigenhua's face suddenly changed. I still don't understand what Longbottom means. After hesitating for a while, I made up my mind. I will follow you to decide. If you want to participate, I will follow. If you don't want to, forget it. A warm color flashed in Longbottom's eyes. Grey, now the 2 of us are counted as helping each other, and there is another guy in the House of Lords who belongs to that old guy completely. As for the House of Commons, there is only the last wizard of the Zigenhua family left, and he belongs to that old guy. Our strength is not weak. Longbottom's face was full of disdain for Huck Zigenhua. That old guy is really too old. Since he wants to do this, let them go. It's ironic. The so-called Zigenhua family's prestige is the biggest. The irony of, my goal has always been one, and that is Polaris. I will surpass her, and then beat her at, and let her apologize in front of my brother. Grey Zigenhua sighed in her heart, wanting that woman from Polaris to apologize would be even more difficult than killing her. He could only support Longbottom. Longbottom's eyes flickered for a moment, and he finally said, Grey, go to the information terminal of the Wizard's Mark, find the newborn Wizard's Mark, and send him a message. In the past, let him pay attention to the crisis. The glory of the Zigenhua family didn't come about like this, and there is no need for any substitutes. If you want to fight, it's the Polaris. Row. Location: Free Zone, Mountain Area 22. Time: 11:30 p.m. Angelette is currently refining the Blood Roland potion, and it has reached the final stage. Incorporate the self-energy particles into the changes of the extraordinary properties of the drug stock solution. The degree of extraordinary nature has a strict control range. A little more, a little less, neither will work. Angelette's spirit was also tense to the extreme. Although he has made sufficient preparations in all aspects, it is still his first time refining Blood Roland potion. The liquid in the test tube gradually changed deeply. As time slowly passed, as the temperature rose and fell, the color of the liquid became as dazzling as blood. But it's not over yet, and this state will continue for a few minutes. Almost, after Angelette finished refining the Blood Roland potion. Just arrived at 12 o'clock in the evening, and started a new day of random check-in. Angelette had a premonition that something extraordinary would appear in his random check in this time. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.